Section 22 of The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3, by Robert Burton, Section 22. Partition 3, Section 2, Member 5, Subsection 2. Withstand the beginnings, avoid occasions, change his place. Fair and foul means, contrary passions with witty inventions, to bring in another, and discommend the former. Other good rules and precepts are enjoined by our physicians, which, if not alone, yet certainly conjoined, may do much. The first of which is obstare principiis, to withstand the beginning. Quisquis in primo obstitit, pepulutque amorem tutus ac victor fuit. He that will but resist at first, may easily be a conqueror at the last. Balthazar Castilio, Book 4, urgeth this prescript above the rest. When he shall chance, saith he, to light upon a woman that hath good behaviour joined with her excellent person, and shall perceive his eyes with a kind of greediness to pull unto them this image of beauty, and carry it to the heart, shall observe himself to be somewhat incensed with this influence which moveth within. When he shall discern those subtle spirits sparkling in her eyes, to administer more fuel to the fire, he must wisely withstand the beginnings, rouse up reason, stupefied almost, fortify his heart by all means, and shut up all those passages by which it may have entrance. 'Tis a precept which all concur upon. Opprime dum nova sunt subiti mala semina morbi, dum licet in primo lumine siste pedem. Thy quick disease, whilst it is fresh today, by all means crush, thy feet at first step stay. Which cannot speedier be done than if he confess his grief and passion to some judicious friend, qui tacitus ardet magis uritur. The more he conceals, the greater is his pain. That by his good advice may happily ease him on a sudden, and withal to avoid occasions or any circumstance that may aggravate his disease, to remove the object by all means. For who can stand by a fire and not burn? Susilite obsecro et mitite istanc foras, quae misero mihi amanti ebibit sanguinem. 'Tis good therefore to keep quite out of her company, which Hierom so much labours to Paula, to Nepotian. Chrysost so much inculcates in Ser in Contubern. Cyprian and many other fathers of the Church, Siracides in his 9th chapter, Jason Pratensis, Savonarola, Arnoldus, Valeriola, etc., and every physician that treats of this subject, not only to avoid, as Gregory Tolosanus exhorts, kissing, dalliance, all speeches, tokens, love letters, and the like, or as Castilio, Book 4, to converse with them, hear them speak or sing. Tolerabilius est audire basiliscum sibilantem. Thou hadst better hear, saith Cyprian, a serpent hiss. Those amiable smiles, admirable graces, and sweet gestures which their presence affords. Neo capita liment solitis mersiunculis, et his papillarum oppressiunculis abstineant. But all talk, name, mention, or cogitation of them, and of any other women, persons, circumstance, amorous book or tale that may administer any occasion of remembrance. Prosper adviseth young men not to read the Canticles, and some parts of Genesis at other times, but for such as are enamoured, they forbid as before the name mentioned, etc., especially all sight. they must not so much as come near or look upon them. Et fugitare decet simulacra et pabula amoris, abstinere sibi atque alio convertere mentem. Gaze not on a maid, saith Siracides. Turn away thine eyes from a beautiful woman. Chapter 9, verses 5, 7, 8. Averte oculos, saith David, or if thou dost see them, as Ficinus adviseth, let not thine eye be intentus ad libidinem. Do not intend her more than the rest. For as Propertius holds, ipse alimenta sibi maxima praebet amor. Love as a snowball enlarges itself by sight. But as Hierome to Nepotian, aut equaliter ama, aut equaliter ignora. Either see all alike, or let all alone. Make a league with thine eyes, as Job did, and that is the safest course. Let all alone, see none of them. Nothing sooner revives, or waxeth sore again, as Petrarch holds, than love doth by sight. As pomp renews ambition, the sight of gold covetousness, a beauteous object sets on fire this burning lust. Et multum saliens incitat unda sitim. The sight of drink makes one dry, and the sight of meat increaseth appetite. 'Tis dangerous therefore to see. A young gentleman in merriment would needs put on his mistress's clothes and walk abroad alone, which some of her suitors espying, stole him away for her that he represented. So much can sight enforce. Especially if he have been formerly enamoured, the sight of his mistress strikes him into a new fit, and makes him rave many days after. Infirmis causa pusilla nocet, ut pene extinctum cinerem si sulfure tangas, vivet, et ex minimo maximus ignis erit, sic nisi vitabis quicquid renovabit amorem, flamma recrudescet, quae modo nulla fuit. A sickly man a little thing offends, as brimstone doth a fire decayed renew, and makes it burn afresh, doth love's dead flames, if that the former object it review. Or, as the poet compares it to embers in ashes, which the wind blows, ut solet a ventis, etc., a scald head, as the saying is soon broken, dry wood quickly kindles, and when they have been formerly wounded with sight, how can they by seeing but be inflamed? Ismenias acknowledged as much of himself, when he had been long absent, and almost forgotten his mistress, at the first sight of her, as straw in a fire, I burned afresh, and more than ever I did before. Chariclia was as much moved at the sight of her dear Theagenes, after he had been a great stranger. Myrtilla, in Aristaenetus, swore she would never love Pamphilus again, and did moderate her passion so long as he was absent, but the next time he came in presence she could not contain, effuse amplexa attractari se sinet, etc. She broke her vow, and did profusely embrace him. Hermotinus, a young man, in the said author, is all out as unstayed. He had forgot his mistress quite, and by his friends was well weaned from her love. But seeing her by chance, ach novit veteris vestigia flammae, he raved amain, illa tamen emergens veluti lucida stella cepit eluca, etc. She did appear as a blazing star, or an angel to his sight. And it is the common passion of all lovers to be overcome in this sort. For that cause, belike Alexander discerning this inconvenience and danger that comes by seeing, when he heard Darius's wife so much commended for her beauty, would scarce admit her to come in his sight, foreknowing belike that of Plutarch, formosam videre periculosissimum, how full of danger it is to see a proper woman. And though he is intemperate in other things, yet in this superbe segecit, he carried himself bravely. And so when, as Arispus in Xenophon, had so much magnified that divine face of Panthea to Ceres, by how much she was fairer than ordinary, by so much he was the more unwilling to see her. Scipio, a young man of 23 years of age, and the most beautiful of the Romans, equal in person to that Grecian Carinus, or Homer's Nereus, at the siege of a city in Spain, when as a noble and most fair young gentlewoman was brought unto him, and he had heard she was betrothed to a lord, rewarded her and sent her back to her sweetheart. St. Augustine, as Gregory reports of him, ne cum sorore quidem sua putavit habitandum, would not live in the house with his own sister. Xenocrates lay with Lais of Corinth all night and would not touch her. Socrates, though all the city of Athens supposed him to dote upon fair Alcibiades, yet when he had an opportunity, solus cum solo, to lie in the chamber with, and was wooed by him besides, as the said Alcibiades publicly confessed, formam sprevit et superbe contempsit, he scornfully rejected him. Petrarch, that had so magnified his Laura in several poems, when by the Pope's means she was offered unto him, would not accept of her. It is a good happiness to be free from this passion of love, and great discretion it argues in such a man, that he can so contain himself. But when thou art once in love, to moderate thyself, as he saith, is a singular point of wisdom. Nam vitare plagas in amoris, ne jaci amor non ita difficile est, quam captum retibus ipsis exire, et validos veneris perumpere nodos. To avoid such nets is no such mastery, but ta'en escape is all the victory. But forasmuch as few men are free, so discreet lovers, or that can contain themselves, and moderate their passions, to curb their senses, as not to see them, not to look lasciviously, not to confer with them, such is the fury of this headstrong passion of raging lust, and their weakness, ferox ille ardor a natura insitus, as he terms it, such a furious desire nature hath inscribed, such unspeakable delight. Sic divie veneris furor, insanis adeo mentibus incubat, which neither reason, counsel, poverty, pain, misery, drudgery, partus dolor, etc., can deter them from. We must use some speedy means to correct and prevent that and all other inconveniences, which come by conference and the like. The best, readiest, surest way, and which all approve, is loci mutatio, to send them several ways, that they may neither hear of, see, nor have an opportunity to send to one another again, or live together, soli cum sola, as so many Gilbertines. Elongatio a patria, 'tis Savonarola's fourth rule, and Gordonia's precept. Distrahatur ad longinquas regiones, send him to travel. 'Tis that which most run upon, as so many hounds, with full cry, poets, divines, philosophers, physicians, all mutet patriam. Felicius, as a sick man he must be cured with change of air. Tully 4 Tusculans. The best remedy is to get thee gone. Jason Pratensis, change air and soil. Laurentius, fuga litus amatum. Virgil, utile finitimis abstinuisse locis. Ovid, I procul et longas carpere perges vias, sed fuge tutus eris. Travelling is an antidote of love. Magnum iter ad doctas provicisci cogor Athenas, ut me longa gravi solvat amore via. For this purpose, saith Propertius, my parents sent me to Athens. Time and patience wear away pain and grief, as fire goes out for want of fuel. Quantum oculis, animo tam procul ibit amor. But so as they tarry out long enough, A whole year, Xenophon prescribes Critobulus, vix enim intra hoc tempus ab amore sanari poteris. Some will hardly be weaned under. All this Heinsius merely inculcates in an epistle to his friend Primierus. First fast, then tarry, thirdly change thy place, fourthly drink of a halter. If change of place, continuance of time, absence, will not wear it out with those precedent remedies, it will hardly be removed, but these commonly are of force. Felix Plater had a baker to his patient, almost mad for the love of his maid, and desperate. By removing her from him, he was in a short space cured. Eseus, a philosopher of Assyria, was a most dissolute liver in his youth, palum lasciviens, in love with all he met, but after he betook himself by his friend's advice to his study and left women's company, he was so changed that he cared no more for plays, nor feasts, nor masks, nor songs, nor verses, fine clothes, nor no such love toys. He became a new man upon a sudden. Tanquam si priores oculos amisisset, saith mine author, as if he had lost his former eyes. Peter Godefridus, in the last chapter of his 3rd book, had a story out of St. Ambrose, of a young man that, meeting his old love after long absence, on whom he had extremely doted, would scarce take notice of her. She wondered at it, that he should so lightly esteem her, called him again, lenibat dictis animum, and told him who she was. Ego sum, inquit, ad ego non sum ego. But he replied, he was not the same man. Proripuit sese tandem. As Aeneas fled from Dido, not vouchsafing her any farther parley, loathing his folly, and ashamed of that which formerly he had done. Non sum stultus ut ante jam neaera. O Neaera, put your tricks, and practise hereafter upon somebody else. You shall befool me no longer. Petrarch hath such another tale of a young gallant that loved a wench with one eye, and for that cause by his parents was sent to travel into far countries. After some years he returned, and meeting the maid for whose sake he was sent abroad, asked her how and by what chance she lost her eye. No, said she, I have lost none, but you have found yours, signifying thereby that all lovers were blind, as Fabius saith. Amantes de forma judicare non possunt. Lovers cannot judge of beauty, nor scarce of anything else, as they will easily confess after they return unto themselves, by some discontinuance or better advice, wonder at their own folly, madness, stupidity, blindness, be much abashed, and laugh at love, and call it an idle thing, condemn themselves that ever they should be so besotted or misled, and be heartily glad they have so happily escaped. If so be, which is seldom, that change of place will not effect this alteration, then other remedies are to be annexed, fair and foul means, as to persuade, promise, threaten, terrify, or to divert by some contrary passion, rumour, tales, news, or some witty invention, to alter his affection, by some greater sorrow to drive out the less, saith Gordonius, as that his house is on fire, his best friends dead, his money stolen, that he is made some great governor, or hath some honour, office, some inheritance is befallen him. He shall be a knight, a baron, or by some false accusation, as they do to such as have the hiccup, to make them forget it. St. Jerome, Book 2, Epistle 16 to Rusticus the monk, hath an instance of a young man of Greece that lived in a monastery in Egypt, that by no labour, no continence, no persuasion could be diverted, but at last by this trick he was delivered. The abbot sets one of his convent to quarrel with him, and with some scandalous reproach or other to defame him before company, and then to come and complain first. The witnesses were likewise suborned for the plaintiff. The young man wept, and when all were against him, the abbot cunningly took his part, lest he should be overcome with immoderate grief. But what need many words? By this invention he was cured, and alienated from his pristine love-thoughts, injuries, slanders, contempts, disgraces, suetaeque injuria formae, the insult of her slighted beauty, are very forcible means to withdraw men's affections. Contumelia affecti amatores amare desinunt, as Lucian saith, lovers reviled or neglected, contemned or misused, turn love to hate. Rediam non si me obsecret, I'll never love thee more. Egone illam, qua illum, qua me, quae non. So Zephyrus hated Hyacinthus because he scorned him, and preferred his co-rival Apollo, Polyphetus. He will not come again though he be invited. Tell him but how he was scoffed at behind his back, 'tis the counsel of Avicenna, that his love is false, and entertains another, rejects him, cares not for him, or that she is a fool, a nasty quean, a slut, a vixen, a scold, a devil, or, which Italians commonly do, that he or she hath some loathsome filthy disease, gout, stone, strangury, falling sickness, and that they are hereditary, not to be avoided, he is subject to consumption, hath the pox, that he hath 3 or 4 incurable tetters, issues, that she is bald, her breath stinks, she is mad by inheritance, and so are all the kindred, a harebrain, with many other secret infirmities, which I will not so much as name, belonging to women. That he is a hermaphrodite, a eunuch, imperfect, impotent, a spendthrift, a gamester, a fool, a gull, a beggar, a whoremaster, far in debt, and not able to maintain her, a common drunkard, his mother was a witch, his father hanged, that he hath a wolf in his bosom, a sore leg, he is a leper, hath some incurable disease, that he will surely beat her, he cannot hold his water, that he cries out or walks in the night, will stab his bedfellow, tell all his secrets in his sleep, and that nobody dare lie with him. His house is haunted with spirits, with such fearful and tragical things, able to avert and terrify any man or woman living. Gordonius, chapter 20, part 2, Hunc in modo consulit, paritur aliqua vetula, turpissima aspectu, cum turpi et vili habitu, et portet subtus gremium panum menstrualem, et dicat quod amica sua sit ebriosa, et quod mingat in lecto, et quod est epileptica et impudicia, et quod in corpore suo sunt excrescentiae enormes, cum fetore angelitus, et aliae enormitates, quibus vetulae sunt edoctae, si nolit his persuaderi, subito extrahat panum menstrualem, coram facie portando, exclamando, tales est amica tua. Et si ex his non de miserit, non est homo, sed diabolus incarnatus. Idem fere Avicenna caput viginti quater, de cura illici liber 3. Narent res immundas vetulae, ex quibus abominationem incurat, et res sordidas, et hoc assiduent, idem Arculanus caput sedecem, in novem rasis, etc. Withal, as they do discommend the old for the better effecting a more speedy alteration, they must commend another paramour, alteram induca, set him or her to be wooed, or woo some other that shall be fairer, of better note, better fortune, birth, parentage, much to be preferred. Invenius alium si te hic fastidit Alexis, by this means, which Jason Pratensis wisheth, to turn the stream of affection another way, successore novo traditur omnis amor, or, as Valesius adviseth, by subdividing to diminish it, as a great river cut into many channels runs low at last. Hortor et ut pariter binas habeatis amicas, etc. If you suspect to be taken, be sure, said the poet, to have 2 mistresses at once, or go from one to another, as he that goes from a good fire in cold weather is loath to depart from it, though in the next room there be a better which will refresh him as much. There is as much difference of haec as haec ignis. Or bring him to some public shows, plays, meetings, where he may see variety, and he shall likely loathe his first choice. Carry him but to the next town, yea, peradventure to the next house, and as Paris lost Oenone's love by seeing Helen, and Cressida forsook Troilus by conversing with Diomede, he will dislike his former mistress, and leave her quite behind him, as Theseus left Ariadne fast asleep in the island of Dia to seek her fortune, that was erst his loving mistress. Nunc primum Dorida vetus amator contempsi, as he said. Doris is but a dowdy to this. As he that looks himself in a glass forgets his physiognomy forthwith, this flattering glass of love will be diminished by remove. After a little absence it will be remitted, the next fair object will likely alter it. A young man in Lucian was pitifully in love. He came to the theatre by chance, and by seeing other fair objects there, mentis sanitatem recipit, was fully recovered, and went merrily home, as if he had taken a dram of oblivion. A mouse, saith an apologer, was brought up in a chest, there fed with fragments of bread and cheese, though there could be no better meat, till coming forth at last, and feeding liberally of other variety of viands, loathed his former life. Moralize this fable by thyself. Plato, in his 7th book De Legibus, had a pretty fiction of a city underground, to which by little holes some small store of light came. The inhabitants thought there could not be a better place, and at their first coming abroad they might not endure the light, egerime solem intueri, but after they were accustomed a little to it, they deplored their fellows' misery that lived underground. A silly lover is in like state, none so fair as his mistress at first, he cares for none but her. Yet after a while, when he hath compared her with others, he abhors her name, sight, and memory. 'Tis generally true, for as he observes, priorem flammam novus ignis extrudit, et eam multorum natura, et presentes maxime ament. One fire drives out another, and such is women's weakness, that they love commonly him that is present. And so do many men, as he confessed he loved Amia, till he saw Florial, and when he saw Cynthia forget them both. But fair Phyllis was incomparably beyond them all. Chloris surpassed her, and yet when he espied Amaryllis, she was his sole mistress. O divine Amaryllis, quam procera cupressi ad instar, quam elegans, quam decens, etc. How lovely, how tall, how comely she was, saith Polemius, till he saw another, and then she was the sole subject of his thoughts. In conclusion, her he loves best he saw last. Triton, the sea god, first loved Leucothoe, till he came in presence of Mylaene. She was the commandress of his heart till he saw Galatea. But, as she complains, he loved another eftsoons, another and another. 'Tis a thing which, by Hierom's report, hath been usually practised. Heathen philosophers drive out one love with another, as they do a peg or pin with a pin, which those 7 Persian princes did to Ahasuerus, that they might requite the desire of Queen Vashti with the love of others. Pausanias in Eliacis saith, that therefore one Cupid was painted to contend with another, and to take the garland from him, because one love drives out another. Alterius Verus subtrahit altem amor, and Tully 3 on the nature of the gods, disputing with C. Cotta, makes mention of 3 several Cupids, all differing in office. Felix Plater, in the 1st book of his Observations, boasts how he cured a widower in Basil, a patient of his, by this stratagem alone, that doted upon a poor servant his maid, when friends, children, no persuasion could serve to alienate his mind. They motioned him to another honest man's daughter in the town, whom he loved and lived with long after, abhorring the very name and sight of the first. After the death of Lucretia, Euryalus would admit of no comfort, till the Emperor Sigismund married him to a noble lady of his court, and so in short space he was freed. End of section 22.
Section 23 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3, by Robert Burton. Section 23. Partition 3, Section 2, Member 5, Subsection 3. Part 1. By counsel and persuasion, foulness of the fact, men's, women's faults, miseries of marriage, events of lust, etc. As there be diverse causes of this burning lust or heroical love, so there be many good remedies to ease and help, amongst which good counsel and persuasion, which I should have handled in the first place, are of great moment and not to be omitted. Many are of opinion that in this blind headstrong passion counsel can do no good. Quae enim res in se neque consilium, neque modum habet, ullo eam consilio regere non potes. Which thing hath neither judgment or an end, how should advice or counsel it amend? Quis enim modus adsit amori? But without question, good counsel and advice must needs be of great force, especially if it shall proceed from a wise, fatherly, reverent, discreet person, a man of authority, whom the parties do respect, stand in awe of, or from a judicious friend of itself alone it is able to divert and suffice. Gordonius, the physician, attributes so much to it that he would have it by all means used in the first place. Amoveatur ab illa consilio viri quem timet, ostentendo pericula saeculi, judicium inferni, gaudia paradisi. He would have some discreet men to dissuade them, after the fury of passion is a little spent, or by absence allayed. For it is as intempestive at first to give counsel, as to comfort parents when their children are in that instant departed. To no purpose to prescribe narcotics, cordials, nectarines, potions, Homer's Nepenthes, or Helen's bowl, etc. Non cessabit pectus tundere. She will lament and howl for a season. Let passion have his course a while, and then he may proceed, by foreshowing the miserable events and dangers which will surely happen, the pains of hell, joys of paradise, and the like, which by their preposterous courses they shall forfeit or incur. And 'tis a fit method, a very good means, for what Seneca said of vice, I say of love. Sine magistro discitur, vix sine magistro deseritur. 'tis learned of itself, but hardly left without a tutor. 'Tis not amiss therefore to have some such overseer to expostulate and show them such absurdities, inconveniences, imperfections, discontents, as usually follow; which their blindness, fury, madness cannot apply unto themselves, or will not apprehend through weakness; and good for them to disclose themselves, to give ear to friendly admonitions. Tell me, sweetheart, saith Tryphena to a lovesick Charmides in Lucian, what is it that troubles thee? Peradventure I can ease thy mind, and further thee in thy suit. And so without question she might, and so mayst thou, if the patient be capable of good counsel, and will hear at least what may be said. If he love at all, she is either an honest woman or a whore. If dishonest, let him read or inculcate to him that fifth of Solomon's Proverbs, Ecclesiasticus 26, Ambrose book 1 chapter 4 in his book of Abel and Cain, Philo Judeus de Mercede, Plotinus Dialogus in Amores, Espencaeus, and those 3 books of Petrus Haedus, Aeneas Sylvius's tart epistle, which he wrote to his friend Nicholas of Warthurge, which he calls Medelam illiciti amoris, etc. For what's a whore, as he saith, but a poller of youth, a ruin of men, a destruction, a devourer of patrimonies, a downfall of honour, fodder for the devil, the gate of death and supplement of hell. Talis amor est laqueus animae, etc. A bitter honey, sweet poison, delicate destruction, a voluntary mischief, commixtum coenum, sterquilinium. And as Peter Aretine's Lucretia, a notable queen, confesseth, gluttony, anger, envy, pride, sacrilege, theft, slaughter, were all born that day that a whore began her profession. For, as she follows it, her pride is greater than a rich churl's, she is more envious than the pox, as malicious as melancholy, as covetous as hell. If from the beginning of the world any were mala, pejor, pessima, bad in the superlative degree, 'tis a whore. How many have I undone, caused to be wounded, slain, O Antonia, thou seest what I am without, but within, God knows, a puddle of iniquity, a sink of sin, a pocky queen. Let him now that so dotes meditate on this, let him see the event and success of others, Samson, Hercules, Holofernes, etc. Those infinite mischiefs attend it. If she be another man's wife he loves, 'tis abominable in the sight of God and men. Adultery is expressly forbidden in God's commandment, a mortal sin, able to endanger his soul. If he be such a one that fears God, or have any religion, he will eschew it, and abhor the loathsomeness of his own fact. If he love an honest maid, 'tis to abuse or marry her. If to abuse, 'tis fornication, a foul fact, though some make light of it, and almost equal to adultery itself. If to marry, let him seriously consider what he takes in hand, look before ye leap, as the proverb is, or settle his affections, and examine first the party and condition of his estate and hers, whether it be a fit match for fortunes, years, parentage, and such other circumstances. An sit sitae veneres. Whether it be likely to proceed, if not, let him wisely stave himself off at the first, curb in his inordinate passion, and moderate his desire, by thinking of some other subject divert his cogitations. Or if it be not for his good, as Aeneas, forewarned by Mercury in a dream, left Dido's love, and in all haste got him to sea. Mnestea surgestumque vocat fortemque cloantem, classem aptent taciti iubet. And although she did oppose with vows, tears, prayers, and imprecation, nullis ille movetur fletibus aut illas voces tractabilis audit. Let thy Mercury reason rule thee against all allurements, seeming delights, pleasing inward or outward provocations. Thou mayst do this if thou wilt. Pater non deperit filiam, nec frater sororem. A father dotes not on his own daughter, a brother on a sister. And why? Because it is unnatural, unlawful, unfit. If he be sickly, soft, deformed, let him think of his deformities, vices, infirmities. If in debt, let him ruminate how to pay his debts. If he be in any danger, let him seek to avoid it. If he have any lawsuit or other business, he may do well to let his love matters alone and follow it, labor in his vocation whatever it is. But if he cannot so ease himself, let him wisely premeditate of both their estates. If they be unequal in years, she young and he old, what an unfit match must it needs be, an uneven yoke, how absurd and indecent a thing is it, as Licinus in Lucian told Timolaus, for an old bald crook-nosed knave to marry a young wench, how odious a thing it is to see an old lecher. What should a bald fellow do with a comb, a dumb doter with a pipe, a blind man with a looking-glass, and thou with such a wife? How absurd it is for a young man to marry an old wife for a piece of good! But put case she be equal in years, birth, fortunes, and other qualities correspondent, he doth desire to be coupled in marriage, which is an honourable estate. But for what respects? Her beauty belike, and comeliness of person, that is commonly the main object. She is a most absolute form, in his eye at least. Cui formam paphia et charites tribuere decoram. But do other men affirm as much? Or is it an error in his judgment? Fallunt nos oculi vagique sensus, oppressa ratione mentiuntur. Our eyes and other senses will commonly deceive us. It may be to thee thyself upon a more serious examination, or after a little absence, she is not so fair as she seems. Quaedam videntur et non sunt. Compare her to another standing by. 'Tis a touchstone to try. Confer hand to hand, body to body, face to face, eye to eye, nose to nose, neck to neck, etc. Examine every part by itself, then altogether, in all postures, several sights, and tell me how thou likest her. It may be not she that is so fair, but her coats, or put another in her clothes, and she will seem all out as fair. As the poet then prescribes, separate her from her clothes. Suppose thou saw her in a base beggar's weed, or else dressed in some old hirsute attires out of fashion, foul linen, coarse raiment besmeared with soot, colly, perfumed with apoponax, sagapenum, asafoetida, or some such filthy gums, dirty, about some indecent action or other. Or in such a case as Bracevola, the physician, found Malatesta his patient, after a potion of hellebore, which he had prescribed. Manibus in terram depositis, et anno versus caelum elevato, ac si videretur Socraticus ille Aristophanes, qui geometricas figuras in terram scribens, tuberal colligere videbantur, atram bilem in album parietem injiciebat adeoque totam cameram, et se deturpabat, ut, etc., all to berate or worse. If thou saw'st her, I say, would thou affect her as thou dost? Suppose thou beheldest her in a frosty morning in cold weather, in some passion or perturbation of mind, weeping, chafing, etc., rivelled and ill-favoured to behold. She many times that in a composed look seems so amiable and delicious, tam scitula forma, if she do but laugh or smile, makes an ugly sparrow-mouthed face, and shows a pair of uneven, loathsome, rotten, foul teeth. She hath a black skin, gouty legs, a deformed crooked carcass under a fine coat. It may be for all her costly tires she is bald, and though she seems so fair by dark, by candle light, or afar off at such a distance, as Callicratides observed in Lucian, if thou should see her near, or in a morning, she would appear more ugly than a beast. Si diligenter consideres, quid per os et nares et caeteros corporis meatus egreditur, vilius sterquilinium nunquam vidisti. Follow my counsel, see her undressed, see her, if it be possible, out of her attires. Furtivis nodatam coloribus. It may be she is like Aesop's jay, or Pliny's Cantharides. She will be loathsome, ridiculous, thou wilt not endure her sight. Or suppose thou saw'st her pale, in a consumption, on her deathbed, skin and bones, or now dead. Cujus erat gratissimus amplexus, whose embrace was so agreeable, as Bernard saith, erit horribilis aspectus, non redolet sed olet, quae redolere solet. As a posy she smells sweet, is most fresh and fair one day, but dried up, withered, and stinks another. Beautiful Nereus, by that Homer so much admired, once dead, is more deformed than Thersites, and Solomon deceased as ugly as Marcolphus. Thy lovely mistress, that was erst caris carior ocellis, dearer to thee than thine eyes, once sick or departed, is vili vilior aestimata queno, worse than any dirt or dunghill. Her embraces were not so acceptable as now her looks be terrible. Thou hadst better behold a Gorgon's head than Helen's carcass. Some are of opinion that to see a woman naked is able of itself to alter his affection, and it is worthy of consideration, saith Montaigne the Frenchman in his Essays, that the skilfullest masters of amorous dalliance appoint for a remedy of venerous passions a full survey of the body, which the poet insinuates: ille quod obscaenas in aperto corpore partes viderat, in cursu qui fuit haesit amor. The love stood still that run in full career, when once it saw those parts should not appear. It is reported of Seleucus, king of Syria, that seeing his wife Stratonice's bald pate, as she was undressing her by chance, he could never affect her after. Remundus Lullius, the physician, spying an ulcer or cancer in his mistress's breast, whom he so dearly loved, from that day following abhorred the looks of her. Philip, the French king, as Neubrigensis, Book 4, chapter 24, relates it, married the king of Denmark's daughter, and after he had used her as a wife one night, because her breath stunk, they say, or for some other secret fault, sent her back again to her father. Peter Mattheus, in the life of Louis XI., finds fault with our English chronicles for writing how Margaret, the king of Scots' daughter, and wife to Louis XI., French king, was ob graveolentiam oris, rejected by her husband. Many such matches are made for by-respects, or some seemly comeliness, which after honeymoons past turn to bitterness. For burning lust is but a flash, a gunpowder passion, and hatred oft follows in the highest degree dislike and contempt. Cum se cutis arida laxat, fiunt obscuri dentes. When they wax old and ill-favoured, they may commonly no longer abide them. Jam gravis es nobis. Begone, they grow stale, fulsome, loathsome, odious. Thou art a beastly filthy queen. Faciem Phoebe cacantis habes. Thou art Saturni podex, withered and dry, insipida et vetula. Te quia rugae turpant et capitis nives. I say, begone, portae patent proficiscere. Yea, but you will infer your mistress is complete, of a most absolute form in all men's opinions, no exceptions can be taken at her, nothing may be added to her person, nothing detracted. She is the mirror of women for her beauty, comeliness, and pleasant grace. inimitable, merae deliciae, meri lepores. She is mirotetium Veneris, gratiarum pixis. A mere magazine of natural perfections, she hath all the Veneres and Graces. Mille faces et mille figuras, in each part absolute and complete. Laeta genas, laeta os roseam, vagalumina laeta. To be admired for her person, a most incomparable, unmatchable piece. Aurea proles, ad simulacrum alicuius numinis composita. A phoenix. Vernantis aetatulae venerila. A nymph, a fairy, like Venus herself when she was a maid. Nulli secunda, a mere quintessence. Flores spirans et amaracum feminae prodigium. Put case she be, how long will she continue? Florem decoris singuli carpunt dies. Every day detracts from her person, and this beauty is bonum fragile, a mere flash, a Venice glass, quickly broken. Anceps forma bonum mortalibus, exigui donum breve temporis. It will not last, as that fair flower Adonis, which we call an anemone, flourisheth but 1 month. This gracious, all-commanding beauty fades in an instant. It is a jewel soon lost, the painter's goddess, fulsa veritas, a mere picture. Favor is deceitful, and beauty is vanity. Proverbs 31:30. Vitrea gemula, fluxaque bullula, candida forma est, nix, rosa, fumus, ventus et aura nihil. A brittle gem, bubble, is beauty pale. A rose, dew, snow, smoke, wind, air, naught at all. If she be fair, as the saying is, she is commonly a fool. If proud, scornful, sequiturque superbia formam, or dishonest, rara est concordia formae atque pudicitiae. Can she be fair and honest too? Aristo, the son of Agasicles, married a Spartan lass, the fairest lady in all Greece next to Helen, but for her conditions the most abominable and beastly creature of the world. So that I would wish thee to respect, with Seneca, not her person, but qualities. Will you say that's a good blade, which hath a gilded scabbard embroidered with gold and jewels? No, but that which hath a good edge and point, well-tempered metal, able to resist. This beauty is of the body alone, and what is that but, as Gregory Nazianzen telleth us, a mock of time and sickness? Or as Boethius, as mutable as a flower, and 'tis not nature so makes us, but most part the infirmity of the beholder. For ask another, he sees no such matter. Dic mihi per gratias qualis tibi videtur. I pray thee, tell me how thou likest my sweetheart, as she asked her sister in Aristaenetus, whom I so much admire, methinks he is the sweetest gentleman, the properest man that ever I saw, but I am in love, I confess, nec pudet fateri, and cannot therefore well judge. but be she fair indeed, golden-haired as Anacreon his Bathyllus, to examine particulars, she have flammeolos oculos, colaque lacteola, a pure sanguine complexion, little mouth, coral lips, white teeth, soft and plump neck, body, hands, feet all fair and lovely to behold, composed of all graces, elegances, an absolute peace. Lumina sint Melitae Eunonia, dextra Minervae, mamillae Veneris, sura maris Dominae, etc. Let her head be from Prague, paps out of Austria, belly from France, back from Brabant, hands out of England, feet from Rhine, buttocks from Switzerland. Let her have the Spanish gait, the Venetian tire, Italian complement and endowments. Candida sideriis ardescant lumina flammis, sudent colorosas, et cedat crinibus aurum, melea purpurem depromant ora ruborum, fulgeat ac venerem celesti corpore vincat, forma de arum omnis, etc. Let her be such a one throughout, as Lucian deciphers in his Imagines, as Euphranor of old painted Venus, Aristaenetus describes Lais, another Helena, Chariclea, Leucippe, Lucretia, Pandora. Let her have a box of beauty to repair herself still, such a one as Venus gave Phaon, when he carried her over the ford. Let her use all helps art and nature can yield. Be like her, and whom thou wilt, or all these in one. A little sickness, a fever, smallpox, wound, scar, loss of an eye or limb, a violent passion, a distemperature of heat or cold, mars all in an instant, disfigures all. Childbearing, old age, that tyrant time will turn Venus to Erinis. Raging time, care, rivels her upon a sudden. After she hath been married a small while, and the black ox hath trodden on her toe, she will be so much altered, and wax out of favour, thou wilt not know her. One grows too fat, another too lean, etc. Modest Matilda, pretty pleasing Peg, sweet singing Susan, mincing merry Moll, dainty dancing Doll, neat Nancy, jolly Joan, nimble Nell, kissing Kate, bouncing Bess with black eyes, fair Phyllis with fine white hands, fiddling Frank, tall Tib, slender Sib, etc., will quickly lose their grace, grow fulsome, stale, sad, heavy, dull, sour, and all at last out of fashion. Ubi jam vultus argutia, suavis suavitatio, blandus risus, etc. Those fair sparkling eyes will look dull. Her soft coral lips will be pale, dry, cold, rough, and blue. Her skin rugged, that soft and tender superficies will be hard and harsh, her whole complexion change in a moment. And as Matilda writ to King John, I am not now as when thou saw'st me last. That favour soon is vanished and past. That rosy blush lapped in a lily veil, now is with more few overgrown and pale. 'Tis so in the rest, their beauty fades as a tree in winter, which Dejanira hath elegantly expressed in the poet: Deforme solis aspicis truncis nemus, sic nostra longum forma percurrens iter, deperdit aliquid semper, et fulgit minus, malisque minus est quicquid in nobis fuit, olim petitum cecidit, et partu labat, maturque multum rapuit ex illa mihi, aetas citato senior eripuit gradu. And as a tree that in the green wood grows, with fruit and leaves, and in the summer blows, in winter like a stock deformed shows, our beauty takes his race and journey goes, and doth decrease and lose and come to naught, admired of old to this by childbirth brought, and mother hath bereft me of my grace, and crooked old age coining on apace. To conclude with Chrysostom, when thou seest a fair and beautiful person, a brave bona roba, a belladonna quae salivam moveat lepidam puellem et quam tu facile ames, a comely woman having bright eyes, a merry countenance, a shining lustre in her look, a pleasant grace, wringing thy soul and increasing thy concupiscence, bethink with thyself that it is but earth thou lovest, a mere excrement, which so vexeth thee, which thou so admirest, and thy raging soul will be at rest. Take her skin from her face, and thou shalt see all loathsomeness under it, that beauty is a superficial skin and bones, nerves, sinews. Suppose her sick, now rivelled, hoary-headed, hollow-cheeked, old. Within she is full of filthy phlegm, stinking, putrid, excremental stuff, snot and snivel in her nostrils, spittle in her mouth, water in her eyes, what filth in her brains, etc. Or take her at best, and look narrowly upon her in the light, stand near her, nearer yet, thou shalt perceive almost as much, and love less, as Cardan well writes, minus amant qui acute vident, though Scaliger deride him for it. If he see her near, or look exactly at such a posture, whosoever he is, according to the true rules of symmetry and proportion, those I mean of Albertus Durer, Lomatius, and Tasnier, examine him of her. If he be elegans formarum spectator, he shall find many faults in physiognomy, and ill colour. If form, one side of the face likely bigger than the other, or crooked nose, bad eyes, prominent veins, concavities about the eyes, wrinkles, pimples, red streaks, freckles, hairs, warts, knaves, inequalities, roughness, scabredity, paleness, yellowness, and as many colours as are in a turkey cock's neck, many indecorums in their other parts. Est quod desideres, est quod amputes. One leers, another frowns, a third gapes, squints, etc. And 'tis true that he saith, diligenter consideranti raro facies absoluta, et quae vitio caret. Seldom shall you find an absolute face without fault, as I have often observed. Not in the face alone is this defect or disproportion to be found, but in all the other parts of body and mind. She is fair indeed, but foolish; pretty, comely, and decent, of a majestical presence, but peradventure imperious, dishonest, acerba, iniqua, self-willed. She is rich, but deformed; hath a sweet face, but bad carriage, no bringing up, a rude and wanton flirt. A neat body she hath, but it is a nasty queen otherwise, a very slut of a bad kind. As flowers in a garden have colour some, but no smell, others have a fragrant smell, but are unseemly to the eye. One is unsavoury to the taste as rue, as bitter as wormwood, and yet a most medicinal, cordial flower, most acceptable to the stomach. So are men and women. One is well qualified, but of ill proportion, poor and base. A good eye she hath, but a bad hand and foot. Fede pedes et fede manus. A fine leg, bad teeth, a vast body, etc. Examine all parts of body and mind, I advise thee to inquire of all. See her angry, merry, laugh, weep, hot, cold, sick, sullen, dressed, undressed, in all attires, sights, gestures, passions, eat her meals, etc. And in some of these you will surely dislike. Yea, not her only let him observe, but her parents, how they carry themselves. For what deformities, defects, encumbrances of body or mind be in them at such an age, they will likely be subject to, be molested in like manner, they will patrizare or matrizare, and withal let him take notice of her companions, in convictu, as Civerac prescribes, et quibuscum conversetur, whom she converseth with. Noscitur ex comite, qui non cognoscitur ex se. According to Thucydides, she is commonly the best, de quo minimus foras habetur sermo, that is least talked of abroad. For if she be a noted reveller, a gadder, a singer, a pranker or dancer, then take heed of her. For what saith Theocritus? At vos festivae ne saltate puellae, en malus hierus adest in vos saltare paratus. Young men will do it when they come to it. Fauns and satyrs will certainly play reeks when they come in such wanton Baccho's or Eleanora's presence. Now, when they shall perceive any such obliquity, indecency, disproportion, deformity, bad conditions, etc., let them still ruminate on that, and as Haedus adviseth out of Ovid, earum mendas notent, note their faults, vices, errors, and think of their imperfections. 'Tis the next way to divert and mitigate love's furious headstrong passions. As a peacock's feet and filthy comb, they say, make him forget his fine feathers and pride of his tail. She is lovely, fair, well favoured, well qualified, courteous and kind. But if she be not so to me, what care I how kind she be? I say with Philostratus, formosa aliis mihi superba. She is a tyrant to me, and so let her go. Besides these outward knaves or open faults, errors, there may be many inward infirmities, secret, some private, which I will omit, and some more common to the sex, sullen fits, evil qualities, filthy diseases, in this case fit to be considered. Consideratio feditatis mulierum, menstruae imprimis, quam immundae sunt, quam Savanarola proponit regula septima penitus observandam, et Platina Dialogus amoris fuse perstringit, Lodovicus Bonaxialus, Petrus Haedus, Albertus et infinifere medici. A lover in Calcagninus's Apologies wished with all his heart he were his mistress's ring, to hear, embrace, see, and do I know not what. O thou fool, quoth the ring, if thou werst in my room, thou shouldst hear, observe, and see, pudenda et poenitenda, that which would make thee loathe and hate her, yea, peradventure, all women, for her sake. I will say nothing of the vices of their minds, their pride, envy, inconstancy, weakness, malice, self-will, lightness, insatiable lust, jealousy. Ecclesiasticus 5:14. No malice to a woman's, no bitterness like to hers. Ecclesiastes 7:21. And as the same author urgeth, Proverbs 31:10, who shall find a virtuous woman? He makes a question of it. Neque jus, neque bonum, neque aequum sciunt, melius, peius, prosit, opsit, nihil vident, nisi quod libido suggerit. They know neither good nor bad, be it better or worse, as the comical poet hath it, beneficial or hurtful, they will do what they list. Insidiae humani generis queremonia vitae, exuviae noctis, durissima cura diei, poena virum, nex et juvenum, etc. And to that purpose were they first made, as Jupiter insinuates in the poet. The fire that bold Prometheus stole from me, with plagues called women shall revenged be, on whose alluring and enticing face poor mortals doting shall their death embrace. In fine, as Diogenes concludes in Nevisanus, nulla est femina quae non habeat quid, they have all their faults. Every each of them hath some vices, if one be full of villainy, another hath a liquorish eye, if one be full of wantonness, another is a chideress. When Leander was drowned, the inhabitants of Sestos consecrated Hero's lantern to Anteros, Anteroti sacrum, and he that had good success in his love should light the candle. But never any man was found to light it, which I can refer to naught but the inconstancy and lightness of women. For in 1,000 good there is not one. All be so proud, unthankful, and unkind, with flinty hearts, careless of others' moan, in their own lusts carried most headlong blind, but more herein to speak I am forbidden. Sometimes for speaking truth one may be chidden. I am not willing, you see, to prosecute the cause against them, and therefore take heed you mistake me not. Matronam nullam ego tango. I honour the sex with all good men, and as I ought to do, rather than displease them, I will voluntarily take the oath which Mercurius Britannicus took. Me nihil unquam mali nobilissimo sexui, vel verbo, vel facto machinaturum, etc. Let Simonides, Mantuan, Platina, Petrus Aretine, and such women haters bear the blame, if aught be said amiss. I have not writ a tenth of that which might be urged out of them and others. Non possunt invectivae omnes et satirae in feminas scriptae uno volumine comprehendi. And that which I have said, to speak truth, no more concerns them than men, though women be more frequently named in this tract. To apologize once for all, I am neither partial against them, or therefore bitter. What is said of the one, mutato nomine, may most part be understood of the other. My words are like Passus's picture in Lucian, of whom, when a good fellow had bespoke a horse to be painted with his heels upwards, tumbling on his back, he made him passant. Now when the fellow came for his piece, he was very angry, and said it was quite opposite to his mind. But Passus instantly turned the picture upside down, showed him the horse at that sight which he requested, and so gave him satisfaction. If any man take exception at my words, let him alter the name, read him for her, and 'tis all one in effect. Section 24 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3, by Robert Burton. Section 24. Partition 3, Section 2, Member 5, Subsection 3, Part 2. But to my purpose, if women in general be so bad, and men worse than they, what a hazard is it to marry? Where shall a man find a good wife, or a woman a good husband? A woman a man may eschew, but not a wife. Wedding is undoing, some say, marrying marring, wooing woeing. A wife is a fever hectic, as Scaliger calls her, and not be cured but by death. As out of Menander, Athenaeus adds, In Pelapros te jacis negotiorum, non Libium non Aegeum, ubi extriginta non pereunt tria navigia. Duceos uxorem servatur prorsus nemo. Thou wadest into a sea itself of woes. In Libya and Aegean each man knows, of 30 not 3 ships are cast away, but on this rock not one escapes, I say. The worldly cares, miseries, discontents that accompany marriage, I pray you learn of them that have experience, for I have none. Paedas ego logus egensamen, libri mentis liberi. For my part, I'll dissemble with him, este procul nymphae, fallax genus este puellae, vita jugata meo non facit ingenio, me juvat, etc. Many married men exclaim at the miseries of it, and rail at wives downright. I never tried, but as I hear some of them say, mare haud mare, vos mare acerrimum, an Irish sea is not so turbulent and raging as a litigious wife. Scylla et Charybdis sicula contorquens freta, minus est timenda, nulla non melior fere est. Scylla and Charybdis are less dangerous. There is no beast that is so noxious. Which made the devil belike, as most interpreters hold, when he had taken away Job's goods, corporis et fortunae bona, health, children, friends, to persecute him the more, leave his wicked wife. As Pineda proves out of Tertullian, Cyprian, Austin, Chrysostom, Prosper, Gaudentius, etc. Ut novum calamitatis inde genus viro existeret, to vex and gall him worse, quam totus infernus, than all the fiends in hell, as knowing the conditions of a bad woman. Jupiter non tribuit homini pestilentius malum, saith Simonides. Better dwell with a dragon or a lion than keep house with a wicked wife. Ecclesiasticus 25:18. Better dwell in a wilderness. Proverba 21:19. No wickedness like to her. Ecclesiasticus 25:22. She makes a sorry heart, an heavy countenance, a wounded mind, weak hands, and feeble knees. Verse 25. A woman and death are two the bitterest things in the world. Uxor mihi ducenda est hodie, id mihi visus est dicere, abidomum et suspende te. Terence, Andria, 1:5. And yet for all this we bachelors desire to be married. With that vestal virgin we long for it. Felices nuptae, moriar nisi nubere dulce est. 'Tis the sweetest thing in the world. I would I had a wife, saith he, for fain would I leave a single life, if I could get me a good wife. Heigh ho for a husband, cries she. A bad husband, nay, the worst that ever was, is better than none. O blissful marriage! O most welcome marriage! And happy are they that are so coupled. We do earnestly seek it, and are never well till we have effected it. But with what fate? Like those birds in the emblem, that fed about a cage so long as they could fly away at their pleasure, liked well of it. But when they were taken and might not get loose, though they had the same meat, pined away for sullenness, and would not eat. So we commend marriage. Donec miselli liberi, aspicmis dominam, sed postquam hio janua clausa est, fel intus est quod mel fuit. So long as we are wooers, may kiss and call at our pleasure, nothing is so sweet, we are in heaven, as we think. But when we are once tied and have lost our liberty, marriage is an hell. Give me my yellow hose again. A mouse in a trap lives as merrily. We are in a purgatory, some of us, if not hell itself. Dulce bellum inexpertis. As the proverb is, 'tis fine talking of war, and marriage sweet in contemplation, till it be tried. And then as wars are most dangerous, irksome, every minute at death's door, so is, etc. When those wild Irish peers, saith Stanihurst, were feasted by King Henry II, at what time he kept his Christmas at Dublin, and had tasted of his prince-like cheer, generous wines, dainty fare, had seen his massy plate of silver, gold, enamelled beset with jewels, golden candlesticks, goodly rich hangings, brave furniture, heard his trumpets sound, fifes, drums, and his exquisite music in all kinds, when they had observed his majestical presence, as he sat in purple robes, crowned with his sceptre, etc., in his royal seat, the poor men were so amazed, enamoured, and taken with the object, that they were per taesi domestici et pristini tirotarchi, as weary and ashamed of their own sordidity and manner of life. They would all be English forthwith, who but English? But when they had now submitted themselves and lost their former liberty, they began to rebel, some of them, others repent of what they had done, when it was too late. 'Tis so with us bachelors, when we see and behold those sweet faces, those gaudy shows that women make, observe their pleasant gestures and graces, give ear to their siren tunes, see them dance, etc. We think their conditions are as fine as their faces. We are taken with dumb signs, in amplexum ruimus. We rave, we burn, and would fain be married. But when we feel the miseries, cares, woes that accompany it, we make our moan, many of us, cry out at length, and cannot be released. If this be true now, as some out of experience will inform us, farewell wiving for my part, and as the comical poet merrily saith, perdatur ille pessime qui feminam duxit secundus, nam nihil primo imprecor, ignarus ut puto mali primus fuit. Foul fall him that brought the second match to pass. The first I wish no harm, poor man, alas! He knew not what he did, nor what it was. What shall I say to him that marries again and again? Stulta maritali qui porigit ora capistro. I pity him not. For the first time he must do as he may, bear it out sometimes by the head and shoulders, and let his next neighbour ride, or else run away, or as that Syracusian in a tempest, when all ponderous things were to be exonerated out of the ship, quia maximum pondus erat, fling his wife into the sea. But this I confess is comically spoken, and so I pray you take it. In sober sadness, marriage is a bondage, a thraldom, a yoke, a hindrance to all good enterprises. He hath married a wife and cannot come. A stop to all preferments, a rock on which many are saved, many impinge and are cast away. Not that the thing is evil in itself or troublesome, but full of all contentment and happiness, one of the three things which please God, when a man and his wife agree together, an honourable and happy estate, who knows it not? If they be sober, wise, honest, as the poet infers, si commodos nanciscantur amores, nullum iis abes voluptatis genus. If fitly matched be man and wife, no pleasures wanting to their life. But to undiscreet sensual persons, that as brutes are wholly led by sense, it is a feral plague, many times a hell itself, and can give little or no content, being that they are often so irregular and prodigious in their lusts, so diverse in their affections. Uxor nomen dignitatis non voluptatis, as he said, a wife is a name of honour, not of pleasure. She is fit to bear the office, govern a family, to bring up children, sit at a board's end and carve, as some carnal men think and say. They had rather go to the stews, or have now and then a snatch as they can come by it, borrow of their neighbours, than have wives of their own. Except they may, as some princes and great men do, keep as many courtesans as they will themselves, fly out, impune, per mollere uxores alienas. That polygamy of Turks, lex Julia, which Caesar once enforced in Rome, though Levinus Torrentius and others suspect it, uti uxores quod est quas velent liceret, that every great man might marry and keep as many wives as he would, or Irish divorcement were in use. But as it is, 'tis hard and gives not that satisfaction to these carnal men, beastly men, as too many are. What still the same to be tied to one, be she never so fair, never so virtuous, is a thing they may not endure, to love one long. Say thy pleasure, and counterfeit as thou wilt, as Parmeno told Thais, neque tu uno eris contenta. One man will never please thee, nor one woman many men. But as Pan replied to his father Mercury, when he asked whether he was married, Nequaquam pater, amator enim sum, etc. No, father, no, I am a lover still, and cannot be contented with one woman. Pythius, Echo, Menades, and I know not how many besides, were his mistresses, he might not abide marriage. Varietas delectat, 'tis loathsome and tedious. What one still? Which the satirist said of Iberina is verified in most. Unus Iberinae vir sufficit? Ocius illud extorquibus ut haec oculo contentasit uno. 'Tis not one man will serve her by her will, as soon she'll have one eye as one man still. As capable of any impression as materia prima itself, that still desires new forms, like the sea their affections ebb and flow. Husband is a cloak for some to hide their villainy. Once married, she may fly out at her pleasure. The name of husband is a sanctuary to make all good. Eo ventum, saith Seneca, ut nulla virum habeat, nisi ut irritet adulterum. They are right and straight, as true Trojans as mine host's daughter, that Spanish wench in Ariosto, as good wives as Messalina. Many men are as constant in their choice, and as good husbands as Nero himself. They must have their pleasure of all they see, and are, in a word, far more fickle than any woman. For either they be full of jealousy, or masterful, or loven novelty. Good men have often ill wives, as bad as Xanthippe was to Socrates, Elvora to St. Louis, Isabella to our Edward II. And good wives are as often matched to ill husbands, as Mariamne to Herod, Serena to Diocletian, Theodora to Theophilus, and Tyra to Gurmunde. But I will say nothing of dissolute and bad husbands, of bachelors and their vices. Their good qualities are a fitter subject for a just volume, too well known already in every village, town, and city, they need no blazon. And lest I should mar any matches, or dishearten loving maids, for this present I will let them pass. Being that men and women are so irreligious, depraved by nature, so wandering in their affections, so brutish, so subject to disagreement, so unobservant of marriage rites, what shall I say? If thou beest such a one, or thou light on such a wife, what concord can there be, what hope of agreement? 'Tis not conjugium, but conjurgium, as the reed and fern in the emblem, averse and opposite in nature. 'Tis 20 to 1 thou wilt not marry to thy contentment. But as in a lottery 40 blanks were drawn commonly for one prize, out of a multitude you shall hardly choose a good one. A small ease hence then, little comfort. Nec integrum unquam transiges laetus diem. If he or she be such a one, thou hadst much better be alone. If she be barren, she is not, etc. If she have children, and thy state be not good, though thou be wary and circumspect, thy charge will undo thee. Fecunda domum tibi prole gravabit. Thou wilt not be able to bring them up. And what greater misery can there be than to beget children, to whom thou canst leave no other inheritance but hunger and thirst? Cum fames dominatur, strident voces rogantium panem, penetrantes patris cor. What so grievous as to turn them up to the wide world to shift for themselves? No plague like to want. And when thou hast good means, and art very careful of their education, they will not be ruled. Think but of that old proverb, Heroon tecna pemata, heroum filii noxae. Great men's sons seldom do well. O utinam aut celebs mansissem, aut prole careram. Would that I had either remained single, or not had children, Augustus exclaims in Suetonius. Jacob had his Reuben, Simeon, and Levi; David an Amnon, an Absalom, Adoniah. Wise men's sons are commonly fools, insomuch that Spartian concludes, Neminem prope magnorum virorum optimum et utilem reliquisse filium. They had been much better to have been childless. 'Tis too common in the middle sort. Thy son's a drunkard, a gamester, a spendthrift; thy daughter a fool, a whore; thy servants lazy drones and thieves; thy neighbours devils; they will make thee weary of thy life. If thy wife be froward when she may not have her will, thou hadst better be buried alive. She will be so impatient, raving still, and roaring like Juno in the tragedy, there's nothing but tempests, all is in an uproar. If she be soft and foolish, thou wert better have a block, she will shame thee and reveal thy secrets. If wise and learned, well qualified, there is as much danger on the other side. Mulierem doctam ducere periculosissimum, saith Nevisanus. She will be too insolent and peevish. Malo Venusinam quam te Cornelia mater. Take heed, if she be a slut, thou wilt loathe her. If proud, she'll beggar thee, so she'll spend thy patrimony in baubles, all Arabia will not serve to perfume her hair, saith Lucian. If fair and wanton, she'll make thee a cornuto. If deformed, she will paint. If her face be filthy by nature, she will mend it by art. Alienis et adscitiis imposturis, which who can endure? If she do not paint, she will look so filthy thou canst not love her, and that peradventure will make thee dishonest. Cromerus, Book 12, Histories, relates of Casimirus, that he was unchaste, because his wife Aleida, the daughter of Henry, Landgrave of Hesse, was so deformed. If she be poor, she brings beggary with her, saith Nevisanus, misery and discontent. If you marry a maid, it is uncertain how she proves. Haec forsan veniet non satis apta tibi. If young, she is likely wanton and untaught; if lusty, too lascivious; and if she be not satisfied, you know where and when. Nil nisi Jurgia. All is in an uproar, and there is little quietness to be had. If an old maid, 'tis a hazard she dies in childbed. If a rich widow, induces te in laqueum, thou dost halter thyself, she will make all away beforehand to her other children, &c. Dominam quis possit ferre tonantem? She will hit thee still in the teeth with her first husband. If a young widow, she is often insatiable and immodest. If she be rich, well descended, bring a great dowry, or be nobly allied, thy wife's friends will eat thee out of house and home, dives ruinam aedibus inducit. She will be so proud, so high-minded, so imperious. For nihil est magis intolerabile dite. There is nothing so intolerable, thou shalt be as the tassel of a goshawk. She will ride upon thee, domineer as she list, wear the breeches in her oligarchical government, and beggar thee besides. Uxores divites servitutem exigunt, as Seneca hits them, Declamations, Book 2, Declamation 6. Dotum accepi imperium perdidi. They will have sovereignty, pro conjuge dominam arcesis. They will have attendants. They will do what they list. In taking a dowry thou losest thy liberty. Dos intrat, libertas exit. Hazardest thine estate. Hae sunt atque aliae multae in magnis dotibus, in commoditates sumptusque intolerabiles, &c. With many such inconveniences. say the best, she is a commanding servant. Thou hadst better have taken a good housewife maid in her smock. Since then there is such hazard, if thou be wise, keep thyself as thou art. 'Tis good to match, much better to be free. Procreare liberos lepidissimum, Hercle vero liberum esse, id multo est lepidius. Art thou young, then match not yet; if old, match not at all. Vis juvenis nubere? Non dum venit tempus, ingravescente aetate jam tempus praeteriit. And therefore with that philosopher still make answer to thy friends that importune thee to marry, ad huc impentestivum, 'tis yet unseasonable, and ever will be. Consider withal how free, how happy, how secure, how heavenly in respect a single man is, as he said in the comedy, et isti quod fortunatum esse autumant, uxorem nunquam habui. And that which all my neighbours admire and applaud me for, account so great a happiness, I never had a wife. Consider how contentedly, quietly, neatly, plentifully, sweetly, and how merrily he lives. He hath no man to care for but himself, none to please, no charge, none to control him, is tied to no residence, no cure to serve, may go and come when, whither, live where he will, his own master, and do what he list himself. Consider the excellency of virgins. Virgo caelum meruit, marriage replenisheth the earth, but virginity paradise. Elias, Eliseus, John Baptist were bachelors. Virginity is a precious jewel, a fair garland, a never fading flower. For why was Daphne turned to a green bay tree, but to show that virginity is immortal? Ut flos in septis secretus nascitur hortis, ignotus pecori, nullo contusus aratro, quam mulcent aurae, firmat sol, educat imber, etc. Sic Virgo dum intacta manet, dum cara suis, sed cum castum amisit, etc. Virginity is a fine picture, as Bonaventure calls it, a blessed thing in itself, and if you will believe a papist, meritorious. And although there be some inconveniences, irksomeness, solitariness, etc., incident to such persons, want of those comforts, quae aegro assideat et curet aegrotum, fomentum paret, roget medicum, etc., embracing, dalliance, kissing, culling, etc., those furious motives and wanton pleasures a new married wife most part enjoys, yet they are but toys in respect, easily to be endured, if conferred to those frequent encumbrances of marriage. Solitariness may be otherwise avoided with mirth, music, good company, business, employment; in a word, gaudebit minus et minus dolebit. For their good nights he shall have good days. And methinks, some time or other, amongst so many rich bachelors, a benefactor should be found to build a monastical college for old, decayed, deformed, or discontented maids to live together in, that have lost their first loves, or otherwise miscarried, or else are willing howsoever to lead a single life. The rest, I say, are toys in respect, and sufficiently recompensed by those innumerable contents and incomparable privileges of virginity. Think of these things, confer both lives, and consider last of all these commodious prerogatives a bachelor hath, how well he is esteemed, how heartily welcome to all his friends, quam mentitis obsequiis, as Tertullian observes, with what counterfeit courtesies they will adore him, follow him, present him with gifts, humatis donis. It cannot be believed, saith Ammianus, with what humble service he shall be worshipped, how loved and respected. If he want children, and have means, he shall be often invited, attended on by princes, and have advocates to plead his cause for nothing, as Plutarch adds. Wilt thou then be reverenced and had in estimation? Dominus tamen et domini rex, si tu vis fieri, nullus tibi parvulus aula, lucerit Aeneas, nec filia dulcior illa? Jucundum et carum steriles facit uxor amicum. Live a single man, marry not, and thou shalt soon perceive how those Haeredipetae, for so they were called of old, will seek after thee, bribe and flatter thee for thy favour, to be thine heir or executor. Aruntius and Aterius, those famous parasites in this kind, as Tacitus and Seneca have recorded, shall not go beyond them. Periplectomenes, that good personate old man, delicium senis, well understood this in Plautus. For when Pleusides exhorted him to marry that he might have children of his own, he readily replied in this sort: Quando habeo multos cognatos quid opus mihi sit liberis, nunc bene vivo et fortunate atque animo ut lubet. Mea bona mea morte cognatis dicam interpartiant, illi apud me edunt, me curant, visunt quid agam ec quid velim, qui mihi mittunt munera ad prandium, ad canem vocant. Whilst I have kin, what need I brats to have? Now I live well, and as I will, most brave. And when I die, my goods I'll give away to them that do invite me every day, that visit me and send me pretty toys, and strive who shall do me most courtesies. This respect thou shalt have in like manner, living as he did, a single man. But if thou marry once, cogitato in omni vita te servum fore, bethink thyself what a slavery it is, what a heavy burden thou shalt undertake, how hard a task thou art tied to. For as Hierome hath it, qui uxorem habet debitor est, et uxoris servus alligatus. And how continue it? What squalor attends it? What irksomeness? What charges? For wife and children are a perpetual bill of charges, beside a myriad of cares, miseries, and troubles. For as that comical Plautus merrily and truly said, he that wants trouble must get to be master of a ship, or marry a wife. And as another seconds him, wife and children have undone me, so many and such infinite encumbrances accompany this kind of life. Furthermore, uxor intumuit, etc., or as he said in the comedy, duxi uxorem, quam ibi miseriam vidi, nati filii alea cura. All gifts and invitations cease, no friend will esteem thee, and thou shalt be compelled to lament thy misery, and make thy moan with Bartholomeus Schereus, that famous poet laureate and professor of Hebrew in Wittenberg. I had finished this work long since, but that inter alia dura et tristia quae misero mihi penetericum fregerunt, I use his own words, amongst many miseries which almost broke my back, Suzugia op xantipismum, a shrew to my wife tormented my mind above measure and beyond the rest. So shalt thou be compelled to complain, and to cry out at last, with Phoroneus the lawyer, how happy had I been if I had wanted a wife. If this which I have said will not suffice, see more in Lemnius, Book 4, Chapter 13, De occulta natura miracula, Espincaius de continentia, Book 6, Chapter 8, Kornmann de virginitate, Platina in amores dialogus practica artis amandi, Barbarus de re uxoria, Arnesius in Politicae, Chapter 3, and him that is instar omnium, Nevisanus the lawyer, Silva nuptial, almost in every page.
Section 25, The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by April Gonzalez. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3, by Robert Burton. Section 25. Partition 3, Section 2, Member 5, Subsection 4. Philters, magical and poetical cures. Where persuasions and other remedies will not take place, man who flies to unlawful means, philters, amulets, magic spells, ligatures, characters, charms, which are so worn with the spare vacilis, so made and caused, must so be cured. If forced by spells and philters, saith Paracelsus, it must be eased by characters, and by incantations. Fernelius, Skenkius, Book 4, Observationes Medicae, had some examples of such have been so magically caused, and magically cured, and by witchcraft, so saith Baptista Codroncus, Book 3, Chapter 9, De Morbis, Venereis, Malius Maleficarum, Chapter 6. 'Tis not permitted to be done. I confess, yet often attempted. See more Wierus, Book 3, Chapter 18, Del Rio, Cardan, Book 16, Chapter 90, recounts that many magnetical medicines as to pass through a ring, etc. Miseldus Centuria, 3:30, Baptista Porta, Jason Pratensis, Labellius, Matthiolus, etc. prescribe many absurd remedies. Radix mandragora ebibitae, annuli ex ungulis asini, Hystericus amatai sub cervical, positum, illa nesciente, etc. Cum odorem feditati sentit, amor solvitur, noctue o cum abstemius facit comestum, ex concilio jarte, indorum gymnosophiste, apud philostratum, liber 3. Sanguis amatiae, ebibitus omnem amoris. Sensum tolit, Faustina Marci Aureli uxorem, latiatoris amore captam. Ita penitus concilio Chaldiorum liberatam, refert Julius Capitolinus. Some of our astrologers will affect as much by characteristical images, ex sigilis hermetis, Salomonis, Cailis, etc. Mulieris imago habentis, crines parsos, etc. Our old poets and fantastical writers have many fabulous remedies for such a lovesick, as that of Protesilaus Tromb in Philostratus, in his dialogue with the Phoenix and Venator. Venator, upon occasion discoursing with the rare virtues of that shrine, telleth him that Protesilaus' altar and tomb cures almost all manner of diseases, consumptions, dropsies, cotton agues, sore eyes, and amongst the rest, such as the lovesick shall there be helped. But the most famous is Leucata Petra, that renowned rock in Greece, of which Strabo writes, Geographiae Liberten. Not far from St. Maurus it stands, Book 1. If any lover flung himself down headlong, he was instantly cured. Venus after the death of Adonis, when she could take no rest for love, cum visanas toreret flamma medullas, came to the temple of Apollo to know what she should do to be eased of her pain. Apollo sent her to Leucata Petra, where she precipitated herself, and was forthwith freed. And when she would needs know of him a reason of it, he told her again, that he had observed Jupiter, when he was enamoured by Juno, Tithra to go east and wash himself, and after divers others. Cephalus for the love of Protella, Tigonettus' daughter leaped down here, that lesbian Sappho, for found, on whom she miserably doted. Cupidinis aesro persita is sumo preseps ruit, hoping thus to ease herself, and to be freed of her love pangs. Hic sed Deucalion pereso sensus amore, mersit et eliso corpore presit aquas, nec mora, fugit amor, etc. Hither Deucalion came, when Pyrrha's love tormented him, and leapt down to the sea, and had no harm at all, but by and by his love was gone and chase caught away. This medicine Josephus Scaliger speaks of, Ausoniarum Lectionum, Book 18, Salmos and other writers. Pliny reports that amongst the Cyzeni there is a well consecrated to Cupid, of which at any lover taste, his passion is mitigated, and Anthony Vedurius saith, that amongst the ancients there was Amor Lethis. He took burning torches, and extinguished them in river. His statue was to be seen in the temple of Venus Eleusina, of which Ovid makes mention, and said that all lovers of old went thither to pilgrimage, who would be rid of their love pangs. Pausanias, in Phocicis, writes of a temple dedicated Venerii in Spelunca, to Venus in the vault, at Naupactus in Achaia, near Lepanto, in which your widows that would have second husbands made their supplications to the goddess. All manner of sins concerning lovers were commenced, and their grievances helped. The same author, in Achaesis, tells as much of the river Senelus in Greece. If any lover wash himself in it, by secret virtue of that water, by reason of extreme coldness belike, he was healed of love's torments. Amoris vulnus idem qui sanat facit, which if it be so, that water, as he holds, is omne auro pretiosior, better than any gold. When none of these remedies will take place, I know no other that all lovers must make a head and rubble, as they did in Ausonius, and crucify Cupid till he grant the request, or satisfy the desire.
Section 26 of The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anna Simon. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3, by Robert Burton. Section 26. Partition 3, Section 2, Member 5, Subsection 5, Part 1. The last and best cure of love melancholy is to let them have their desire. The last refuge and surest remedy to be put in practice in the utmost place, when no other means will take effect, is to let them go together and enjoy one another. Potissima cura est ut heros amasia sua potiatur, saith Guianerius, Capitum 15, Tractum 15. Aesculapius himself to this malady cannot invent a better remedy, quam ut amanti cedat amatum, Jason Pratensis, than that a lover has his desire. Et pariter torulo bini jungantur in uno, et pulchro detur Aeneae Lavinia conjux. And let them both be joined in a bed, and let Aeneas fair Lavinia wed. 'Tis the special cure, to let them bleed in vena haemanchea, for love is a pleurisy, and if it be possible, so let it be. Optataque gaudia carpant. Arculanus holds it the speediest and the best cure, 'tis Savonarola's last precept, a principal infallible remedy, the last, sole, and safest refuge. Julia sola poles nostras extinguere flammas, non nive, nun glaciae, sed potes igne pari. Julia alone can quench my desire, with neither ice nor snow, but with like fire. When you have all done, saith Avicenna, there is no speedier or safer course than to join the parties together according to their desires and wishes, the custom and form of law, and so we have seen him quickly restored to his former health, that was languished away to skin and bones. After his desire was satisfied, his discontent ceased, and we thought it strange. Our opinion is therefore that in such cases nature is to be obeyed. Aretius, an old author, Book 3, Chapter 3, had an instance of a young man, when no other means could prevail, was so speedily relieved. What remains then but to join them in marriage? Tunc et basia morsiunculasque surreptim dare mutios fovere amplexus licet et licet iucari. They may then kiss and call, lie and look babies in one another's eyes, as ere sires before them did. They may then satiate themselves with love's pleasures, which they have so long wished and expected. Atque unas simul in toro quiescant, conjuncto simul ore suvientur, et somnos agitent quiete in una. Yea, but hic labor hoc opus, this cannot conveniently be done, by reason of many and several impediments. Sometimes both parties themselves are not agreed. Parents, tutors, masters, guardians will not give consent. Laws, customs, statutes hinder, poverty, superstition, fear and suspicion. Many men dote on one woman, semel et simul, she dotes as much on him or them, and in modesty must not, cannot woo, as unwilling to confess as willing to love. She dare not make it known, show her affection or speak her mind, and hard is the choice, as it is in Euphues, when one is compelled either by silence to die with grief, or by speaking to live with shame. In this case almost was the fair Lady Elizabeth, Edward IV, his daughter, when she was enamoured on Henry VII, that noble young prince and new saluted king, when she broke forth into that passionate speech, "O that I were worthy of that comely prince, but my father being dead, I want friends to motion such a matter. What shall I say? I am all alone, and dare not open my mind to any. What if I acquaint my mother with it? Bashfulness forbids. What if some of the lords? Audacity wants. Oh, that I might but confer with him, perhaps in discourse I might slip such a word that might discover mine intention. How many modest maids may this concern? I am a poor servant, what shall I do? I am a fatherless child, and want means. I am blithe and buxom, young and lusty, but I have never a suitor. Expectant stolidi ut ego illos rogatum veniam, as she said. A company of silly fellows look belike that I should woo them and speak first. Fain they would, and cannot woo. Quae primum exordia sumam. Being merely passive, they may not make suit, with many such lets and inconveniences, which I know not. What shall we do in such a case? Sing fortune my foe? Some are so curious in this behalf, as those old Romans, our modern Venetians, Dutch and French, that if two parties clearly love, the one noble, the other ignoble, they may not by their laws match, though equal otherwise in years, fortunes, education, and all good affection. In Germany, except they can prove their gentility by 3 descents, they scorn to match with them. A nobleman must marry a noble woman, a baron a baron's daughter, a knight a knight's, a gentleman a gentleman's. As slaters sort their slates, do they degrees and families. If she be never so rich, fair, well qualified otherwise, they will make him forsake her. The Spaniards abhor all widows, the Turks repute them old women, if past 25. But these are too severe laws and strict customs. Dandum aliquid amori. We are all the sons of Adam. 'Tis opposite to nature, it ought not to be so. Again, he loves her most impotently, she loves not him, and so e contra. Pan loved Echo, Echo Satyrus, Satyrus Lyda. Quantum ipsorum aliquis amantem oderat, tantum ipsius amans odiosus erat. They love and loathe of all sorts, he loves her, she hates him, and is loathed of him on whom she dotes. Cupid hath 2 darts, one to force love, all of gold, and that sharp, quod facet auratum est, another blunt of lead, and that to hinder. Fugat hoc, facet elut amorem. This dispels, that creates love. This we see too often verified in our common experience. Croesus dearly loved that virgin Calirrhoe, but the more he loved her, the more she hated him. Oenone loved Paris, but he rejected her. They are stiff of all sides, as if beauty were therefore created to undo, or be undone. I give her all attendance, all observance, I pray and entreat. Alma precor miserere mei, fair mistress pity me, I spend myself, my time, friends and fortunes, to win her favour, as he complains in Eclogue. I lament, sigh, weep, and make my moan to her, but she is hard as flint. Cautibus is Mariis immotior. As fair and hard as a diamond, she will not respect. Despectus tibi sum. Or hear me, fugit illa vocantem, nil lacrimas miserata meas, nil flexa querelles. What shall I do? I wooed her as a young man should do. But, sir, she said, I love not you. Duriorat scopulis mea coelia, marmore, ferro, robore, rupe, antro, cornu, adamante, gelu. Rock, marble, heart of oak with iron barred, frost, flint, or adamants are not so hard. I give, I bribe, I send presents, but they are refused. Rusticus est corridon, nec munera curat Alexis. I protest, I swear, I weep. Odioque rependit amores, erisu lacrimas. She neglects me for all this, she derides me, contemns me, she hates me. Phillida flouts me. Caute, feris, quercu durior Euridice, stiff, churlish, rocky still. And 'tis most true, many gentlewomen are so nice, they scorn all suitors, crucify their poor paramours, and think nobody good enough for them, as dainty to please as Daphne herself. Multi illum petiere, illa aspernate petentes, nec quid hymen, quid amor, quid sint connubia curat. Many did woo her, but she scorned them still, and said she would not marry by her will. One while they will not marry, as they say at least, when as they intend nothing less. Another while not yet, when 'tis their only desire, they rave upon it. She will marry at last, but not him. He is a proper man indeed, and well qualified, but he wants means. Another of her suitors hath good means, but he wants wit. One is too old, another too young, too deformed, she likes not his carriage. A third too loosely given. He is rich, but base born. She will be a gentlewoman, a lady, as her sister is, as her mother is. She is all out as fair, as well brought up, hath as good a portion, and she looks for as good a match as Matilda or Dorinda. If not, she is resolved as yet to tarry, so apt are young maids to boggle at every object, so soon won or lost with every toy, so quickly diverted, so hard to be pleased. In the meantime, quod torsit amantis, one suitor pines away, languisheth in love, mori quod denique cogit, another sighs and grieves, she cares not, and which Sirosa objected to Ariadne. Nec magis aureali gemitu, lacrimisque moveris, quam prece turbati flectitur ora sati. Tu juvenem quo non formosior alter in urbe, spernis et insano cogis amore mori, is no more moved with those sad sighs and tears of her sweetheart than raging sea with prayers. Thou scorn'st the fairest youth in all our city, and makest him almost mad for love to die. They take a pride to prank up themselves, to make young men enamoured, captare viros et spernere capias, to dote on them, and to run mad for their sakes. Sed nullis illa movetur fletibus, aut voces ullas tractabilis audit. Whilst niggardly their favours they discover, they love to be beloved, yet scorn the lover. All suit and service is too little for them, presents too base. Tormentis gaudet amantis et spoliis. As Atalanta, they must be overrun or not won. Many young men are as obstinate and as curious in their choice, as tyrannically proud, insulting, deceitful, false-hearted, as irrefragable and peevish on the other side, Narcissus-like. Multi illum juvenis, multe petiere puellae, sed fuit in tenera tam dira superbia forma. Nulli illum juvenis, nullas petiere puellae. Young men and maids did to him sue, but in his youth so proud, so coy was he, young men and maids bade him adieu. Echo wept and wooed him by all means above the rest, love me for pity, or pity me for love, but he was obstinate. Ante ait emoriar, quam sit tibi copia nostri, he would rather die than give consent. Psyche ran whining after Cupid, formosum tua te Psyche formosa requirit, et poscit te diadem, purumque puella. Fair Cupid, thy fair Psyche to thee sues, a lovely lass a fine young gallant woos. But he rejected her nevertheless. Thus many lovers do hold out so long, doting on themselves, stand in their own light, till in the end they come to be scorned and rejected, as Stroza's Gargiliana was. Te juvenes te odere senes, desertaque langues, quae fueras procerum publica cura prius. Both young and old do hate thee scorned now, that once was all their joy and comfort too. As Narcissus was himself, who despising many, died ere he could enjoy the love of any. They begin to be contemned themselves of others, as he was of his shadow, and take up with a poor curate or an old serving-man at last, that might have had their choice of right good matches in their youth, like that generous mare in Plutarch, which would admit of none but great horses, but when her tail was cut off and mane shorn close, and she now saw herself so deformed in the water when she came to drink, ab asino conscendi se passa, she was contented at last to be covered by an ass. Yet this is a common humour, will not be left, and cannot be helped. Hanc volo quae non vult, illam quae vult ego nolo, vincere vult animos non satiare Venus. I love a maid, she loves me not, full fain, she would have me, but I not her again. So love to crucify men's souls is bent, but seldom doth it please or give consent. Their love danceth in a ring, and Cupid hunts them round about, he dotes, is doted on again. Dumque petit petitur, pariterque accedit et ardet. Their affection cannot be reconciled. Oftentimes they may and will not. 'Tis their own foolish proceedings that mars all. They are too distrustful of themselves, too soon dejected. Say she be rich, thou poor, she young, thou old, she lovely and fair, thou most ill-favoured and deformed, she noble, thou base, she spruce and fine, but thou an ugly clown. Nil desperandum, there's hope enough yet. Mopso nisa datur, quid non speremus amantes. Put thyself forward once more, as unlikely matches have been and are daily made, see what will be the event. Many leave roses and gather thistles, loathe honey and love verjuice. Our likings are as various as our palates. But commonly they omit opportunities, oscula qui sumpsit, etc. They neglect the usual means and times. He that will not when he may, when he will he shall have nay. They look to be wooed, sought after, and sued to. Most part they will and cannot, either for the above-named reasons, or for that there is a multitude of suitors equally enamoured, doting all alike, and where one alone must speed, what shall become of the rest? Hero was beloved of many, but one did enjoy her. Penelope had a company of suitors, yet all missed of their aim. In such cases he or they must wisely and warily unwind themselves, unsettle his affections by those rules above prescribed. Quin stultos excutit ignis, divert his cogitations, or else bravely bear it out, as Turnus did, to acit Lavinia conjux, when he could not get her, with a kind of heroical scorn he bid Aeneas take her, or with a milder farewell let her go. Et filida solus habito, take her to you, God give you joy, sir. The fox in the emblem would eat no grapes, but why? Because he could not get them. Care not then for that which may not be had. Many such inconveniences, lets, and hindrances there are, which cross their projects and crucify poor lovers, which sometimes may, sometimes again cannot be so easily removed. But put case they be reconciled all, agreed hitherto, suppose this love or good liking be between two alone, both parties well pleased, there is mutuus amor, mutual love and great affection, yet their parents, guardians, tutors, cannot agree, thence all is dashed, the match is unequal, one rich, another poor. Durus pater, a hard-hearted, unnatural, a covetous father, will not marry his son, except he have so much money, ita in aurum omnes insaniunt, as Chrysostom notes, nor join his daughter in marriage to save her dowry, or for that he cannot spare her for the service she doth him, and is resolved to part with nothing whilst he lives, not a penny, though he may peradventure well give it, he will not till he dies, and then as a pot of money broke, it is divided amongst them that gaped after it so earnestly. Or else he wants means to set her out, he hath no money, and though it be to the manifest prejudice of her body and soul's health, he cares not, he will take no notice of it, she must and shall tarry. Many slack and careless parents, iniqui patres, measure their children's affections by their own. They are now cold and decrepit themselves, past all such youthful conceits, and they will therefore starve their children's genus, have them a pueris illico nasci senes. They must not marry, nec earum affines esse rerum quas secum fert adolescentia, ex sua libidine moderator quae est nunc, non quae olim fuit. As he said in the comedy, they will stifle nature, their young bloods must not participate of youthful pleasures, but be as they are themselves, old on a sudden. And 'tis a general fault amongst most parents in bestowing of their children. The father wholly respects wealth, when through his folly, riot, indiscretion, he hath embezzled his estate. To recover himself, he confines and prostitutes his eldest son's love and affection to some fool or ancient or deformed piece for money. Fadaretae ducet filiam rufam illam virginem, caesiam sparso ore adunco naso. And though his son utterly dislike, with Clitipho in the comedy, non possum pater. If she be rich, ea, he replies, ad elegans est, credas animum ibi esse. He must and shall have her. She is fair enough, young enough. If he look or hope to inherit his lands, he shall marry, not when or whom he loves, arconidis huius filiam, but whom his father commands, when and where he likes. His affection must dance attendance upon him. His daughter is in the same predicament, forsooth, as an empty boat. She must carry what, where, when, and whom her father will. So that in these businesses the father is still for the best advantage. Now the mother respects good kindred, must part the son a proper woman. All which Livy exemplifies. A gentleman and a yeoman wooed a wench in Rome, contrary to that statute that the gentry and commonalty must not match together. The matter was controverted. The gentleman was preferred by the mother's voice, que quam splendissimis nuptiis jungi puellam volebat. The overseer stood for him that was most worth, etc. But parents ought not to be so strict in this behalf. Beauty is a dowry of itself all sufficient. Virgo formosa etsi opido pauper, abunde dotata est. Rachel was so married to Jacob, and Bonaventure, in 4 Cent, denies that he so much as venially sins, that marries a maid for comeliness of person. The Jews, Deuteronomus 21:11, if they saw amongst the captives a beautiful woman, some small circumstances observed, might take her to wife. They should not be too severe in that kind, especially if there be no such urgent occasion or grievous impediment. 'Tis good for commonwealth, Plato holds, that in their contracts young men should never avoid the affinity of poor folks, or seek after rich. Poverty and base parentage may be sufficiently recompensed by many other good qualities, modesty, virtue, religion, and choice bringing up. I am poor, I confess, but am I therefore contemptible, and an abject? Love itself is naked, the Graces, the stars, and Hercules clad in a lion's skin. Give something to virtue, love, wisdom, favour, beauty, person, be not all for money. Besides, you must consider that amor cogi non potest. Love cannot be compelled, they must affect as they may. Fatum est in partibus illis quas sinus abscondit, as the saying is. Marriage and hanging goes by destiny, matches are made in heaven. It lies not in our power to love or hate, for will in us is overruled by fate. A servant maid in Aristaenetus loved her mistress's minion, which when her dame perceived, furiosa emulatione, in a jealous humour, she dragged her about the house by the hair of the head, and vexed her sore. The wench cried out, O mistress, fortune hath made my body your servant, but not my soul. Affections are free, not to be commanded. Moreover, it may be to restrain their ambition, pride, and covetousness, to correct those hereditary diseases of a family, God in his just judgment assigns and permits such matches to be made. For I am of Plato and Bodine's mind, that families have their bounds and periods as well as kingdoms, beyond which for extent or continuance they shall not exceed 600 or 700 years, as they there illustrate by a multitude of examples, and which Peucer and Melanchthon approve, but in a perpetual tenor, as we see by many pedigrees of knights, gentlemen, yeomen, continue as they began, for many descents with little alteration. Howsoever let them, I say, give something to youth, to love, they must not think they can fancy whom they appoint. Amor enim non imperatur, affectus liber si quis alius et vices exigens. This is a free passion, as Pliny said in a panegyric of his, and may not be forced. Love craves liking, as the saying is. It requires mutual affections, a correspondency. Invito non datur nec aufertur. It may not be learned. Ovid himself cannot teach us how to love, Solomon describe, Apelles paint, or Helen express it. They must not therefore compel or intrude. Quis enim, as Fabius urgeth, amare alieno animo potest. But consider withal the miseries of enforced marriages, take pity upon youth, and such above the rest as have daughters to bestow should be very careful and provident to marry them in due time. Siracides, chapter 7, verse 25, calls it a weighty matter to perform, so to marry a daughter to a man of understanding in due time. Virgines enim tempestive locandae, as Lemnius admonisheth, Book 1, chapter 6. Virgins must be provided for in season to prevent many diseases, of which Rodericus a Castro de morbis mulierum, Book 2, chapter 3, and Lot Mercatus, Book 2, de mulier effect, chapter 4, de Melancholia Virginum et Viduarum, have both largely discoursed. And therefore, as well to avoid these feral maladies, 'tis good to get them husbands betimes, as to prevent some other gross inconveniences, and for a thing that I know besides. Ubi nuptiarum tempus et aetes advenerit, as Chrysostom adviseth, let them not defer it. They perchance will marry themselves else, or do worse. If Nevisanus the lawyer do not impose, they may do it by right, for as he proves out of Curtius and some other civilians, Sylvae, Book 2, number 30, a maid past 25 years of age, against her parents' consent, may marry such a one as is unworthy of and inferior to her, and her father by law must be compelled to give her a competent dowry. Mistake me not in the meantime, or think that I do apologize here for any headstrong, unruly, wanton flirts. I do approve that of St. Ambrose, commentary in Genesis 24:51, which he hath written touching Rebekah's spousals. A woman should give unto her parents the choice of her husband, lest she be reputed to be malapert and wanton, if she take upon her to make her own choice, for she should rather seem to be desired by a man than to desire a man herself. To those hard parents alone I retort that of Curtius, in the behalf of modester maids, that are too remiss and careless of their due time and riper years. For if they tarry longer, to say truth, they are past date, and nobody will respect them. A woman with us in Italy, says Aretine's Lucretia, 24 years of age, is old already, past the best, of no account. An old fellow, as Lysistrata confesseth in Aristophanes, etsi sit canus, cito puellam virginem ducat uxorem, and 'tis no news for an old fellow to marry a young wench, but as he follows it, mulieris brevis occasio est, etsi hoc non apprehenderit, nemo vult ducere uxorem, expectans vero sedet. Who cares for an old maid, she may set, etc. A virgin, as the poet holds, lasciva et petulans puella virgo, is like a flower, a rose withered on a sudden. Quam modo nascentem ritulus conspexit eus, hanc radiens sero vespere vidit anum. She that was erst a maid as fresh as May, is now an old crone, time so steals away. Let them take time then while they may, make advantage of youth, and as he prescribes, collige virgo rosas dum flos novus et nova pubes, et memor esto aevium, sic properare tuum. Fair maids, go gather roses in the prime, and think that as a flower so goes on time. Let's all love, dum vires annique sinunt, while we are in the flower of years, fit for love matters, and while time serves, for soles occidere et redire possunt, nobis cum semel occidit brevis lux, nox est perpetuo una dormienda. Suns that set may rise again, but if once we lose this light, 'tis with us perpetual night. Volat irrevocabile tempus, time past cannot be recalled, but we need no such exhortation, we are all commonly too forward. Yet if there be any escape, and all be not as it should, as Diogenes struck the father when the son swore, because he taught him no better, if a maid or young man miscarry, I think their parents oftentimes, guardians, overseers, governors, neque vos, saith Chrysostom, a supplicio immunes evaditis, si non statim ad nuptias, etc., are in as much fault and as severely to be punished as their children, in providing for them no sooner. Now for such as have free liberty to bestow themselves, I could wish that good counsel of the comical old man were put in practice. Opulentiores pauperiorum ut filias, in dotas dicant uxores domum, et multo fiat civitas concordior, et invidia nos minore utemur, quam utimur. That rich man would marry poor maidens some, and that without dowry, and so bring them home, so would much concord be in our city, less envy should we have, much more pity. If they would care less for wealth, and we should have much more content and quietness in a commonwealth. Beauty, good bringing up, methinks, is a sufficient portion of itself. Dos est sua forma puellis. Her beauty is a maiden's dower, and he doth well that will accept of such a wife. Eubulides, in Aristaenetus, married a poor man's child, facie non illetabili, of a merry countenance and heavenly visage, in pity of her estate, and that quickly. Acontius, coming to Delos, to sacrifice to Diana, fell in love with Cydippe, a noble lass, and wanting means to get her love, flung a golden apple into her lap, with this inscription upon it: Juro tibi sane per mystica sacra Dianae, met tibi venturum comitem sponsumque futurum. I swear by all the rights of Diana, I'll come and be thy husband if I may. She considered of it, and upon some small inquiry of his person and estate, was married unto him. Blessed is the wooing that is not long a doing. As the saying is, when the parties are sufficiently known to each other, what needs such scrupulosity, so many circumstances? Dost thou know her conditions, her bringing up, like her person? Let her means be what they will, take her without any more ado. Dido and Aeneas were accidentally driven by a storm both into one cave, they made a match upon it. Massinissa was married to that fair captive Sophonisba, King Syphax' wife, the same day that he saw her first, to prevent Scipio Laelius, lest they should determine otherwise of her. If thou lovest the party, do as much. Good education and beauty is a competent dowry, stand not upon money. Erant olim aurei homines, saith Theocritus, et adamantes redamabant. In the golden world men did so, in the reign of Ogyges belike, before staggering Ninus began to domineer. If all be true that is reported, and some few nowadays will do as much, here and there one, 'tis well done, methinks, and all happiness befall them for so doing. Leontius, a philosopher of Athens, had a fair daughter called Athenice, multo corporis lepore ac Venere, saith mine author, of a comely carriage. He gave her no portion but her bringing up, occulto forme, praesagio, out of some secret foreknowledge of her fortune, bestowing that little which he had amongst his other children. But she, thus qualified, was preferred by some friends to Constantinople, to serve Pulcheria, the emperor's sister, of whom she was baptized and called Eudocia. Theodosius, the emperor, in short space took notice of her excellent beauty and good parts, and a little after, upon his sister's sole commendation, made her his wife. 'Twas nobly done of Theodosius. Rudophe was the fairest lady in her days in all Egypt. She went to wash her, and by chance, her maids meanwhile looking but carelessly to her clothes, an eagle stole away one of her shoes, and laid it in Psammetichus, the king of Egypt's, lap at Memphis. He wondered at the excellency of the shoe and pretty foot, but more equilae factum at the manner of the bringing of it, and caused forthwith proclamation to be made that she that owned that shoe should come presently to his court. The virgin came, and was forthwith married to the king. I say this was heroically done, and like a prince. I commend him for it, and all such as have means, that will either do as he did themselves, or so for love, etc., marry their children. If he be rich, let him take such a one as once, if she be virtuously given. For as Siracides chapter 7 verse 19 adviseth, forego not a wife and good woman, for her grace is above gold. If she have fortunes of her own, let her make a man. Danaus of Lacedaemon had a many daughters to bestow, and means enough for them all. He never stood inquiring after great matches as others used to do, but sent for a company of brave young gallants to his house, and bid his daughters choose every one whom she liked best, and take him for her husband, without any more ado. This act of his was much approved in those times. But in this iron age of ours we respect riches alone, for a maid must buy her husband now with a great dowry if she will have him. Covetousness and filthy lucre mars all good matches, or some such by respects. Craelus, a Servian prince, as Nicephorus Gregoras relates it, was an earnest suitor to Eudocia, the emperor's sister, though her brother much desired, yet she could not abide him, for he had 3 former wives, all basely abused. But the emperor still, Crales amicitiam magni faciens, because he was a great prince and a troublesome neighbour, much desired his affinity, and to that end betrothed his own daughter Simonida to him, a little girl 5 years of age, he being 45, and 5 years older than the emperor himself. Such disproportionable and unlikely matches can wealth and a fair fortune make. And yet not that alone, it is not only money, but sometimes vainglory, pride, ambition, do as much harm as wretched covetousness itself in another extreme. If a yeoman have one sole daughter, he must overmatch her, above her birth and calling, to a gentleman forsooth, because of her great portion, too good for one of her own rank, as he supposeth. A gentleman's daughter and heir must be married to a knight baronet's eldest son at least, and a knight's only daughter to a baron himself, or an earl, and so upwards, her great dower deserves it. And thus, striving for more honour to their wealth, they undo their children, many discontents follow, and oftentimes they ruinate their families. Paulus Jovius gives instance in Galeathius II, that heroical Duke of Milan, externas affinitates, decoras quidem regio fastu, sed sibi et posteris damnosas et ferre exitiales quesivit. He married his eldest son, John Galeathius, to Isabella, the king of France his sister, but she was socoro tam gravis, ut ducentis millibus aureoram constiterit. Her entertainment at Milan was so costly that it almost undid him. His daughter Violenta was married to Lionel, Duke of Clarence, the youngest son to Edward III, King of England. But ad eus adventum tantae opes tam admirabili liberalitate profusae sunt, ut opulentissimorum regum splendorem superasse videretur, he was welcomed with such incredible magnificence, that a king's purse was scarce able to bear it, for besides many rich presents of horses, arms, plate, money, jewels, etc., he made one dinner for him and his company, in which were 32 messes, and as much provision left, ut relatae mensa dapes decem millibus hominum sufficerent, as would serve 10,000 men. But a little after Lionel died, novae nuptae et intempestivis conviviis operam dans, etc., and to the Duke's great loss the solemnity was ended. So can titles, honours, ambition, make many brave, but unfortunate matches of all sides for by-respects, though both crazed in body and mind, most unwilling, averse, and often unfit. So love is banished, and we feel the smart of it in the end. But I am too lavish peradventure in this subject.
Section 27 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3, by Robert Burton. Section 27. Partition 3, Section 2, Member 5, Subsection 5, Part 2. Another let or hindrance is strict and severe discipline, laws and rigorous customs that forbid men to marry at set times and in some places; as apprentices, servants, collegiates, states of lives in copyholds, or in some base inferior offices. Velle licet in such cases, poteri non licet, as he said. They see but as prisoners through a grate, they covet and catch, but Tantalus a labris, etc. Their love is lost, and vain it is in such an estate to attempt. Gravissimum est ad amare nec poteri. 'Tis a grievous thing to love and not enjoy. They may, indeed, I deny not, marry if they will, and have free choice, some of them; but in the meantime their case is desperate. Lupum auribus tenent. They hold a wolf by the ears. They must either burn or starve. 'Tis cornutum sophisma, hard to resolve. If they marry, they forfeit their estates, they are undone, and starve themselves through beggary and want. If they do not marry, in this heroical passion they furiously rage, are tormented, and torn in pieces by their predominate affections. Every man hath not the gift of continence. Let him pray for it then, as Beza adviseth in his Tract de Divortiis, because God hath so called him to a single life, in taking away the means of marriage. Paul would have gone from Mysia to Bithynia, but the Spirit suffered him not, and thou wouldst peradventure be a married man with all thy will, but that protecting angel holds it not fit. The devil too sometimes may divert by his ill suggestions, and mar many good matches, as the same Paul was willing to see the Romans, but hindered of Satan he could not. There be those that think they are necessitated by fate, their stars have so decreed, and therefore they grumble at their hard fortune. They are well inclined to marry, but one rub or other is ever in the way. I know what astrologers say in this behalf, what Ptolemy quadripartitum, Tract 4, Chapter 4, Schoner, Book 1, Chapter 12, what Leovitius, Genitur, Exemplum 1, which Sextus ab Hemminga takes to be the horoscope of Hieronymus Wolfius, what Pizelius, Origanus, and Leovitius his illustrator, Garceus, Chapter 12, what Junctine, Protanus, Campanella, what the rest, to omit those Arabian conjectures, a parte conjugii, a parte lasciviae, triplicitates Veneris, etc., and those resolutions upon a question, an amica potiatur, etc., determine in this behalf, viz., an sit natus conjugem habiturus, facile an difficulter sit sponsam impetraturus, quot conjuges, quo tempore, quales decernantur nato uxores, de mutuo amore conjugem, both in men's and women's genitures, by the examination of the seventh house, the almutes, lords and planets there, a sol descendens et luna ascendens, etc., by particular aphorisms. Si Dominus septimae in septima vel secunda nobilem decernit uxorem, servam aut ignobilem si duodecima, si Venus in duodecima, etc., with many such, too tedious to relate. Yet let no man be troubled or find himself grieved with such predictions, as Hieronymus Wolfius well saith in his astrological dialogue, non sunt praetoriana decreta, they be but conjectures, the stars incline, but not enforce. Sidera corporibus praesunt caelestia nostris, sunt ea de vili condita namque luto, cogere sed nequeunt animum ratione fruentem, quipe sub imperio solius ipse Dei est. Wisdom, diligence, discretion may mitigate if not quite alter such decrees. Fortuna sua a cujusque fingitur moribus, qui cauti prudentes voti compotes, etc. Let no man then be terrified or molested with such astrological aphorisms, or be much moved, either to vain hope or fear, from such predictions. But let every man follow his own free will in this case, and do as he sees cause. Better it is indeed to marry than burn, for their soul's health, but for their present fortunes, by some other means to pacify themselves, and divert the stream of this fiery torrent, to continue as they are, rest satisfied. Lugentes virginitatis florem sic aruisse, deploring their misery with that eunuch in Libanius, since there is no help or remedy, and with Jephthah's daughter to bewail their virginities. Of like nature is superstition, those rash vows of monks and friars, and such as live in religious orders, but far more tyrannical and much worse. Nature, youth, and his furious passion forcibly inclines, and rageth on the one side, but their order and vow checks them on the other. Votoque suo sua forma repugnat. What merits and indulgences they heap unto themselves by it, what commodities, I know not. But I am sure from such rash vows and inhuman manner of life proceed many inconveniences, many diseases, many vices, masturbation, satyriasis, priapismus, melancholy, madness, fornication, adultery, buggery, sodomy, theft, murder, and all manner of mischiefs. Read but Bayle's catalogue of sodomites, at the visitation of abbeys here in England. Henry Stephanus, his Apologia pro Herodoto, that which Ulricus writes in one of his epistles, that Pope Gregory, when he saw 600 skulls and bones of infants taken out of a fish pond near a nunnery, thereupon retracted that decree of priests' marriages which was the cause of such a slaughter, was much grieved at it, and purged himself by repentance. Read many such, and then ask what is to be done, Is this vow to be broke or not? No, saith Bellarmine, chapter 38, book de Monachi, melius est scortari et uriquam de voto celibatus ad nuptias transire. Better burn or fly out than to break thy vow. And Coster, in his Enchiridion de celibatu sacerdotum, saith it is absolutely gravius peccatum, a greater sin for a priest to marry than to keep a concubine at home. Gregory de Valence, chapter 6, de colibatu, maintains the same, as those of Essay and Montanists of old, insomuch that many votaries, out of a false persuasion of merit and holiness in this kind, will sooner die than marry, though it be to the saving of their lives. Anno 1419, Pius II, Pope, James Rossa, nephew to the King of Portugal, and then elect Archbishop of Lisbon, being very sick at Florence, when his physicians told him that his disease was such he must either lie with a wench, marry, or die, cheerfully chose to die. Now they commended him for it, but St. Paul teacheth otherwise, better marry than burn. And as St. Hierome gravely delivers it, aliae sunt leges Caesarum, aliae Christi, aliud Papinianus, aliud Paulus noster praecipit. There's a difference betwixt God's ordinances and men's laws. And therefore Cyprian, Epistola 8, boldly denounceth, impium est, adulterum est, sacrilegum est, quodcunque humano furore statuitur, ut dispositio divina violetur. It is abominable, impious, adulterous, and sacrilegious, what men make and ordain after their own furies to cross God's laws. Georgius Vicelius, one of their own arch divines, Inspectionis Ecclesiae, page 18, exclaims against it, and all such rash monastical vows, and would have such persons seriously to consider what they do, whom they admit, ne in posterum querantur de inanibus stupris, lest they repent it at last. For either, as he follows it, you must allow them concubines, or suffer them to marry, for scarce shall you find 3 priests of 3,000, qui per aetatem non ament, that are not troubled with burning lust. Wherefore I conclude it is an unnatural and impious thing to bar men of this Christian liberty, too severe and inhuman an edict. The silly wren, the titmouse also, the little redbreast have their election. They fly, I saw, and together gone, whereas them list about environ, as they of kind have inclination, and as nature impress and guide, of everything list to provide. But man alone, alas, the hard stoned, full cruelly by kind's ordinance, constrained is, and by statutes bound, and debarred from all such pleasance. What meaneth this, what is this pretence of laws, I wis, against all right of kind, without a cause so narrow men to bind? Many laymen repine still at priests' marriages above the rest, and not at clergymen only, but of all the meaner sort and condition, they would have none marry but such as are rich and able to maintain wives, because their parish belike shall be pestered with orphans, and the world full of beggars. But these are hard-hearted, unnatural monsters of men, shallow politicians. They do not consider that a great part of the world is not yet inhabited as it ought. How many colonies into America, terra australis incognita, Africa, may be sent? Let them consult with Sir William Alexander's Book of Colonies, Orpheus Junior's Golden Fleece, Captain Whitburn, Mr. Hagthorpe, etc., and they shall surely be otherwise informed. Those politic Romans were of another mind. They thought their city and country could never be too populous. Adrian the emperor said he had rather have men than money. Male se hominum adjectione ampliare imperium, quam pecunia. Augustus Caesar made an oration in Rome, ad caelibus, to persuade them to marry. Some countries compelled them to marry of old, as Jews, Turks, Indians, Chinese, amongst the rest in these days, who much wonder at our discipline to suffer so many idle persons to live in monasteries, and often marvel how they can live honest. In the Isle of Marignan, the governor and petty king there did wonder at the Frenchmen, and admire how so many friars and the rest of their company could live without wives. They thought it a thing impossible, and would not believe it. If these men should but survey our multitudes of religious houses, observe our numbers of monasteries all over Europe, 18 nunneries in Padua, in Venice 34 cloisters of monks, 28 of nuns, etc. Ex ungue leonem, 'tis to this proportion in all other provinces and cities. What would they think? Do they live honest? Let them dissemble as they will, I am of Tertullian's mind, that few can continue but by compulsion. O chastity, saith he, thou art a rare goddess in the world, not so easily got, seldom continuate. Thou mayst now and then be compelled, either for defect of nature, or if discipline persuade, decrees enforce, or for some such by-respects, sullenness, discontent, they have lost their first loves, may not have whom they will themselves, want of means, rash vows, etc. But can he willingly contain? I think not. Therefore, either out of commiseration of human imbecility, impolicy, or to prevent a far worse inconvenience, for they hold some of them as necessary as meat and drink, and because vigour of youth, the state and temper of most men's bodies do so furiously desire it, they have heretofore in some nations liberally admitted polygamy and stews. 100,000 courtesans in Grand Cairo in Egypt, as Radzivillius observes, are tolerated, besides boys. How many at Fez, Rome, Naples, Florence, Venice, etc., and still in many other provinces and cities of Europe they do as much, because they think young men, churchmen, and servants amongst the rest can hardly live honest. The consideration of this belike made Ribius the Spaniard, when his friend Crassus, that rich Roman gallant, lay hid in the cave, ut voluptatis quam aetas illa desiderat copiam faceret, to gratify him the more, send 2 lusty lasses to accompany him all that while he was there imprisoned. And Surenus, the Parthian general, when he warred against the Romans, to carry about with him 200 concubines, as the Swiss soldiers do now commonly their wives. But because this course is not generally approved, but rather contradicted as unlawful and abhorred, in most countries they do much encourage them to marriage, give great rewards to such as have many children, and mulct those that will not marry. Jus trium liberorum. And in Agellius, book 2, chapter 15, Aelianus, book 6, chapter 5, Valerius, book 1, chapter 9, we read that 3 children freed the father from painful offices, and 5 from all contribution. A woman shall be saved by bearing children. Epictetus would have all marry, and as Plato will, 6 de legibus, he that marrieth not before 35 years of his age must be compelled and punished, and the money consecrated to Juno's temple, or applied to public uses. They account him in some countries unfortunate that dies without a wife, a most unhappy man, as Boethius infers, and if at all happy, yet infortunio felix, unhappy in his supposed happiness. They commonly deplore his estate, and much lament him for it. O my sweet son, etc. See Lucian de luctu, Sands, folio 83, etc. Yet, notwithstanding, many with us are of the opposite part. They are married themselves, and for others let them burn fire and flame, they care not, so they be not troubled with them. Some are too curious, and some too covetous. They may marry when they will, both for ability and means, but so nice, that except as Theophilus the emperor was presented by his mother Euprosine, with all the rarest beauties of the empire in the great chamber of his palace at once, and bid to give a golden apple to her he liked best. If they might so take and choose whom they list out of all the fair maids their nation affords, they could happily condescend to marry. Otherwise, etc. Why should a man marry, saith another Epicurean rout? What's matrimony but a matter of money? Why should free nature be entrenched on, confined or obliged to this or that man or woman, with these manacles of body and goods, etc.? There are those too that dearly love, admire, and follow women all their lives long, sponsi Penelopes, never well but in their company, wistly gazing on their beauties, observing close, hanging after them, dallying still with them, and yet dare not, will not marry. Many poor people, and of the meaner sort, are too distrustful of God's providence, they will not, dare not, for such worldly respects, fear of want, woes, miseries, or that they shall light, as Lemnius saith, on a scold, a slut, or a bad wife. And therefore tristem juventam venere deserta colunt, they are resolved to live single, as Epaminondas did, nil ait esse prius, melius nil celibe vita, and ready with Hippolytus to abjure all women, detestor omnes, horreo, fugio, execror, etc. But Hippolyte nescis, quod fugis vitae bonum, Hippolyte nescis. Alas, poor Hippolytus, thou knowest not what thou sayest, 'tis otherwise, Hippolytus. Some make a doubt, an uxor literato sit ducenda, whether a scholar should marry. If she be fair, she will bring him back from his grammar to his horn book, or else with kissing and dalliance she will hinder his study. If foul with scolding, he cannot well intend to do both, as Philippus Beroaldus, that great Bononian doctor, once writ, impediri enim studia literarum, etc. But he recanted at last, and in a solemn sort, with true conceived words, he did ask the world and all women forgiveness. But you shall have the story as he relates himself in his commentaries on the 6th of Apuleius. For a long time I lived a single life, et ab uxore ducenda semper abhorrui, nec quisquam libero lecto censui jucundius. I could not abide marriage, but as a rambler, erraticus ac volaticus amator, to use his own words, per multiplices amores discurrebam. I took a snatch where I could get it. Nay, more, I railed at marriage downright, and in a public auditory, when I did interpret that 6th satire of Juvenal, out of Plutarch and Seneca I did heap up all the dicteries I could against women, but now recant with Stesichorus, Palinodiam cano, nec praenitat censeri in ordine maritorum. I approve of marriage. I am glad I am a married man. I am heartily glad I have a wife, so sweet a wife, so noble a wife, so young, so chaste a wife, so loving a wife, and I do wish and desire all other men to marry, and especially scholars, that as of old Martia did by Hortensius, Terentia by Tullius, Calphurnia to Plinius, Pudentilla to Apuleius, hold the candle whilst their husbands did meditate and write, so theirs may do them, and as my dear Camilla doth to me. Let other men be averse, rail then and scoff at women, and say what they can to the contrary. Vir sine uxore malorum expers est, etc. A single man is a happy man, etc. But this is a toy. Nec dulces amores sperne puer, neque tu choreas. These men are too distrustful and much to blame to use such speeches. Parcite paucorum diffundere, crimen in omnes. They must not condemn all for some. As there be many bad, there be some good wives, as some be vicious, some be virtuous. Read what Solomon hath said in their praises, Proverbs 13, and Siracides, chapter 26 and 30. Blessed is the man that hath a virtuous wife, for the number of his days shall be double. A virtuous woman rejoiceth her husband, and she shall fulfill the years of his life in peace. A good wife is a good portion. And 36:24, an help, a pillar of rest, columna quietis. Qui capit uxorem, fratrem capit atque sororem. And 30, he that hath no wife wandereth to and fro mourning. Minuuntur atrae conjuge curae. Women are the sole, only joy and comfort of a man's life. Born ad usum et lusum hominum, firmamenta familiae, delitiae humani generis solatia vitae, blanditiae noctis, placidissima cura diei, vota virum, juvenum spes, etc. A wife is a young man's mistress, a middle age's companion, an old man's nurse. Particeps laetorum et tristium, a prop, a help, etc. Optima viri possessio est uxor benevola, mitigans iram et avertens animam eius a tristitia. Man's best possession is a loving wife. She tempers anger and diverts all strife. There is no joy, no comfort, no sweetness, no pleasure in the world like to that of a good wife. Quam cum cara domi conjux, fidusque maritus, unanimes degunt. Saith our Latin Homer, she is still the same in sickness and in health, his eye, his hand, his bosom friend, his partner at all times, his other self, not to be separated by any calamity, but ready to share all sorrow, discontent, and, as the Indian women do, live and die with him, nay more, to die presently for him. Admetus, king of Thessaly, when he lay upon his deathbed, was told by Apollo's oracle, that if he could get anybody to die for him, he should live longer yet. But when all refused, his parents, etsi decrepiti, friends and followers forsook him. Alcestus his wife, though young, most willingly undertook it. What more can be desired or expected? And although on the other side there be an infinite number of bad husbands, I should rail downright against some of them, able to discourage any women, yet there be some good ones again, and those most observant of marriage rites. An honest country fellow, as Fulgosus relates it, in the kingdom of Naples, at plough by the seaside, saw his wife carried away by Mauritanian pirates. He ran after in all haste, up to the chin first, and when he could wade no longer, swam, calling to the governor of the ship to deliver his wife, or, if he must not have her restored, to let him follow as a prisoner, for he was resolved to be a galley slave, his drudge, willing to endure any misery, so that he might but enjoy his dear wife. The Moors, seeing the man's constancy, and relating the whole matter to their governors at Tunis, set them both free, and gave them an honest pension to maintain themselves during their lives. I could tell many stories to this effect, but put case it often prove otherwise, because marriage is troublesome, wholly therefore to avoid it, is no argument. he that will avoid trouble must avoid the world. Eusebius, Praeparatio Evangelica, 5, chapter 50. Some trouble there is in marriage, I deny not. Et si grave sit matrimonium, saith Erasmus, edulcatur tamen multis, etc. Yet there be many things to sweeten it, a pleasant wife, placens uxor, pretty children, dulces nati, deliciae filorum hominum, the chief delight of the sons of men, Ecclesiastes 2, 8, etc. And howsoever though it were all troubles, utilitatis publicae causa devorandum, grave quid libenter subeundum, it must willingly be undergone for public good's sake. Audite populus haec, inquit Susarion, malae sunt mulieres, veruntamen o populares, hoc sine malo domum inhabitare non licet. Hear me, O my countrymen, saith Susarion, women are naught, yet no life without one. Malum est mulier, sed necessarium malum. They are necessary evils, and for our own ends we must make use of them to have issue. Supplet Venus ac restituit humanum genus, and to propagate the church. For to what end is a man born? Why lives he but to increase the world? And how shall he do that well if he do not marry? Matrimonium humano generi immortalitatem tribuit, saith Nevisanus. Matrimony makes us immortal, and according to Tacitus, 'tis firmissimum imperii munimentum, the sole and chief prop of an empire. Indigne vivit per quem non vivet et alter, which Pelopidas objected to Epaminondas, he was an unworthy member of a commonwealth that left not a child after him to defend it. And as Trismegistus to his son Tatius, have no commerce with a single man, holding belike that a bachelor could not live honestly as he should, and with Georgius Vicelius, a great divine and holy man, who of late by 26 arguments commends marriage as a thing most necessary for all kinds of persons, most laudable and fit to be embraced, and is persuaded withal that no man can live and die religiously and as he ought without a wife. Persuasus neminem posse neque pie vivere, neque bene mori citra uxorem. He is false, an enemy to the commonwealth, injurious to himself, destructive to the world, an apostate to nature, a rebel against heaven and earth. Let our wilful, obstinate, and stale bachelors ruminate of this. If we could live without wives, as Marcellus Numidicus said in Agellius, we would all want them. But because we cannot, let all marry, and consult rather to the public good than their own private pleasure or estate. It were a happy thing, as wise Euripides hath it, if we could buy children with gold and silver, and be so provided sine mulierum congressu, without women's company. But that may not be. Orbis jacebit squalido turpis situ, vanum sine ullis classibus stabit mare, alesque celo deerit et silvis fera. earth, air, sea, land, eftsoon would come to naught, the world itself should be to ruin brought. Necessity, therefore, compels us to marry. But what do I trouble myself to find arguments to persuade to or commend marriage? Behold a brief abstract of all that which I have said, and much more, succinctly, pithily, pathetically, perspicuously, and elegantly delivered in 12 motions, to mitigate the miseries of marriage, by Jacobus de Voragine. Primus, res est, habes quae tueatur et augeat. Secundus, non est, habes quae quaerat. Tertius, secundae res sunt, felicitas duplicatur. Quartus, adversae sunt, consolatur adsidet onus participat ut tolerabile fiat. Quintus, domi es, solitudinis taedium pellit. Sextus, foras, discedentem visu prosequitur absentem desiderat, redeuntem laeta excipit. Septimus, nihil jucundum absque societate, nulla societas matrimonio suavior. Octavus, vinculum conjugalis caritatis adamantinum. Nonus, accrescit dulcis affinium turba, duplicatur numerus parentum, fratrum, sororum, nepotum. Decimus, pulchra sis prole parens. Undecimus, lex Moses sterilitatem matrimonii execratur, quanto amplius celibatum. Duodecimus, si natura poenam non effugit, ne voluntas quidem effugiet. 1. Hast thou means? Thou hast one to keep and increase it. 2. Hast none? Thou hast one to help to get it. 3. Art in prosperity? Thine happiness is doubled. 4. Art in adversity? She'll comfort, assist, bear a part of thy burden to make it more tolerable. 5. Art at home? She'll drive away melancholy. 6. Art abroad? She looks after thee going from home, wishes for thee in thine absence, and joyfully welcomes thy return. 7. There's nothing delightsome without society, no society so sweet as matrimony. 8. The band of conjugal love is adamantine. 9. The sweet company of kinsmen increaseth, the number of parents is doubled, of brothers, sisters, nephews. 10. Thou art made a father by a fair and happy issue. 11. Moses curseth the barrenness of matrimony, how much more a single life. 12. If nature escape not punishment, surely thy will shall not avoid it. All this is true, say you, and who knows it not? But how easy a matter it is to answer these motives, and to make an antiparodia quite opposite unto it. To exercise myself, I will essay. 1. Hast thou means? Thou hast one to spend it. 2. Hast none? Thy beggary is increased. 3. Art in prosperity, thy happiness is ended. 4. Art in adversity, like Job's wife she'll aggravate thy misery, vex thy soul, make thy burden intolerable. 5. Art at home, she'll scold thee out of doors. 6. Art abroad, if thou be wise, keep thee so, she'll perhaps graft horns in thine absence, scowl on thee coming home. 7. Nothing gives more content than solitariness, no solitariness like this of a single life. 8. The band of marriage is adamantine, no hope of loosing it, thou art undone. 9. Thy number increaseth, thou shalt be devoured by thy wife's friends. 10. Thou art made a cornuto by an unchaste wife, and shalt bring up other folks' children instead of thine own. 11. Paul commends marriage, yet he prefers a single life. 12. Is marriage honorable? What an immortal crown belongs to virginity? So Siracides himself speaks as much as may be for and against women, so doth almost every philosopher plead pro and con, every poet thus argues the case. Though what cares vulgus hominum what they say? So can I conceive peradventure, and so canst thou. When all is said, yet since some be good, some bad, let's put it to the venture. I conclude therefore with Seneca. Cur toro viduo jaces? Tristem juventam solve, nunc luxus rape, effunde habenas, optimos vitae dies, effluere prohibe. Why dost thou lie alone, let thy youth and best days to pass away? Marry whilst thou mayst, donec viventi canities abest morosa, whilst thou art yet able, yet lusty, elige cui dicas, tu mihi sola places. Make thy choice, and that freely, forthwith, make no delay, but take thy fortune as it falls. 'Tis true, calamitosus est qui inciderit in malam uxorem, felix qui in bonam. 'Tis a hazard both ways, I confess, to live single or to marry. Nam et uxorem ducere, et non ducere malum est. It may be bad, it may be good. As it is a cross and calamity on the one side, so 'tis a sweet delight, an incomparable happiness, a blessed estate, a most unspeakable benefit, a sole content on the other. 'Tis all in the proof. Be not then so wayward, so covetous, so distrustful, so curious and nice, but let's all marry, mutuos foventes amplexus. Take me to thee, and thee to me. Tomorrow is St. Valentine's Day. Let's keep it holiday for Cupid's sake, for that great god Love's sake, for Hymen's sake, and celebrate Venus's vigil with our ancestors for company together, singing as they did. Cras amet qui nunquam amavit, quique amavit, cras amet, ver novum, ver jam canorum, ver natus orbis est, vere concordant amores, vere nubunt alites, et nemus coma resolvit, etc. Cras amet, etc. Let those love now who never loved before, and those who always loved now love the more. Sweet loves are born with every opening spring, birds from the tender boughs their pledges sing, etc. Let him that is averse from marriage read more in Barbarus de re uxoria, Book 1, Chapter 1, Lemnius de institutione, Chapter 4, Petrus Godefridus de amoribus, Book 3, Chapter 1, Nevisanus, Book 3, Alexandrus ab Alexandro, Book 4, Chapter 8, Tunstall, Erasmus's tracts in Laudem Matrimonii, etc., and I doubt not but in the end he will rest satisfied, recant with Beroaldus, do penance for his former folly, singing some penitential ditties, desire to be reconciled to the deity of this great god Love, go a pilgrimage to his shrine, offer to his image, sacrifice upon his altar, and be as willing at last to embrace marriage as the rest. There will not be found, I hope, no, not in that severe family of Stoics, who shall refuse to submit his grave beard and supercilious looks to the clipping of a wife, or disagree from his fellows in this point. For what more willingly, as Varro holds, can a proper man see than a fair wife, a sweet wife, a loving wife? Can the world afford a better sight, sweeter content, a fairer object, a more gracious aspect? Since then this of marriage is the last and best refuge and cure of heroical love, all doubts are cleared and impediments removed. I say again, what remains but that according to both their desires they be happily joined, since it cannot otherwise be helped? God send us all good wives, every man his wish in this kind, and me mine. And God, that all this world hath wrought, send him his love that hath it so dear bought. If all parties be pleased, ask their banns, 'tis a match. Fruitur Rhodanthe sponsa, sponso Dosicle. Rhodanthe and Dosicles shall go together, Clitiphon and Leucippe, Theagines and Chariclea. Polyarchus hath his Argenis, Lysander Callista, to make up the mask. Potiturque sua puer Iphis Ianthi. And Troilus in lust and in quiet is with Chryseid his own heart sweet. And although they have hardly passed the pikes, through many difficulties and delays brought the match about, yet let them take this of Aristaenetus, that so marry, for their comfort. After many troubles and cares, the marriages of lovers are more sweet and pleasant. As we commonly conclude a comedy with a wedding and shaking of hands, let's shut up our discourse and end all with an epithalamium. Feliciter nuptis, God give them joy together. Hymen, O Hymenae, Hymenades, O Hymenae, bonum factum, 'tis well done. Haud equidem, sive mentereor, sive numine divum, 'tis a happy conjunction, a fortunate match, an even couple. Ambo animis, ambo praestantes viribus, ambo florentes annis. They both excel in gifts of body and mind, are both equal in years, youth, vigour, alacrity, she is fair and lovely as Lais or Helen, he as another Carinus or Alcibiades. Ludite ut lubet et brevi liberos date. Then modestly go sport and toy, and let's have every year a boy. Go give a sweet smell as incense, and bring forth flowers as the lily, that we may say hereafter, Scitus me castor natus est Pamphilo puer. In the meantime, I say, ite agite, o juvenes, non murmura vestra columbae, brachia non hederae, neque vincant oscula concae. Gentle youths, go sport yourselves betimes, let not the doves outpass your murmurings, or ivy clasping arms, or oyster kissings. And in the morn betime, as those Lacedaemonian lasses saluted Helena and Menelaus, singing at their windows, and wishing good success, do we at yours. Salve, O sponsa, salve Felix, det vobis Latona, felicem sobolem, Venus dea det aequalem amorem, inter vos mutuo, Saturnus durabiles divitias, dormite in pectora mutuo amorem inspirantes, et desiderium. Good morrow, master bridegroom and mistress bride, many fair lovely bairns to you betide. Let Venus to you mutual love procure, let Saturn give you riches to endure. Long may you sleep in one another's arms, inspiring sweet desire, and free from harms. Even all your lives long, contingat vobis turturam concordia, corniculae vivacitas. The love of turtles hap to you, and ravens' years still to renew. Let the Muses sing, as he said, the Graces dance, not at their weddings only, but all their days long, so couple their hearts that no irksomeness or anger ever befall them. Let him never call her other name than my joy, my light, or she call him otherwise than sweetheart. To this happiness of theirs, let not old age any whit detract, but as their years, so let their mutual love and comfort increase. And when they depart this life, concordes quoniam vixere tot annos, auferat hora duos eadem, nec conjugis usquam busta suae videat, nec sit tumulandus ab illa. Because they have so sweetly lived together, let not one die a day before the other, he bury her, she him, with even fate, 1 hour their souls let jointly separate. Fortunati ambo si quid mea carmina possunt, nulla dies unquam memori vos eximet aevo. Atque haec de amore dixi se sufficiat, sub correctione, quod ait ille, cuiusque melius sentientis, plura qui volet de remediis amoris, legat Iasonem Pratensem, Arnoldum, Montaltum, Savanarolum, Langium, Valescum, Crimisonum, Alexandrum Benedictum, Laurentium, Valeriolam, e poetis Nasonem, e nostratibus Chaucerum, etc., with whom I conclude. For my words here and every part, I speak them all under correction. Of you that feeling have in love's art, and put it all in your discretion, to entreat or make diminution of my language that I you beseech, but now to purpose of my rather speech.
Section 28 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3 by Robert Burton, Section 28. Partition 3, Section 3, Member 1, Subsection 1. Jealousy, its equivocations. Name, definition, extent. Several kinds, of princes, parents, friends. In beasts. Men, before marriage, as co-rivals, or after, as in this place. Valescus de Taranta, Aelian Montaltus, Felix Platerus, Guianerius, put jealousy for a cause of melancholy, others for a symptom, because melancholy persons amongst these passions and perturbations of the mind are most obnoxious to it. But methinks for the latitude it hath, and that prerogative above other ordinary symptoms, it ought to be treated of as a species apart, being of so great and eminent note, so furious a passion, and almost of as great extent as love itself, as Benedetto Varchi holds. No love without a mixture of jealousy, qui non zelat, non amat. For these causes I will dilate, and treat of it by itself, as a bastard branch or kind of love melancholy, which, as heroical love goeth commonly before marriage, doth usually follow, torture, and crucify in like sort, deserves therefore to be rectified alike, requires as much care and industry, in setting out the several causes of it, prognostics and cures. Which I have more willingly done, that he that is or hath been jealous, may see his error as in a glass. He that is not, may learn to detest, avoid it himself, and dispossess others that are anywise affected with it. Jealousy is described and defined to be a certain suspicion which the lover hath of the party he chiefly loveth, lest he or she should be enamoured of another, or any eager desire to enjoy some beauty alone, to have it proper to himself only. A fear or doubt, lest any foreigner should participate or share with him in his love. Or, as Scaliger adds, a fear of losing her favour whom he so earnestly affects. Cardan calls it a zeal for love, and a kind of envy lest any man should beguile us. Ludovicus Vives defines it in the very same words, or as little differing in sense. There may be other jealousies, but improperly so called, as that of parents, tutors, guardians over their children, friends whom they love, or such as are left to their wardship or protection. Storax non reddit hac nocte a coena e scinas, neque servulorum quispiam qui adversum irant. As the old man in the comedy cried out in a passion, and from a solicitous fear and care he had of his adopted son, not of beauty, but lest they should miscarry, do amiss, or any way discredit, disgrace, as Vives notes, or endanger themselves and us. Aegeus was so solicitous for his son Theseus, when he went to fight with the Minotaur, of his success, lest he should be foiled. Prona est timo semper in pejus fides. We are still apt to suspect the worst in such doubtful cases, as many wives in their husband's absence, fond mothers in their children's, lest if absent they should be misled or sick, and are continually expecting news from them, how they do fare, and what is become of them, they cannot endure to have them long out of their sight. O my sweet son, O my dear child, etc. Paul was jealous over the church of Corinth, as he confesseth 2 Cor. 11:12, with a godly jealousy, to present them a pure virgin to Christ, and he was afraid still, lest as the serpent beguiled Eve through his subtlety, so their minds should be corrupt from the simplicity that is in Christ. God himself, in some sense, is said to be jealous. I am a jealous God, and will visit. So Psalm 76:5. Shall thy jealousy burn like a fire for ever? But these are improperly called jealousies, and by a metaphor, to show the care and solicitude they have of them. Although some jealousies express all the symptoms of this which we treat of, fear, sorrow, anguish, anxiety, suspicion, hatred, etc., the object only varied. That of some fathers is very eminent to their sons and heirs, for though they love them dearly being children, yet now coming towards man's estate they may not well abide them. The son and heir is commonly sick of the father, and the father again may not well brook his eldest son, inde simultates plerumque contentiones et inimicitiae. But that of princes is most notorious, as when they fear co-rivals, if I may so call them, successors, emulators, subjects, or such as they have offended. Omnisque potestas impatiens consortis erit. They are still suspicious lest their authority should be diminished. As one observes, and as Comenius hath it, it cannot be expressed what slender causes they have of their grief and suspicion, a secret disease, that commonly lurks and breeds in princes' families. Sometimes it is for their honour only, as that of Adrian the emperor, that killed all his emulators. Saul envied David, Domitian Agricola, because he did excel him, obscure his honour, as he thought, eclipse his fame. Juno turned Praetus' daughters into kine, for that they contended with her for beauty. Cyparissae, King Eteocles' children, were envied of the goddesses for their excellent good parts, and dancing amongst the rest, saith Constantine, and for that cause flung headlong from heaven, and buried in a pit, but the earth took pity of them, and brought out cypress trees to preserve their memories. Niobe, Arachne, and Marsyas can testify as much. But it is most grievous when it is for a kingdom itself, or matters of commodity. It produceth lamentable effects, especially amongst tyrants, in despotico imperio, and such as are more feared than beloved of their subjects, that get and keep their sovereignty by force and fear. Quod civibus tenere te invitis dias, etc., as Phalaris Dionysius, Periander held theirs. For though fear, cowardice, and jealousy, in Plutarch's opinion, be the common causes of tyranny, as in Nero, Caligula, Tiberius, yet most take them to be symptoms. For what slave, what hangman, as Bodine well expresseth this passion, can so cruelly torture a condemned person as this fear and suspicion? Fear of death, infamy, torments, are those furies and vultures that vex and disquiet tyrants, and torture them day and night, with perpetual terrors and affrights, envy, suspicion, fear, desire of revenge, and 1,000 such disagreeing perturbations, turn and affright the soul out of the hinges of health, and more grievously wound and pierce, than those cruel masters can exasperate and vex their apprentices or servants, with clubs, whips, chains, and tortures. Many terrible examples we have in this kind, amongst the Turks especially, many jealous outrages. Selimus killed Cornutus his youngest brother, 5 of his nephews, Mustapha Bassa, and divers others. Bajazet, the second Turk, jealous of the valour and greatness of Achmet Bassa, caused him to be slain. Suleiman the Magnificent murdered his own son Mustapha, and 'tis an ordinary thing amongst them to make away their brothers, or any competitors, at the first coming to the crown. 'Tis all the solemnity they use at their fathers' funerals. What mad pranks, in his jealous fury, did Herod of old commit in Jewry, when he massacred all the children of a year old. Valens the emperor in Constantinople, when as he left no man alive of quality in his kingdom that had his name begun with Theo, Theodoti, Theognosti, Theodosii, Theoduli, etc., they went all to their long home, because a wizard told him that name should succeed in his empire. And what furious designs hath Johannes Basilius, that Muscovian tyrant, practised of late? It is a wonder to read that strange suspicion, which Suetonius reports of Claudius Caesar, and of Domitian, they were afraid of every man they saw, and which Herodian of Antoninus and Geta, those two jealous brothers, the one could not endure so much as the other's servants, but made him away, his chiefest followers, and all that belonged to him, or were his well-wishers. Maximinus perceiving himself to be odious to most men, because he was come to that height of honour out of base beginnings, and suspecting his mean parentage would be objected to him, caused all the senators that were nobly descended to be slain in a jealous humour, turned all the servants of Alexander his predecessor out of doors, and slew many of them, because they lamented their master's death, suspecting them to be traitors, for the love they bare to him. When Alexander in his fury had made Clitus his dear friend to be put to death, and saw now, says Curtius, an alienation in his subjects' hearts, none durst talk with him, he began to be jealous of himself, lest they should attempt as much on him, and said they lived like so many wild beasts in a wilderness, one afraid of another. Our modern stories afford us many notable examples. Henry III. of France, jealous of Henry of Lorraine, Duke of Guise, anno 1588, caused him to be murdered in his own chamber. Louis XI. was so suspicious he durst not trust his children. Every man about him he suspected for a traitor. Many strange tricks Comineus telleth of him. How jealous was our Henry IV. of King Richard II. so long as he lived, after he was deposed, and of his own son Henry in his latter days, which the prince, well perceiving, came to visit his father in his sickness, in a watchet velvet gown, full of eyelet holes, and with needles sticking in them, as an emblem of jealousy, and so pacified his suspicious father, after some speeches and protestations which he had used to that purpose. Perpetual imprisonment, as that of Robert Duke of Normandy, in the days of Henry I., forbidding of marriage to some persons, with such like edicts and prohibitions, are ordinary in all states. In a word, as he said, 3 things cause jealousy: a mighty state, a rich treasure, a fair wife, or where there is a cracked title, much tyranny and exactions. In our state, as being freed from all these fears and miseries, we may be most secure and happy under the reign of our fortunate prince. His fortune hath indebted him to none, but to all his people universally, and not to them but for their love alone, which they account as placed worthily, he is so set, he hath no cause to be jealous, or dreadful of disloyalty. The pedestal whereon his greatness stands, is held of all our hearts, and all our hands. But I rove, I confess. These equivocations, jealousies, and many such which crucify the souls of men, are not here properly meant, or in this distinction of ours included, but that alone which is for beauty, tending to love, and wherein they can brook no co-rival, or endure any participation. And this jealousy belongs as well to brute beasts as men. Such creatures, saith Vives, swans, doves, cocks, bulls, etc., are jealous as well as men, and as much moved for fear of communion. Grege pro toto bella juvenci, si conjugio timuere suo, poscunt timidi praelia curvi, et mugitus dant concepti signa furoris. In Venus' cause what mighty battles make your raving bulls, and stirs for their herd's sake, and harts and bucks that are so timorous, will fight and roar, if once they be but jealous. In bulls, horses, goats, this is most apparently discerned. Bulls especially, alium in pasculis non admittit, he will not admit another bull to feed in the same pasture, saith Oppin, which Stephanus Bathorius, late king of Poland, used as an impress, with that motto, Regnum non capit duos. R.T. in his Blazon of Jealousy, telleth a story of a swan about Windsor, that finding a strange cock with his mate, did swim I know not how many miles after to kill him, and when he had so done, came back and killed his hen. A certain truth, he said, done upon Thames, as many watermen and neighbour gentlemen can tell. Fidem suam liberet, for my part, I do believe it may be true, for swans have ever been branded with that epithet of jealousy. The jealous swan against his death that singeth, and eke the owl that of death bode bringeth. Some say as much of elephants, that they are more jealous than any other creatures whatsoever, and those old Egyptians, as Pierius informeth us, express in their hieroglyphics, the passion of jealousy by a camel, because that fearing the worst still about matters of venery, he loves solitudes, that he may enjoy his pleasure alone, et in quoscunde obvios insurgit. Zelolipiae stimulus agitatus, he will quarrel and fight with whatsoever comes next, man or beast, in his jealous fits. I have read as much of crocodiles, and if Peter Martyr's authority be authentic, you shall have a strange tale to that purpose confidently related. Another story of the jealousy of dogs, see in Hieronymus Fabricius, Tract 3, Chapter 5, de loquela animalium. But this furious passion is most eminent in men, and is as well amongst bachelors as married men. If it appear amongst bachelors, we commonly call them rivals, or co-rivals, a metaphor derived from a river, rivales, a rivo. For as a river, saith Acron in Horace's Ars Poetica, and Donatus in Terence's Eunuch, divides a common ground between two men, and both participate of it, so is a woman indifferent between two suitors, both likely to enjoy her, and thence comes this emulation, which breaks out many times into tempestuous storms, and produceth lamentable effects, murder itself, with much cruelty, many single combats. They cannot endure the least injury done unto them before their mistress, and in her defence will bite off one another's noses. They are most impatient of any flout, disgrace, lest emulation or participation in that kind. Lacerat lacerium lagi mordax Memnius. Memnius the Roman, as Tully tells the story, de Oratore Book 2, being co-rival with Largus Terracina, bit him by the arm, which fact of his was so famous, that it afterwards grew to a proverb in those parts. Phaedria could not abide his co-rival Thraso, for when Parmeno demanded, numquid aliud imperas, whether he would command him any more service, no more, saith he, but to speak in his behalf, and to drive away his co-rival if he could. Constantine, in the 11th book of his Husbandry, chapter 11, hath a pleasant tale of the pine tree. She was once a fair maid, whom Pinnius and Boreas, two co-rivals, dearly sought, but jealous Boreas broke her neck, etc. And in his 18th chapter, he telleth another tale of Mars, that in his jealousy slew Adonis. Petronius calleth this passion amantium furioso emulationem, a furious emulation, and their symptoms are well expressed by Sir Geoffrey Chaucer in his first Canterbury Tale. It will make the nearest and dearest friends fall out. They will endure all other things to be common, goods, lands, monies, participate of each pleasure, and take in good part any disgraces, injuries in another kind. But as Propertius well describes it in an elegy of his, in this way they will suffer nothing, have no co-rivals. Tu mihi vel ferro pectus, vel perde veneno, ad domina tantum te modo toile mea, te socium vitae te corporis esse licebit, te dominum admitto rebus amici meis, lecto te solum, lecto te deprecor uno, Rivalem possum non ego fere Jovem. Stab me with sword, or poison strong, give me to work my bane. So thou court not my lass, so thou from mistress mine refrain. Command myself, my body, purse, as thine own goods, take all, and as ever my dearest friend, I ever use thee shall. O spare my love to have alone, her to myself I crave. Nay, Jove himself I'll not endure, my rival for to have. This jealousy which I am to treat of, is that which belongs to married men in respect of their own wives, to whose estate as no sweetness, pleasure, happiness can be compared in the world, if they live quietly and lovingly together. So if they disagree or be jealous, those bitter pills of sorrow and grief, disastrous mischiefs, mischances, tortures, gripings, discontents, are not to be separated from them. A most violent passion it is where it taketh place, an unspeakable torment, a hellish torture, an infernal plague, as Ariosto calls it, a fury, a continual fever, full of suspicion, fear, and sorrow, a martyrdom, a mirth-marring monster. The sorrow and grief of heart of one woman jealous of another, is heavier than death, Ecclesiasticus 28:6. As Peninnah did Hannah, vex her and upbraid her sore. 'Tis a main vexation, a most intolerable burden, a corrosive to all content, a frenzy, a madness itself, as Benedito Varchi proves out of that select sonnet of Job. Section 29 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3 by Robert Burton, Section 29. Partition 3, Section 3, Member 1, Subsection 2, Part 1. Causes of jealousy. Who are most apt? Idleness, melancholy, impotency, long absence, beauty, wantonness, naught themselves. Allurements, from time, place, persons, bad usage, causes. Astrologers make the stars a cause or sign of this bitter passion, and out of every man's horoscope will give a probable conjecture whether he will be jealous or no, and at what time, by direction of the significators to their several promisers. Their aphorisms are to be read in Albubata, Pontanus, Schoner, Junctine, etc. Bodine chapter 5 ascribes a great cause to the country or clime, and discourseth largely there of this subject, saying, that southern men are more hot, lascivious, and jealous than such as live in the north. They can hardly contain themselves in those hotter climes, but are most subject to prodigious lust. Leo Afer telleth incredible things almost, of the lust and jealousy of his countrymen of Africa, and especially such as live about Carthage, and so doth every geographer of them in Asia, Turkey, Spaniards, Italians. Germany hath not so many drunkards, England tobacconists, France dancers, Holland mariners, as Italy alone hath jealous husbands. And in Italy some account them of Piacenza more jealous than the rest. In Germany, France, Britain, Scandia, Poland, Muscovy, they are not so troubled with this feral malady, although Damianus Argoas, which I do much wonder at, in his topography of Lapland, and Herbestein of Russia, against the stream of all other geographers, would fasten it upon those northern inhabitants. Altomarius Poggius, and Munster in his description of Baden, reports that men and women of all sorts go commonly into the baths together, without all suspicion. The name of jealousy, saith Munster, is not so much as once heard of among them. In Friesland the women kiss him they drink to, and are kissed again of those they pledge. The virgins in Holland go hand in hand with young men from home, glide on the ice, such is their harmless liberty, and lodge together abroad without suspicion, which rash Sansovinus an Italian makes a great sign of unchastity. In France, upon small acquaintance, it is usual to court other men's wives, to come to their houses, and accompany them arm in arm in the streets, without imputation. In the most northern countries young men and maids familiarly dance together, men and their wives, which, Siena only excepted, Italians may not abide. The Greeks, on the other side, have their private baths for men and women, where they must not come near, nor so much as see one another; and, as Bodine observes, Book 5 de Republica, the Italians could never endure this, or a Spaniard; the very conceit of it would make them mad, and for that cause they lock up their women, and will not suffer them to be near men, so much as in the church, but with a partition between. He telleth moreover, how that when he was ambassador in England, he heard Mendoza the Spanish legate finding fault with it, as a filthy custom for men and women to sit promiscuously in churches together. But Dr. Dale, the master of the requests, told him again, that it was indeed a filthy custom in Spain, where they could not contain themselves from lascivious thoughts in their holy places, but not with us. Baronius in his Annals out of Eusebius, taxeth Licinus the emperor for a decree of his made to this effect: Jubens ne viri simul cum mulieribus in ecclesia interessent, for being prodigiously naught himself, allorum naturam ex sua vitiosa mente spectavit, he so esteemed others. But we are far from any such strange conceits, and will permit our wives and daughters to go to the tavern with a friend, as Urbanus saith, modo absit lascivia, and suspect nothing, to kiss coming and going, which as Erasmus writes in one of his epistles, they cannot endure. England is a paradise for women, and hell for horses; Italy a paradise for horses, hell for women, as the diverb goes. Some make a question whether this headstrong passion rage more in women than men, as Montaigne 1:3. But sure it is more outrageous in women, as all other melancholy is, by reason of the weakness of their sex. Scaliger concludes against women: beside their inconstancy, treachery, suspicion, dissimulation, superstition, pride, for all women are by nature proud, desire of sovereignty. If they be great women, he gives instance in Juno, bitterness and jealousy are the most remarkable affections. Sed neque fulvus apud media tam fulvus in ira est, fulmineo rapidus dum rotat ore canes, nec leo, etc. Tiger, boar, bear, viper, lioness, a woman's fury cannot express. Some say red-headed women, pale-coloured, black-eyed, and of a shrill voice, are most subject to jealousy. High colour in a woman choler shows. Naught are they, peevish, proud, malicious, but worst of all, red, shrill, and jealous. Comparisons are odious. I neither parallel them with others, nor debase them any more. Men and women are both bad, and too subject to this pernicious infirmity. It is most part a symptom and cause of melancholy, as Plater and Valescus teach us. Melancholy men are apt to be jealous, and jealous apt to be melancholy. Pale jealousy, child of insatiate love, of heart-sick thoughts which melancholy bred, a hell-tormenting fear. No faith can move, by discontent with deadly poison fed, with heedless youth and error vainly led, a mortal plague, a virtue-drowning flood, a hellish fire not quenched, but with blood. If idleness concur with melancholy, such persons are most apt to be jealous. 'Tis Nevisanus' note, an idle woman is presumed to be lascivious, and often jealous. Mulier cum sola cogitat, male cogitat. And 'tis not unlikely, for they have no other business to trouble their heads with. More particular causes be these which follow. Impotency first. When a man is not able of himself to perform those dues which he ought unto his wife, for though he be an honest liver, hurt no man, yet Trebius the lawyer may make a question, an suum cuique tribuat, whether he give every one their own, and therefore when he takes notice of his wants, and perceives her to be more craving, clamorous, insatiable, and prone to lust than is fit, he begins presently to suspect, that wherein he is defective, she will satisfy herself, she will be pleased by some other means. Cornelius Gallus hath elegantly expressed this humour in an epigram to his Lycoris: Jamque alios juvenes aliosque requirit amores, me vocat imbellem decrepitumque senem, etc. For this cause is most evident in old men, that are cold and dry by nature, and married, succi plenis, to young wanton wives. With old doting Janiver in Chaucer, they begin to mistrust all is not well. She was young, and he was old, and therefore he feared to be a cuckold. And how should it otherwise be? Old age is a disease of itself, loathsome, full of suspicion and fear, when it is at best unable, unfit for such matters. Tam apta nuptiis quam bruma messibus, as welcome to a young woman as snow in harvest, saith Nevisanus. Et si capis juvenculam, faciet tibi cornua. Marry a lusty maid, and she will surely grow horns on thy head. All women are slippery, often unfaithful to their husbands, as Aeneas Sylvius, Epist. 38, seconds him, but to old men most treacherous. They had rather mortem amplexariae, lie with a corpse than such a one. Oderunt illum pueri, contemnunt mulieres. On the other side, many men, saith Hieronymus, are suspicious of their wives, if they be lightly given, but old folks above the rest. Insomuch that she did not complain without a cause in Apuleius of an old, bald, bedridden knave she had to her good man. Poor woman as I am, what shall I do? I have an old grim sire to my husband, as bald as a coot, as little and as unable as a child, a bedful of bones. He keeps all the doors barred and locked upon me. Woe is me! What shall I do? He was jealous, and she made him a cuckold for keeping her up. Suspicion without a cause, hard usage is able of itself to make a woman fly out, that was otherwise honest. Plerasque bonus tractatio pravus esse facit. Bad usage aggravates the matter. Nam quando mulieres cognoscunt maritum hoc advertere, licentius peccant, as Nevisanus holds. When a woman thinks her husband watcheth her, she will sooner offend. Liberius peccant, et puda omnis abest. Rough handling makes them worse, as the good wife of Bath in Chaucer brags. In his own grease I made him fry, for anger and for every jealousy. Of two extremes, this of hard usage is the worst. 'Tis a great fault, for some men are uxorii, to be too fond of their wives, to dote on them, as Senior Deliro on his Fallace, to be too effeminate, or as some do, to be sick for their wives, breed children for them, and like the Tiberini lie in for them, as some birds hatch eggs by turns, they do all women's offices. Caelius Rhodiginus makes mention of a fellow out of Seneca, that was so besotted on his wife, he could not endure a moment out of her company. He wore her scarf when he went abroad next his heart, and would never drink but in that cup she began first. We have many such fondlings that are their wives' pack horses and slaves. Nam grave malium uxor superans virum suum, as the comical poet hath it. There's no greater misery to a man than to let his wife domineer, to carry her muff, dog, and fan, let her wear the breeches, lay out, spend, and do what she will, go and come whither, when she will, they give consent. Here, take my muff, and, do you hear, good man, now give me pearl, and carry you my fan, etc. Poscit palam, vedimicula in aures, curae, quid hic cessas, vulgo vult illa videri, tu pete lecticas. Many brave and worthy men have trespassed in this kind. Multos foras claros domestica haec destruxit infamia. And many noble senators and soldiers, as Pliny notes, have lost their honour, in being uxorii, so sottishly overruled by their wives. And therefore Cato in Plutarch made a bitter jest on his fellow citizens, the Romans. We govern all the world abroad, and our wives at home rule us. These offend in one extreme, but too hard and too severe are far more offensive on the other. As just a cause may be a long absence of either party, when they must of necessity be much from home, as lawyers, physicians, mariners, by their professions, or otherwise make frivolous impertinent journeys, tarry long abroad to no purpose, lie out, and are gadding still, upon small occasions. It must needs yield matter of suspicion, when they use their wives unkindly in the meantime, and never tarry at home. It cannot use but engender some conceit. Uxor si cessus amare te cogitat, aut tote amari, aut potare, aut animo obsequi, ex tibi bene esse soli, quum sibi sit male. If thou be absent long, thy wife then thinks thou'rt drunk, at ease, or with some pretty minx. 'Tis well with thee, or else beloved of some, whilst she, poor soul, doth fare full ill at home. Hippocrates the physician had a smack of this disease, for when he was to go home as far as Abdera, and some other remote cities of Greece, he writ to his friend Dionysius, if at least those epistles be his, to oversee his wife in his absence, as Apollo set a raven to watch his Coronis, although she lived in his house with her father and mother, who he knew would have a care of her, yet that would not satisfy his jealousy. He would have his special friend Dionysius to dwell in his house with her all the time of his peregrination, and to observe her behaviour, how she carried herself in her husband's absence, and that she did not lust after other men. For a woman had need to have an overseer to keep her honest. They are bad by nature, and lightly given all, and if they be not curbed in time, as an unpruned tree, they will be full of wild branches, and degenerate of a sudden, especially in their husband's absence. Though one Lucretia were trusty, and one Penelope, yet Clytemnestra made Agamemnon cuckold, and no question there be too many of her conditions. If their husbands tarry too long abroad upon unnecessary business, well may they suspect, or if they run one way, their wives at home will fly out another, quid pro quo, or if present, and give them not that content which they ought, primum ingratae, mox invisae noctes quae per somnum transiguntur, they cannot endure to lie alone, or to fast long. Peter Godefridus, in his second book of love, and 6th chapter, hath a story out of St. Anthony's life, of a gentleman who by that good man's advice would not meddle with his wife in the Passion week, but for his pains she set a pair of horns on his head. Such another he hath out of Abstemius. One persuaded a new married man to forbear the 3 first nights, and he should all his lifetime after be fortunate in cattle. But his impatient wife would not tarry so long. Well he might speed in cattle, but not in children. Such a tale hath Heinsius of an impotent and slack scholar, a mere student, and a friend of his, that seeing by chance a fine damsel sing and dance, would needs marry her. The match was soon made, for he was young and rich, genis gratus, corpore glabellus, arte multiscius, et fortuna opulentus, like that Apollo in Apuleius. The first night having liberally taken his liquor, as in that country they do, my fine scholar was so fuzzled that he no sooner was laid in bed, but he fell fast asleep, never waked till morning, and then much abashed, purpureis formosa rosis cum aurora ruberet. When the fair morn with purple hue gan shine, he made an excuse, I know not what, out of Hippocrates' cus, etc., and for that time it went current. But when as afterward he did not play the man as he should do, she fell in league with a good fellow, and whilst he sat up late at his study about those criticisms, mending some hard places in Festus or Pollux, came cold to bed, and would tell her still what he had done. She did not much regard what he said, etc. She would have another matter mended much rather, which he did not conceive was corrupt. Thus he continued at his study late, she at her sport, alibi enim festivas noctes agitabat, hating all scholars for his sake, till at length he began to suspect, and turned a little yellow, as well he might, for it was his own fault. And if men be jealous in such cases, as oft it falls out, the men's is in their own hands, they must thank themselves. Who will pity them, saith Neander, or be much offended with such wives? Si deceptae prius viros decipiant, et cornutos redant, if they deceive those that cozened them first. A lawyer's wife in Aristaenetus, because her husband was negligent in his business, quando lecto danda opera, threatened to cornute him, and did not stick to tell Philina, one of her gossips, as much, and that aloud for him to hear. If he follow other men's matters, and leave his own, I'll have an orator shall Section 30 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3, by Robert Burton, Section 30. Partition 3, Section 3. Member 1, Subsection 2, Part 2. A fourth eminent cause of jealousy may be this: when he that is deformed, and as Pindarus of Vulcan, sine gratiis natus, hirsute, ragged, yet virtuously given, will marry some fair nice piece, or light housewife, begins to misdoubt, as well he may, she doth not affect him. Lis est cum forma magna pudicitiae. Beauty and honesty have ever been at odds. Abraham was jealous of his wife because she was fair, so was Vulcan of his Venus. When he made her creaking shoes, saith Philostratus, ne macaretur sandalios scilicet deferente, that he might hear by them when she stirred, which Mars indigne fere was not well pleased with. Good cause had Vulcan to do as he did, for she was no honester than she should be. Your fine faces have commonly this fault, and it is hard to find, saith Francis Philelphus in an epistle to Saxola his friend, a rich man honest, a proper woman not proud or unchaste. Can she be fair and honest too? Saepe etenim oculuit, picta sese hydra sub herba, sub specie formae, incauto se saepe marito, necrum animus vendit. He that marries a wife that is snowy fair alone, let him look, saith Barbarus, for no better success than Vulcan had with Venus, or Claudius with Messalina. And 'tis impossible almost in such cases the wife should contain, or the good man not be jealous, for when he is so defective, weak, ill proportioned, unpleasing in those parts which women most affect, and she most absolutely fair and able on the other side, if she be not virtuously given, how can she love him? And although she be not fair, yet if he admire her and think her so, in his conceit she is absolute. He holds it impossible for any man living not to dote as he doth, to look on her and not lust, not to covet, and if he be in company with her, not to lay siege to her honesty, or else out of a deep apprehension of his infirmities, deformities, and other men's good parts, out of his own little worth and desert, he distrusts himself. For what is jealousy but distrust? He suspects she cannot affect him, or be not so kind and loving as she should. She certainly loves some other man better than himself. Nevisanus Libro 4, numero 72, will have barrenness to be a main cause of jealousy. If her husband cannot play the man, some other shall. They will leave no remedies unassayed, and thereupon the good man grows jealous. I could give an instance, but be it as it is. I find this reason given by some men, because they have been formerly naught themselves, they think they may be so served by others. They turned up trump before the cards were shuffled. They shall have therefore legem talionis, like for like. Ipse miser docui, quo posset ludere pacto, custodes eheu nunc fremor arte mea. Wretch as I was, I taught her bad to be, and now mine own sly tricks are put on me. Mala mens, mala animus, as the saying is. Ill dispositions cause ill suspicions. There is none jealous, I durst pawn my life, but he that hath defiled another's wife, and for that he himself hath gone astray, he straightway thinks his wife will tread that way. To these two above named causes, or incendiaries of this rage, I may very well annex those circumstances of time, place, persons, by which it ebbs and flows, the fuel of this fury. As Vives truly observes, and such like accidents or occasions, proceeding from the parties themselves, or others, which much aggravate and intend this suspicious humour. For many men are so lasciviously given, either out of a depraved nature, or too much liberty, which they do assume unto themselves, by reason of their greatness, in that they are noblemen. For licentiae peccandi et multitudo peccantium are great motives. Though their own wives be never so fair, noble, virtuous, honest, wise, able, and well given, they must have change. Quicam legitimi juguntur fecere lecti, virtute egregiis, facieque domoque puellis, scorta tamen, foedasque lupus in fornice querunt, et per adulterium nova carpere gaudia tentant, who being matched to wives most virtuous, noble and fair, fly out lascivious. Quod licet ingratum est, that which is ordinary is unpleasant. Nero, saith Tacitus, abhorred Octavia his own wife, a noble virtuous lady, and loved Acte, a base queen in respect. Cerinthus rejected Sulpitia, a nobleman's daughter, and courted a poor servant maid, tanta est aliena in messe voluptas, for that stolen waters be more pleasant. Or as Vitellius the emperor was wont to say, jucundiores amores, qui cum periculo habentur, like stolen venison, still the sweetest is that love which is most difficultly attained. They like better to hunt by stealth in another man's walk, than to have the fairest course that may be at game of their own. Aspice ut in coelo modo sol, modo luno ministret, sic etiam nobis una pella parum est. As sun and moon in heaven change their course, so they change loves, though often to the worse. Or that some fair object so forcibly moves them, they cannot contain themselves, be it heard or seen, they will be at it. Nessus the centaur was by agreement to carry Hercules and his wife over the river Evenus. No sooner had he set Dejanira on the other side, but he would have offered violence unto her, leaving Hercules to swim over as he could. And though her husband was a spectator, yet would he not desist till Hercules with a poisoned arrow shot him to death. Neptune saw by chance that Thessalian Tyro, Eunippius' wife, he forthwith, in the fury of his lust, counterfeited her husband's habit, and made him cuckold. Tarquin heard Collatine commend his wife, and was so far enraged, that in the midst of the night to her he went. Theseus stole Ariadne, vi rapuit, that Trazenian Anaxa, Antiope, and now being old, Helen, a girl not yet ready for her husband. Great men are most part thus affected all. As a horse they neigh, saith Jeremiah, after their neighbours' wives, ut visa pullus adhinit equa. And if they be in company with other women, though in their own wives' presence, they must be courting and dallying with them. Juno in Lucian complains of Jupiter, that he was still kissing Ganymede before her face, which did not a little offend her. And besides, he was a counterfeit Amphitryo, a bull, a swan, a golden shower, and played many such bad pranks, too long, too shameful to relate. Or that they care little for their own ladies, and fear no laws, they dare freely keep whores at their wives' noses. 'Tis too frequent with noblemen to be dishonest. Pietas, probitas, fides, privata bona sunt, as he said long since. Piety, chastity, and such like virtues are for private men, not to be much looked after in great courts, and which Suetonius of the good princes of his time, they might be all engraven in one ring, we me truly hold of chaste potentates of our age. For great personages will familiarly run out in this kind, and yield occasion of offence. Montaigne in his essays give instate in Caesar, Mahomet the Turk that sacked Constantinople, and Ladislas, king of Naples, that besieged Florence. Great men and great soldiers are commonly great, etc. Probatum est. They are good doers. Mars and Venus are equally balanced in their actions. Militis in Galea nidum fecere Columbae, apparet Marti quam sit amica Venus. A dove within a headpiece made her nest, 'twixt Mars and Venus see an interest. Especially if they be bold, for bold men have ever been suspicious. Read more in Aristotle, section 4, problem 19, as Galba, Otho, Domitian, and remarkable Caesar amongst the rest. Urbani servate uxores, maecum calvum adducimus. Besides, This bold Caesar, saith Curio in Sueton, was omnium mulierum vir. He made love to Eunoe, queen of Mauritania, to Cleopatra, to Postumia, wife to Sergius Sulpicius, to Lollia, wife to Gabinius, to Tertulla of Crassus, to Mutia, Pompey's wife, and I know not how many besides. And well he might, for, if all be true that I have read, he had a licence to lie with whom he list. Inter alios honores Caesari decretos, as Sueton, cap. 52. de Julio, and Dion, libro 44. relate. Jus illi datum, cum quibuscumque faeminis se jungendi. Every private history will yield such variety of instances, otherwise good, wise, discreet men, virtuous and valiant, but too faulty in this. Priamus had 50 sons, but 17 alone lawfully begotten. Philippus Bonus left 14 bastards. Lorenzo de Medici, a good prince and a wise, but, saith Machiavelli, prodigiously lascivious. None so valiant as Castruccius Castrucanus, but, as the said author hath it, none so incontinent as he was. And 'tis not only predominant in grandees this fault, but if you will take a great man's testimony, 'tis familiar with every base soldier in France, and elsewhere I think. This vice, saith mine author, is so common with us in France, that he is of no account, a mere coward, not worthy the name of soldier, that is not a notorious whoremaster. In Italy he is not a gentleman, that besides his wife hath not a courtesan and a mistress. 'Tis no marvel then, if poor women in such cases be jealous, when they shall see themselves manifestly neglected, contemned, loathed, unkindly used, their disloyal husbands to entertain others in their rooms, and many times to court ladies to their faces, other men's wives to wear their jewels. How shall a poor woman in such a case moderate her passion? Quis tibi nunc dido cernenti talia sensus? How, on the other hand, shall a poor man contain himself from this feral malady, when he shall see so manifest signs of his wife's inconstancy? When, as Milo's wife, she dotes upon every young man she sees, or as Martial's Sota, deserto sequitur clitum marito, deserts her husband and follows Cletus. Though her husband be proper and tall, fair and lovely to behold, able to give contentment to any one woman, yet she will taste of the forbidden fruit. Juvenal's Iberina to a hair, she is as well pleased with one eye as one man. If a young gallant come by chance into her presence, a fastidious brisk, that can wear his clothes well in fashion, with a lock, a jingling spur, a feather, that can cringe and withal compliment, court a gentlewoman, she raves upon him. Oh, what a lovely proper man he was, another Hector, an Alexander, a goodly man, a demigod. How sweetly he carried himself, with how comely a grace, sic oculos, sic ille manus, sic ora ferabat, how neatly he did wear his clothes. Quam sese ore ferens, quam forti pectore et armis, how bravely did he discourse, ride, sing, and dance, &c. And then she begins to loathe her husband, repugnans osculator, to hate him and his filthy beard, his goatish complexion, as Doris said of Polyphemus. Totus qui sanium, totus ut hircus olet. He is a rammy, fulsome fellow, a goblin-faced fellow, he smells. he stinks, et caepus simul alumque ructat, si quando ad salamum, etc. How like a dizzard, a fool, an ass he looks, how like a clown he behaves himself. She will not come near him by her own good will, but wholly rejects him, as Venus did her fuliginous Vulcan. At last, nec Deus huc mensa, Dea nec dignita cubili est. So did Lucretia, a lady of Senae, after she had but seen Euryalus. In Euryalum tota ferebatur, domum reversa, etc. She would not hold her eyes off him in his presence. Tantum agregio decus enitet ore, and in his absence could think of none but him. Odit virum. She loathed her husband forthwith, might not abide him. Et conjugalis negligens torre, viro praesente, acerbo nauseat fastidio. All against the laws of matrimony. She did abhor her husband's visome, and sought all opportunity to see her sweetheart again. Now when the good man shall observe his wife so lightly given, to be so free and familiar with every gallant, her immodesty and wantonness, as Camerarius notes, it must needs yield matter of suspicion to him, when she still pranks up herself beyond her means and fortunes, makes impertinent journeys, unnecessary visitations, stays out so long with such and such companions, so frequently goes to plays, masques, feasts, and all public meetings, shall use such immodest gestures, free speeches, and withal show some distaste of her own husband, how can he choose, though he were another Socrates, but be suspicious and instantly jealous? Socraticas tandem faciet transcendere metas, more especially when he shall take notice of their more secret and sly tricks, which to cornute their husbands they commonly use. Dum ludis, ludos haec te facit. They pretend love, honour, chastity, and seem to respect them before all men living. Saints in show, so cunningly can they dissemble, they will not so much as look upon another man in his presence. So chaste, so religious, and so devout, they cannot endure the name or sight of a queen, a harlot, out upon her, and in their outward carriage are most loving and officious, will kiss their husband and hang about his neck, dear husband, sweet husband, and with a composed countenance salute him, especially when he comes home, or if he go from home, weep, sigh, lament, and take upon them to be sick and swoon, like Jocundo's wife in Ariosto, when her husband was to depart, and yet arrant, etc. They care not for him. Ay me, the thought, quoth she, makes me so afraid that scarce the breath abideth in my breast. Peace, my sweet love and wife, Jocundo said, and weeps as fast and comforts her his best, etc. All this might not assuage the woman's pain. Needs must I die before you come again, nor how to keep my life I can devise. The doleful days and nights I shall sustain, from meat my mouth, from sleep will keep my eyes, etc. That very night that went before the morrow, that he had pointed surely to depart, Jocundo's wife was sick and swooned for sorrow, amid his arms, so heavy was her heart. And yet, for all these counterfeit tears and protestations, Jocundo coming back in all haste for a jewel he had forgot, his chaste and yoke fellow he found, yoked with a knave, all honesty neglected. The adulterer sleeping, very sound, yet by his face was easily detected, a beggar's brat bred by him from his cradle, and now was riding on his master's saddle. Thus can they cunningly counterfeit, as Platina describes their customs, kiss their husbands, whom they had rather see hanging on a gallows, and swear they love him dearer than their own lives. whose soul they would not ransom for their little dogs. Similis si permutatio detur, morte viri cupiunt aniniani servari catellae. Many of them seem to be precise and holy, forsooth, and will go to such a church, to hear such a good man by all means, an excellent man, when 'tis for no other intent, as he follows it, than to see and to be seen, to observe what fashions are in use, to meet some pander, bawd, monk, friar, or to entice some good fellow. For they persuade themselves, as Nevisanus shows, that it is neither sin nor shame to lie with a lord or parish priest, if he be a proper man. And though she kneel often, and pray devoutly, 'tis, saith Platina, not for her husband's welfare, or children's good, or any friend, but for her sweetheart's return, her pander's health. If her husband would have her go, she feigns herself sick, et simulat subito condoluisse caput, her head aches, and she cannot stir. But if her paramour ask as much, she is for him in all seasons, at all hours of the night. In the kingdom of Malabar, and about Goa in the East Indies, the women are so subtle that, with a certain drink they give them to drive away cares, as they say, they will make them sleep for 24 hours, or so intoxicate them that they can remember naught of what they saw done, or heard, and by washing their feet restore them again, and so make their husbands cuckold to their faces. Some are ill disposed at all times, to all persons they like, others more wary to some few, at such and such seasons, as Augusta, Livia, non nisi plena navi vectorum tolebat. But as he said, no pen could write, no tongue attain to tell, by force of eloquence, or help of art, of women's treacheries the 100th part. Both, to say truth, are often faulty. Men and women give just occasions, in this humour of discontent, aggravate and yield matter of suspicion, but most part of the chief causes proceed from other adventitious accidents and circumstances, though the parties be free, are both well given themselves. The indiscreet carriage of some lascivious gallant, et e contra of some light woman, by his often frequenting of a house, bold unseemly gestures, may make a breach, and by his over familiarity, if he be inclined to yellowness, colour him quite out. If he be poor, basely born, saith Benedito Varchi, and otherwise unhandsome, he suspects him the less. But if a proper man, such as was Alcibiades in Greece, and Castruccius Castrucanus in Italy, well descended, commendable for his good parts, he taketh on the more, and watcheth his doings. Theodosius the emperor gave his wife Eudoxia a golden apple when he was a suitor to her, which she long after bestowed upon a young gallant in the court, of her especial acquaintance. The emperor, espying this apple in his hand, suspected forthwith more than was his wife's dishonesty, banished him the court, and from that day following forbare to accompany her any more. A rich merchant had a fair wife. According to his custom he went to travel. In his absence a good fellow tempted his wife. She denied him, yet he, dying a little after, gave her a legacy for the love he bore her. At his return, her jealous husband, because she had got more by land than he had done at sea, turned her away upon suspicion. Now when those other circumstances of time and place, opportunity and importunity shall concur, what will they not effect? Fair opportunity can win the coyest she that is, so wisely he takes time, as he'll be sure he will not miss. Then lie that loves her gamesome vein, and tempers toys with art, brings love that swimmeth in her eyes, to dive into her heart. As at plays, masques, great feasts and banquets, one singles out his wife to dance, another courts her in his presence, a third tempts her, a fourth insinuates with a pleasing compliment, a sweet smile, ingratiates himself with an amphibological speech, as that merry companion in the satirist did to his Glycerium. Adsidens et interiorem palmam amabiliter concutiens. Quod meus hortus habet, sumat impune licebit, si dederis nobis quod tuus hortus habet, with many such, etc. And then, as he saith, she may no while in chastity abide, that is assayed on every side. For after all great feast, vino saepe suum nescit amica virum. Noah, saith Hierome, showed his nakedness in his drunkenness, which for 600 years he had covered in soberness. Lot lay with his daughters in his drink, as Cinyras with mirror. Quid enim Venus ebria curat? The most continent may be overcome, or if otherwise they keep bad company, they that are modest of themselves, and dare not offend, confirmed by others, grow impudent and confident, and get an ill habit. Alia quaestus gratia matrimonium corrumpit, alia peccans multas vuit morbi habere socias. Or if they dwell in suspected places, as in an infamous inn, near some stews, near monks, friars, Nevisanus adds, where be many tempters and solicitors, idle persons that frequent their companies, it may give just cause of suspicion. Martial of old inveighed against them that counterfeited a disease to go to the bath, for so many times, relicto, conjuge Penelope venit, abit Helene. Aeneas Sylvius puts in a caveat against princes' courts, because there be, tot formosi juvenes qui promitunt, so many brave suitors to tempt, etc. If you leave her in such a place, you shall likely find her in company you like not, either they come to her, or she is gone to them. Kornmannus makes a doubting jest in his lascivious country. Virginis illibata censiata ne castitas, ad quam frequentur accedant scholares. And Baldus the lawyer scoffs on, quum scholaris, inquit, loquitur cum puella, non praesumitur e dicere. Pater noster, when a scholar talks with a maid, or another man's wife in private, it is presumed he saith not a pater noster. Or, if I shall see a monk or a friar climb up a ladder at midnight into a virgin's or widow's chamber window, I shall hardly think he then goes to administer the sacraments, or to take her confession.
Section 31 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3, by Robert Burton, Section 31. Partition 3, Section 3, Member 2. Symptoms of jealousy, fear, sorrow, suspicion, strange actions, gestures, outrages, locking up, oaths, trials, laws, etc. Of all passions, as I have already proved, love is most violent, and of those bitter potions which this love melancholy affords, this bastard jealousy is the greatest, as appears by those prodigious symptoms which it hath, and that it produceth. For, besides fear and sorrow,
which is common to all melancholy, anxiety of mind, suspicion, aggravation, restless thoughts, paleness, meagreness, neglect of business, and the like. These men are farther yet misaffected, and in a higher strain. 'Tis a more vehement passion, a more furious perturbation, a bitter pain, a fire, a pernicious curiosity, a gall corrupting the honey of our life, madness, vertigo, plague, hell. They are more than ordinarily disquieted. They lose bonum pacis, as Chrysostom observes. And though they be rich, keep sumptuous tables, be nobly allied, yet miserrimi omnium sunt, they are most miserable. They are more than ordinarily discontent, more sad, nihil tristius, more than ordinarily suspicious. Jealousy, saith Vives, begets unquietness in the mind, night and day. He hunts after every word he hears, every whisper, and amplifies it to himself, as all melancholy men do in other matters, with a most unjust calumny of others. He misinterprets everything is said or done, most apt to mistake or misconstrue. He pries into every corner, follows close, observes to a hair. 'Tis proper to jealousy so to do. Pale hag, infernal fury, pleasure smart, envy's observer, prying in every part. Besides those strange gestures of staring, frowning, grinning, rolling of eyes, menacing, ghastly looks, broken pace, interrupt, precipitate, half-turns, he will sometimes sigh, weep, sob for anger. Nempe suos imbres etiam ista tonitrua fundunt. Swear and belie, slander any man, curse, threaten, brawl, scold, fight, and sometimes again flatter and speak fair, ask forgiveness, kiss and call, condemn his rashness and folly, vow, protest, and swear he will never do so again, and then eftsoons, impatient as he is, rave, roar, and lay about him like a madman, thump her sides, drag her about perchance, drive her out of doors, send her home, he will be divorced forthwith, she is a whore, etc. And by, with all submission, compliment, entreat her fair, and bring her in again, he loves her dearly, she is his sweet, most kind and loving wife, he will not change, nor leave her for a kingdom. So he continues off and on, as the toy takes him, the object moves him, but most part brawling, fretting, unquiet he is, accusing and suspecting, not strangers only, but brothers and sisters, father and mother, nearest and dearest friends. He thinks with those Italians, qui non tocca parentado, tocca mai e rado, and through fear conceives unto himself things almost incredible and impossible to be effected, as a heron when she fishes, still prying on all sides, or as a cat doth a mouse, his eye is never off hers. He gloats on him, on her, accurately observing on whom she looks, who looks at her, what she saith, doth, at dinner, at supper, sitting, walking, at home, abroad, he is the same, still inquiring, maundering, gazing, listening, affrighted with every small object. Why did she smile? Why did she pity him, commend him? Why did she drink twice to such a man? Why did she offer to kiss, to dance, etc.? A whore, an arrant whore. All this he confesseth in the poet. Omnia miterent, timidus sum, ignosce timori, et miser in tunica suspico esse virum, me ledit si multa tibi dabit oscula mater, me soror, et cumqua dormit amica simul. Each thing affrights me, I do fear. Ah, pardon me my fear. I doubt a man is hid within the clothes that thou dost wear. Is it not a man in woman's apparel? Is not somebody in that great chest, or behind the door, or hangings, or in some of those barrels? May not a man steal in at the window with a ladder of ropes, or come down the chimney, have a false key, or get in when he is asleep? If a mouse do but stir, or the wind blow, a casement clatter, that's the villain, there he is. By his good will no man shall see her, salute her, speak with her. She shall not go forth of his sight, so much as to do her needs. Non ita bovem Argus, etc. Argus did not so keep his cow, that watchful dragon the golden fleece, or Cerberus the coming in of hell, as he keeps his wife. If a dear friend, or near kinsman, come as guest to his house, to visit him, he will never let him be out of his own sight and company, lest peradventure, etc. If the necessity of his business be such that he must go from home, he doth either lock her up, or commit her with a deal of injunctions and protestations to some trusty friends. Him and her he sets and bribes to oversee. One servant is set in his absence to watch another, and all to observe his wife. And yet all this will not serve, though his business be very urgent. He will, when he is half-way, come back in all post-haste, rise from supper, or at midnight, and be gone, and sometimes leave his business undone, and as a stranger court his own wife in some disguised habit. Though there be no danger at all, no cause of suspicion, she live in such a place where Messalina herself could not be dishonest if she would. Yet he suspects her as much as if she were in a bawdy house, some prince's court, or in a common inn, where all comers might have free access. He calls her on a sudden all to naught. She is a strumpet, a light hussif, a bitch, an arrant whore. No persuasion, no protestation can divert this passion. Nothing can ease him, secure, or give him satisfaction. It is most strange to report what outrageous acts by men and women have been committed in this kind, by women especially, that will run after their husbands into all places and companies, as Jovianus Pontanus' wife did by him, follow him whithersoever he went, it matters not, or upon what business, raving like Juno in the tragedy, miscalling, cursing, swearing, and mistrusting every one she sees. Gomesius, in his 3rd book of the life and deeds of Francis Ximenius, sometime Archbishop of Toledo, hath a strange story of that incredible jealousy of Joan, Queen of Spain, wife to King Philip, mother of Ferdinand and Charles V, emperors. When her husband Philip, either for that he was tired with his wife's jealousy, or had some great business, went into the Low Countries, she was so impatient and melancholy upon his departure, that she would scarce eat her meat, or converse with any man. And though she were with child, the season of the year very bad, the wind against her, in all haste she would to sea after him. Neither Isabella, her queen mother, the Archbishop, or any other friend could persuade her to the contrary, but she would after him. When she was now come into the Low Countries, and kindly entertained by her husband, she could not contain herself, but in a rage ran upon a yellow-haired wench, with whom she suspected her husband to be naught, cut off her hair, did beat her black and blue, and so dragged her about. It is an ordinary thing for women in such cases to scratch the faces, slit the noses of such as they suspect, as Henry II's importune Juno did by Rosamond at Woodstock, for she complains in a modern poet, she scarce spake, but flies with eager fury to my face, offering me most unwomanly disgrace. Look how a tigress, etc. So fell she on me in outrageous wise, as could disdain and jealousy devise. Or, if it be so they dare not or cannot execute any such tyrannical injustice, they will miscall, rail, and revile, bear them deadly hate and malice, as Tacitus observes. The hatred of a jealous woman is inseparable against such as she suspects. Nulla vis flammae tumidique venti, tanta nec telli metuanda torti, quanta cum conjux viduata taedis ardet et odit. Winds, weapons, flames, make not such hurly-burly, as raving women turn all topsy-turvy. So did Agrippina by Lollia, and Calphurnia in the days of Claudius. But women are sufficiently curbed in such cases. The rage of men is more eminent and frequently put in practice. See but with what rigour those jealous husbands tyrannize over their poor wives. In Greece, Spain, Italy, Turkey, Africa, Asia, and generally over all those hot countries, mulieres vestre terra vestra arate sicut vultis. Mahomet in his Al-Quran gives this power to men. Your wives are as your land, till them, use them, and treat them fair or foul, as you will yourselves. Me castor legedura vivunt mulieres, they lock them still in their houses, which are so many prisons to them. Will suffer nobody to come at them, or their wives to be seen abroad. Nec campos liceat lustrare patentes. They must not so much as look out. And if they be great persons, they have eunuchs to keep them, as the Grand Signior among the Turks, the Sophies of Persia, those Tartarian Mogors, and kings of China. Infantes masculos castrant innumeros ut regi serviant, saith Riccius. They geld innumerable infants to this purpose. The king of China maintains 10,000 eunuchs in his family to keep his wives. The Zarifs of Barbary keep their courtesans in such a strict manner, that if any man come but in sight of them, he dies for it. And if they chance to see a man, and do not instantly cry out, though from their windows, they must be put to death. The Turks have I know not how many black deformed eunuchs, for the white serve for other ministries, to this purpose sent commonly from Egypt, deprived in their childhood of all their privities, and brought up in the Seraglio at Constantinople, to keep their wives, which are so penned up they may not confer with any living man, or converse with younger women, have a cucumber or carrot sent into them for their diet, but sliced for fear, etc., and so live, and are left alone to their unchaste thoughts all the days of their lives. The vulgar sort of women, if at any time they come abroad, which is very seldom, to visit one another, or to go to their baths, are so covered that no man can see them, as the matrons were in old Rome, lectica aut cella tecta vectae, so Dion and Seneca record, velatae totae incedunt, which Alexander ab Alexandro relates of the Parthians, lib 5, cap 24, which, with Andreas Tiraquellus, his commentator, I rather think should be understood of Persians. I have not yet said all. They do not only lock them up, sed et pudendis seras adhibent. Hear what Bembus relates, lib 6 of his Venetian history, of those inhabitants that dwell about Quilon in Africa. Lusitani inquit, quorundum civitates adierunt, qui natis statim faeminis naturam consuunt, co ad urine exitus ne impediator, easque quum adoleverint sic consutas in matrimonium collocant, ut sponsi prima cura sit conglutinatas puellae oras ferro interscindere. In some parts of Greece at this day, like those old Jews, they will not believe their wives are honest, nisi panum menstruatum prima nocte videant. Our countryman Sands, in his Peregrination, saith it is severely observed in Zanzinthus or Zante, and Leo Afer in his time at Fez in Africa, non credunt virginem esse nisi videant sanguineam mappam, si non ad parentes pudore regicitur. Those sheets are publicly shown by their parents, and kept as a sign of incorrupt virginity. The Jews of old examined their maids ex tenui membrana, called hymen, which Laurentius in his Anatomy Columbus lib 12 cap 10, Capivaccius lib 4 cap 11, De uteri affectibus, Vincent, Alsarus Genuensis quaesit, med cent 4, Hieronymus Mercurialis consult, Ambros, Pareus, Julius Caesar, Claudinus respons 4, as that also de ruptura venarum ut sauguis fluat, copiously confute. 'Tis no sufficient trial, they contend, and yet others again defend it. Gaspar Bartolinus Institut Anat lib 1 cap 31, Pinnaeus of Paris, Albertus Magnus de secret mulier cap 9 and 10, etc., and think they speak too much in favour of women. Ludovicus Boncialis lib 4 cap 2, mulier naturalem illam uteri labiorum constrictionem in qua virginitatem consistere volunt, astringentibus medicinis fieri posse vendicat, et si deflorate sint, astute mulieres inquit nos fallunt in his, idem Alsarius Crucius Genuensis iisdem feri verbis, idem Avicenna lib 3 fen 20, tract 1 cap 47, Rhasis Continent lib 24, Rodericus a Castro de Natmul lib 1 cap 3. An old bawdy nurse in Aristanitus, like that Spanish Celestina, quae quinque mille virgines fecit mulieres, totidemque mulieres arte sua virgines, when a fair maid of her acquaintance wept and made her moan to her, how she had been deflowered, and now ready to be married, was afraid it would be perceived, comfortably replied, Nolli vereri filia, etc. Fear not, daughter, I'll teach thee a trick to help it, said haec extra calem. To what end are all those astrological questions, ansit Virgo, ansit Casta, ansit Mulier, and such strange absurd trials in Albertus Magnus, Bat Porta Mag lib 2 cap 21, in Vecca lib 5 de secret, by stones, perfumes, to make them piss, and confess I know not what in their sleep. Some jealous brain was the first founder of them. And to what passion may we ascribe those severe laws against jealousy? Numbers verse 14, adulterers, Deuteronomy chapter 22 verse 22, as amongst the Hebrews, amongst the Egyptians. Read Behemus, lib 1 cap 5, de mor gen of the Carthaginians, cap 6 of Turks, lib 2 cap 11. Amongst the Athenians of old, Italians at this day, wherein they are to be severely punished, cut in pieces, burned, vivi comburio, buried alive, with several expurgations, etc. Are they not as so many symptoms of incredible jealousy? We may say the same of those Vestal virgins that fetched water in a sieve, as Tatia did in Rome, anno ab urb condita 800, before the senators, and Aemilia, Virgo Innocens, that ran over hot irons, as Emma, Edward the Confessor's mother, did, the king himself being a spectator, with the like. We read in Nicephorus that Cunegunda, the wife of Henricus Bavarus emperor, suspected of adultery, in simulata adulterii per ignitos vomeres illesa transit, trod upon red-hot coulters, and had no harm. Such another story we find in Regino lib 2, in Aventinus and Sigonius of Charles III, and his wife Richarda, anno 887, that was so purged with hot irons. Pausanias saith, that he was once an eye-witness of such a miracle at Diana's temple. A maid without any harm at all walked upon burning coals. Pius Secund, in his description of Europe, circa 46, relates as much, that it was commonly practised at Diana's temple for women to go barefoot over hot coals, to try their honesties. Plinius, Solinus, and many writers make mention of Geronia's temple, and Dionysius Halicarnassus, lib 3 of Memnon's statue, which were used to this purpose. Tatius, lib 6 of Pan, his cave, much like old St. Wilfrid's Needle in Yorkshire, wherein they did use to try maids whether they were honest. When Leucippe went in, Suavissimus exaudiri sonus caepit Austin de Civ. Dei lib 10, c. 16, relates many such examples, all which Lavater de Spect. Part 1, cap. 19, contends to be done by the illusion of devils. Though Thomas, Quaest. 6 de Polentia, etc., ascribes it to good angels. Some, saith Austin, compel their wives to swear they be honest, as if perjury were a lesser sin than adultery. Some consult oracles, as Phares, that blind king of Egypt. Others reward, as those old Romans used to do. If a woman were contented with one man, corona pudicitiae donabatur, she had a crown of chastity bestowed on her. When all this will not serve, saith Alexander Gaguinus, cap. 5, Descript Muscoviae, the Muscovites, if they suspect their wives, will beat them till they confess, and if that will not avail, like those wild Irish, be divorced at their pleasures, or else knock them on the heads, as the old Gauls have done in former ages. Of this tyranny of jealousy read more in Parthenius Erot, cap. 10, Camerarius, cap. 53, Hor Subsis et Sent. 2, cap. 34, Caelius Epistles, Thomas Challoner de Repub. Aug. lib 9, Ariosto lib 30. Section 32 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nicole Lee. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3, by Robert Burton, Section 32. Partition 3, Section 3, Member 3. Prognostics of jealousy, despair, madness, to make away themselves and others. Those which are jealous, most part, if they be not otherwise relieved, proceed from suspicion to hatred, from hatred to frenzy, madness, injury, murder, and despair. A plague, by whose most damnable effect, divers in deep despair to die have sought, by which a man to madness near is brought, as well with causeless as with just suspect. In their madness many times, saith Vives, they make away themselves and others, which induceth Cyprian to call it fecundam et multiplicem perniciem, fontem cladium et seminarium delictorum, a fruitful mischief, the seminary of offences, and fountain of murders. Tragical examples are too common in this kind, both new and old, in all ages, as of Cephalus and Procris, Phareus of Egypt, Tereus, Atreus, and Thyestes. Alexander Phareus was murdered of his wife, ob pellicatus suspitionem, Tully saith. Antoninus Verus was so made away by Lucilla, Demetrius the son of Antigonus and Nicanor by their wives, Hercules poisoned by Dejanira, Cecina murdered by Vespasian, Justina, a Roman lady, by her husband, a mistress, Xerxes' wife, because she found her husband's cloak in Masista's house, cut off Masista, his wife's paps, and gave them to the dogs, flayed her besides, and cut off her ears, lips, tongue, and slit the nose of Artainta, her daughter. Our late writers are full of such outrages. Paulus Emilius, in his History of France, hath a tragical story of Chilpericus the First his death, made away by Ferdegunda his queen. In a jealous humour he came from hunting, and stole behind his wife, as she was dressing and combing her head in the sun. Gave her a familiar touch with his wand, which she, mistaking for her lover, said, Ah, Landre, a good knight should strike before, and not behind. But when she saw herself betrayed by his presence, she instantly took order to make him away. Hierome Osorius, in his 11th book of the Deeds of Emmanuel, King of Portugal, to this effect hath a tragical narration of one Ferdinandus Chalderia, that wounded Gotherinus, a noble countryman of his, at Goa in the East Indies, and cut off one of his legs, for that he looked as he thought too familiarly upon his wife, which was afterwards a cause of many quarrels and much bloodshed. Guianerius speaks of a silly jealous fellow, that seeing his child new-born included in a caul, thought sure a Franciscan that used to come to his house was the father of it, it was so like the friar's cowl, and thereupon threatened the friar to kill him. Fulgosus, of a woman in Narbonne, that cut off her husband's privities in the night, because she thought he played false with her. The story of Jonas's Bassa, and fair Manto his wife, is well known to such as have read the Turkish history, and that of Joan of Spain, of which I treated in my former section. Her jealousy, saith Gemesius, was the cause of both their deaths. King Philip died for grief a little after, as Martian his physician gave it out, and she, for her part, after a melancholy, discontented life, misspent in lurking holes and corners, made an end of her miseries. Felix Plater, in the first book of his Observations, hath many such instances, of a physician of his acquaintance that was first mad through jealousy, and afterwards desperate; of a merchant that killed his wife in the same humour, and after precipitated himself; of a doctor of law that cut off his man's nose; of a painter's wife in Basel, anno 1600, that was mother of 9 children, and had been 27 years married, yet afterwards jealous, and so impatient that she became desperate, and would neither eat nor drink in her own house, for fear her husband should poison her. 'Tis a common sign this, for when once the humours are stirred, and the imagination misaffected, it will vary itself in divers forms, and many such absurd symptoms will accompany, even madness itself. Skenkius hath an example of a jealous woman, that by this means had many fits of the mother; and in his first book of some that through jealousy ran mad; of a baker that gelded himself.
Section 33 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Morgan Scorpion. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3, by Robert Burton, Section 33. Partition 3, Section 3, Member 4, Subsection 1. Cure of jealousy, by avoiding occasions, not to be idle, of good counsel, to contemn it, not to watch or lock them up, to dissemble it, etc. As of all other melancholy, some doubt whether this malady may be cured or no. They think 'tis like the gout, or Switzers, whom we commonly call Walloons, those hired soldiers, if once they take possession of a castle, they can never be got out. Qui timet ut sua sit, nequis sibi substrahat illam, ille Macedonia vix ope salvus est. This is the cruel wound, against whose smart no liquor's force prevails, or any plaster, No skill of stars, no depth of magic art, devised by that great clerk Zoroaster. A wound that so infects the soul and heart, as all our sense and reason it doth master, a wound whose pang and torment is so durable, as it may rightly called be incurable. Yet what I have formerly said of other melancholy, I will say again, it may be cured or mitigated at least by some contrary passion, good counsel and persuasion. If it be withstood in the beginning, maturely resisted, and as those ancients hold, the nails of it be pared before they grow too long. No better means to resist or repel it than by avoiding idleness, to be still seriously busied about some matters of importance, to drive out those vain fears, foolish fantasies, and irksome suspicions out of his head, and then to be persuaded by his judicious friends to give ear to their good counsel and advice, and wisely to consider how much he discredits himself, his friends, dishonours his children, disgraceth his family, publisheth his shame, and as a trumpeter of his own misery, divulgeth, macerates, grieves himself and others. What an argument of weakness it is, how absurd a thing in its own nature, how ridiculous, how brutish a passion, how sottish, how odious. For as Hierome well hath it, odium sui facit, et ipse novissime sibi odio est. Others hate him, and at last he hates himself for it. How harebrain a disease, mad and furious. If he will but hear them speak, no doubt he may be cured. Joan, Queen of Spain, of whom I have formerly spoken, under pretence of changing air was sent to Complutum, or Alcade de las Generas, where Ximenius the Archbishop of Toledo then lived, that by his good counsel, as for the present she was, she might be eased. For a disease of the soul, if concealed, tortures and overturns it, and by no physic can sooner be removed than by a discreet man's comfortable speeches. I will not here insert any consolatory sentences to this purpose, or forestall any man's invention, but leave it every one to dilate and amplify as he shall think fit in his own judgment. Let him advise with Siracides, cap. 9:1. Be not jealous over the wife of thy bosom. Read that comfortable and pithy speech to this purpose of Ximenius, in the author himself, as it is recorded by Gomesius. Consult with Chaloner, Librum 9 de Republicum Anglorum, or Caelia in her epistles, etc. Only this I will add, that if it be considered aright which causeth this jealous passion, be it just or unjust, whether with or without cause, true or false, it ought not so heinously to be taken. 'Tis no such real or capital matter, that it should make so deep a wound. 'Tis a blow that hurts not, an insensible smart, grounded many times upon false suspicion alone, and so fostered by a sinister conceit. If she be not dishonest, he troubles and macerates himself without a cause. Or put case which is the worst, he be a cuckold, it cannot be helped, the more he stirs in it, the more he aggravates his own misery. How much better were it in such a case to dissemble or contemn it? Why should that be feared which cannot be redressed? Multae tandem deposuerunt, saith Vives, quum flecti maritos non posse vident. Many women, when they see there is no remedy, have been pacified, and shall men be more jealous than women? 'Tis some comfort in such a case to have companions. Solum miseris socios habuisse doloris. Who can say that he is free? Who can assure himself he is not one de praeterito, or secure himself de futuro? If it were his case alone, it were hard, but being as it is almost a common calamity, 'tis not so grievously to be taken. If a man have a lock which every man's key will open as well as his own, why should he think to keep it private to himself? In some countries they make nothing of it. Ne nobiles quidem, saith Leo Afer. In many parts of Africa, if she be past 14, there is not a nobleman that marries a maid, or that hath a chaste wife. 'Tis so common, as the moon gives horns once a month to the world, do they to their husbands at least. And 'tis most part true which that Caledonian lady, Agetocovus, a British prince's wife, told Julia Augusta, when she took her up for dishonesty. We Britons are naught at least with some few choice men of the better sort, but you Romans lie with every base knave. You are a company of common whores. Severus the emperor in his time made laws for the restraint of this vice, and as Dion Nicaeus relates in his life, 3 maecorum, 3,000 cuckold makers, or naturae monetam adulterantes, as Philo calls them, false coiners and clippers of nature's money, were summoned into the court at once. And yet, non omnem molitor quae fluit undam videt. The miller sees not all the water that goes by his mill. No doubt, but, as in our days, these were of the commonalty. All the great ones were not so much as called in question for it. Martial's epigram, I suppose, might have been generally applied in those licentious times. Omnia solus habes, etc. Thy goods, lands, money, wits are thine own. Uxorum sed habes Candidae cum populo. But, neighbour Candidus, your wife is common. Husband and cuckold in that age it seems were reciprocal terms. The emperors themselves did wear Actaeon's badge. How many Caesars might I reckon up together, and what a catalogue of connuted kings and princes in every story! Agamemnon, Menelaus, Philippus of Greece, Ptolemaeus of Egypt, Lucullus, Caesar, Pompeius, Cato, Augustus, Antonius, Antoninus, etc., that wore fair plumes of bull's feathers in their crests. The bravest soldiers and most heroical spirits could not avoid it. They have been active and passive in this business. They have either given or taken horns. King Arthur, whom we call one of the 9 worthies, for all his great valour, was unworthily served by Mordred, one of his Round Table knights, and Glycera, or Helena Alba, his fair wife, as Leland interprets it, was an arrant honest woman. Parcerem libentur, saith mine author, heroinarum laesae majestati, si non historiae veritas orem velicaret. I could willingly wink at a fair lady's faults, but that I am bound by the laws of history to tell the truth. Against his will, God knows, did he write it, and so do I repeat it. I speak not of our times all this while. We have good, honest, virtuous men and women, whose fame, zeal, fear of God, religion, and superstition contains. And yet for all that we have many knights of this order, so dubbed by their wives, many good women abused by dissolute husbands. In some places and such persons you may as soon enjoin them to carry water in a sieve, as to keep themselves honest. What shall a man do now in such a case? What remedy is to be had? How shall he be eased? By suing a divorce? This is hard to be effected. Si non caste, tamen caute, they carry the matter so cunningly, that though it be as common as simony, as clear and as manifest as the nose in a man's face, yet it cannot be evidently proved, or they likely taken in the fact. They will have a knave Gallus to watch, or with that Roman Sulpitia, all made fast and sure. Ne se caducis destitutam fasciis, nudum caleno concumbentem videat. She will hardly be surprised by her husband, be he never so wary. Much better then to put it up. The more he strives in it, the more he shall divulge his own shame. Make a virtue of necessity, and conceal it. Yea, but the world takes notice of it, 'tis in every man's mouth. let them talk their pleasure, of whom speak they not in this sense? From the highest to the lowest they are thus censured all. There is no remedy then but patience. It may be 'tis his own fault, and he hath no reason to complain. 'Tis quid pro quo, she is bad, he is worse. Bethink thyself, hast thou not done as much for some of thy neighbours? Why dost thou require that of thy wife, which thou wilt not perform thyself? Thou rangest like a town bull. Why art thou so incensed if she tread awry? Be it that some woman break chaste wedlock's laws, and leaves her husband and becomes unchaste, yet commonly it is not without cause. She sees her man in sin her goods to waste, she feels that he his love from her withdraws, and hath on some perhaps less worthy placed, who strike with sword, the scabbard them may strike, and sure love craveth love, like asketh like. Ea semper studebit, saith Nevisanus, pares redere vices, she will quit it if she can. And therefore, as well adviseth Siracides, cap. 9.1, teach her not an evil lesson against thyself, which as Jansenius, Lyranus, on his text, and Carthusianus interpret, is no otherwise to be understood than that she do thee not a mischief. I do not excuse her in accusing thee, but if both be naught, mend thyself first, for as the old saying is, a good husband makes a good wife. Yea, but thou repliest, 'tis not the like reason betwixt man and woman. Through her fault my children are bastards, I may not endure it. Sit amarulenta, sit imperiosa prodiga, etc. Let her scold, brawl, and spend, I care not, modo sit casta. So she be honest, I could easily bear it. But this I cannot, I may not, I will not. My faith, my fame, mine eye must not be touched, as the diverb is. Non patitur tactum fama, fides oculus. I say the same of my wife. Touch all, use all, take all but this. I acknowledge that of Seneca to be true, nullius boni jucundo possessio sine socio, there is no sweet content in the possession of any good thing without a companion. This only excepted, I say. And why this? Even this which thou so much abhorrest, it may be for thy progeny's good. Better be any man's son than thine, to be begot of base Irus, poor Seius, or mean Mebius, the town swineherd's, a shepherd's son, and well is he, that like Hercules he hath any two fathers. For thou thyself hast peradventure more diseases than a horse, more infirmities of body and mind, a cankered soul, crabbed conditions. Make the worst of it, as it is vulnus insanibile, sic vulnus insensibile. As it is incurable, so it is insensible. But art thou sure it is so? Iris agit, ille tuas, doth he so indeed? It may be thou art over suspicious, and without a cause as some are. If it be octimestris partus, born at 8 months, or like him and him, they fondly suspect he got it. If she speak or laugh familiarly with such or such men, then presently she is naught with them. Such is thy weakness, whereas charity, or a well-disposed mind, would interpret all unto the best. St. Francis, by chance, seeing a friar familiarly kissing another man's wife, was so far from misconceiving it, that he presently kneeled down and thanked God there was so much charity left. But they on the other side will ascribe nothing to natural causes, indulge nothing to familiarity, mutual society, friendship, but out of a sinister suspicion presently lock them close, watch them, thinking by those means to prevent all such inconveniencies. Presently lock them close, watch them, thinking by those means to prevent all such inconveniencies. That's the way to help it, whereas by such tricks they do aggravate the mischief. 'Tis but in vain to watch that which will away. Nec custodiri si velit ulla potest, nec mentem servare potes, licet omnia serves, omnibus exclusis, intus adulta erit. None can be kept resisting for her part, though body be kept close within her heart, adversary lurks, to exclude it there's no art. Argus with 100 eyes cannot keep her, et hunc unus saepe fefellit amor, as in Ariosto. If all our hearts were eyes, yet sure they said, we husbands of our wives should be betrayed. Hierome holds, uxor impudica servari non potest, pudica non debet, infida custos castitatis est, necessitas. To what end is all your custody? A dishonest woman cannot be kept, an honest woman ought not to be kept. Necessity is a keeper not to be trusted. Difficile custoditur, quod plures amant. That which many covet can hardly be preserved, as Salisburiensis thinks. I am of Aeneas Sylvius's mind. Those jealous Italians do very ill to lock up their wives, for women are of such a disposition, they will most covet that which is denied most, and offend least when they have free liberty to trespass. It is in vain to lock her up if she be dishonest, et tyrannicum imperium, as our great Mr. Aristotle calls it, too tyrannical a task, most unfit for when she perceives her husband observes her and suspects. Liberius peccat, saith Nevisanus. Toxica zelotypo dedit uxor moeca marito. She is exasperated, seeks by all means to vindicate herself, and will therefore offend, because she is unjustly suspected. The best course then is to let them have their own wills, give them free liberty, without any keeping. In vain our friends from this do us dehort, for beauty will be where is most resort. If she be honest, as Lucretia to Collatinus, Laodamia to Protesilaus, Penelope to her Ulysses, she will so continue her honour, good name, credit. Penelope conjux semper Ulysses ero, I shall always be Penelope, the wife of Ulysses. And as Phocius's wife in Plutarch called her husband her wealth, treasure, world, joy, delight, orb and sphere, she will hers. The vow she made unto her good man, love, virtue, religion, zeal, are better keepers than all those locks, eunuchs, prisons. She will not be moved. At mihi vel tellus optem prius ima dehiscat, aut pater omnipotens adigat, me fulmine ad umbras, palentes umbras erebi, noctemque profundam. Arite pudor quam te violem, aut tua jura resolvam. First I desire the earth to swallow me, before I violate mine honesty, or thunder from above drive me to hell, with those pale ghosts and ugly nights to dwell. She is resolved with Dido to be chaste, though her husband be false, she will be true, and as Octavia writ to her Antony, these walls that here do keep me out of sight, shall keep me all unspotted unto thee, and testify that I will do thee right, I'll never stain thine house, though thou shame me. Turn her loose to all those Tarquins and Satyrs, she will not be tempted. In the time of Valens the emperor, saith St. Austin, one Archidamus, a consul of Antioch, offered 100 pounds of gold to a fair young wife, and besides to set her husband free, who was then sub gravissima custodia, a dark prisoner, pro unius noctis concubitu. but the chaste matron would not accept of it. When Ode commended Theana's fine arm to his fellows, she took him up short. Sir, 'tis not common, she is wholly reserved to her husband. Bilia had an old man to her spouse, and his breath stunk, so that nobody could abide it abroad. Coming home one day, she reprehended his wife, because she did not tell him of it. She vowed unto him, she had told him, but she thought every man's breath had been as strong as his. Tigranes and Armina his lady were invited to supper by King Cyrus. When they came home, Tigranes asked his wife how she liked Cyrus, and what she did especially commend in him. She swore she did not observe him. When he replied again, what then she did observe, whom she looked on, she made her answer, her husband, that said he would die for her sake. Such are the properties and conditions of good women, and if she be well given, she will so carry herself. If otherwise she be naught, use all the means thou canst, she will be naught. Non deist animus sed corruptur. She hath so many lies, excuses, as a hare has muses, tricks, panders, bawds, shifts, to deceive. 'Tis to no purpose to keep her up, or to reclaim her by hard usage. Fair means peradventure may do somewhat. Obsequio vinces aptius ipse tuo. Men and women are both in a predicament in this behalf, no sooner won, and better pacified. Duci volunt, non cogi, though she be as arrant a scold as Xanthippe, as cruel as Medea, as clamorous as Hecuba, as lustful as Messalina, by such means, if at all, she may be reformed. Many patient grizzles, by their obsequiousness in this kind, have reclaimed their husbands from their wandering lusts. In Nova Francia and Turkey, as Leah, Rachel, and Sarah did to Abraham and Jacob, they bring their fairest damsels to their husbands' beds. Livia seconded the lustful appetites of Augustus. Stratonice, wife to King Deiotarus, did not only bring Electra, a fair maid, to her good man's bed, but brought up the children begot on her, as carefully as if they had been her own. Tertius Emilius's wife, Cornelia's mother, perceiving her husband's intemperance, rem dissimulavit, made much of the maid, and would take no notice of it. A new married man, when a pig-thank friend of his, to curry favour, had showed him his wife familiar in private with a young gallant, courting and dallying, etc. Tush, said he, let him do his worst, I dare trust my wife, though I dare not trust him. The best remedy then is by fair means. If that will not take place, to dissemble it as I say, or turn it off with a jest. Hear Grexera's advice in this case. Vel joco excipies, vel silentio eludes. For if you take exceptions at everything your wife does, Solomon's wisdom, Hercules' valour, Homer's learning, Socrates' patience, Argus's vigilance, will not serve turn. Therefore minus malum, a less mischief. Nevisanus holds, dissimulare, to be cunarum emptor, a buyer of cradles, as the proverb is, than to be too solicitous. A good fellow, when his wife was brought to bed before her time, bought 6 of cradles beforehand for so many children, as if his wife should continue to bear children every 2 months. Pertinax the emperor, when one told him a fiddler was too familiar with his empress, made no reckoning of it. And when that Macedonian Philip was upbraided with his wife's dishonesty, cum tot victor regnorum ac populorum esset, etc. A conqueror of kingdoms could not tame his wife, for she thrust him out of doors. He made a jest of it. Sapientes portant cornua in pectore. stulte in fronte. Saith Nevisanus, wise men bear their horns in their hearts, fools on their foreheads. Eumenes, king of Pergamus, was at deadly feud with Perseus of Macedonia, insomuch that Perseus, hearing of a journey he was to take to Delphos, set a company of soldiers to intercept him in his passage. They did it accordingly, and, as they supposed, left him stoned to death. The news of this fact was brought instantly to Pergamus. Attalus, Eumenes' brother, proclaimed himself king forthwith, took possession of the crown, and married Stratonice the queen. But by and by, when contrary news was brought, that King Eumenes was alive, and now coming to the city, he laid by his crown, left his wife, as a private man went to meet him, and congratulate his return. Eumenes, though he knew all particulars past, yet dissembling the matter, kindly embraced his brother, and took his wife into his favour again, as if no such matter had been heard of or done. Jocundo in Ariosto found his wife in bed with a knave, both asleep, went his ways, and would not so much as wake them, much less reprove them for it. An honest fellow, finding in like sort his wife had played false at tables, and borne a man too many, drew his dagger, and swore if he had not been his very friend, he would have killed him. Another, hearing one had done that for him which no man desires to be done by a deputy, followed in a rage with his sword drawn, and having overtaken him, laid adultery to his charge. The offender, hotly pursued, confessed it was true, with which confession he was satisfied, and so left him, swearing that if he had denied it, he would not have put it up. How much better is it to do thus, than to macerate himself, impatiently to rave and rage, to enter an action, as Arnoldus Tilius did in the court of Toulouse, against Martin Guerre his fellow soldier, for that he counterfeited his habit, and was too familiar with his wife, so to divulge his own shame, and to remain for ever a cuckold on record? How much better be Cornelius Tacitus than Publius Cornutus, to condemn in such cases, or take no notice of it? Melius sic errare, quam zelotypiae curis, saith Erasmus, se conficere. Better be a wittol and put it up, than to trouble himself to no purpose. And though he will not omnibus dormire be an ass, as he is an ox, yet to wink at it as many do is not amiss at some times, in some cases, to some parties, if it be for his commodity, or some great man's sake, his landlord, patron, benefactor, as Calvus the Roman saith, Plutarch did by Mycanus, and Phaelus of Argos did by King Philip, when he promised him an office, on that condition he might lie with his wife, and so let it pass. Pol me haud proenitet, scilicet boni dimidium dividere cum Jove, it never troubles me, saith Amphitrio, to be cornuted by Jupiter. Let it not molest thee then, be friends with her, ulcum Alcmena uxore antequam ingratium redi. Receive Alcmena to your grace again. Let it, I say, make no breach of love between you. Howsoever, the best way is to contemn it, which Henry II, King of France, advised a courtier of his, jealous of his wife and complaining of her unchasteness, to reject it and comfort himself. For he that suspects his wife incontinency, and fears the Pope's curse, shall never live a merry hour, or sleep a quiet night. No remedy but patience. When all is done according to that counsel of Nevisanus, si vitium uxoris corrigi non potest, ferendum est, if it may not be helped, it must be endured. Date veniam et sustinete taciti, 'tis Sophocles' advice, keep it to thyself. and which Chrysostom calls Palaestram Philosophiae et Domesticum Gymnasium, a school of philosophy. Put it up. There is no other cure but time to wear it out. Injuriarum remedium est oblivio, as if they had drunk a draught of Lethe in Trophonius's den. To conclude, age will bereave her of it, dies dolorem minuit, time and patience must end it. The mind's affections patience will appease. It passions kills, and healeth each disease.
Section 34 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3, by Robert Burton. Section 34. Partition 3, Section 3, Member 4, Subsection 2. By prevention before or after marriage, Plato's community, marry a courtesan, philters, stews, to marry one equal in years, fortunes, of a good family, education, good place, to use them well, etc. Of such medicines as conduce to the cure of this malady I have sufficiently treated. There be some good remedies remaining by way of prevention, precautions, or admonitions, which, if rightly practised, may do much good. Plato, in his Commonwealth, to prevent this mischief belike, would have all things, wives and children, all as one. And which Caesar in his commentaries observed of those old Britons that first inhabited this land, they had 10 or 12 wives allotted to such a family, or promiscuously to be used by so many men, not 1 to 1, as with us, or 4, 5, or 6 to 1, as in Turkey. The Nicolaites, a sect that sprang, saith Augustinian, from Nicholas the Deacon, would have women indifferent, and the cause of this filthy sect was Nicholas the Deacon's jealousy, for which when he was condemned to purge himself of his offence, he broached his heresy, that it was lawful to lie with one another's wives, and for any man to lie with his. Like to those Anabaptists in Munster, that would consort with other men's wives as the spirit moved them, or as Mahomet, the seducing prophet, would needs use women as he list himself to beget prophets. 205, their Alcoran saith, were in love with him, and he as able as 40 men. Amongst the old Carthaginians, as Bohemus relates out of Sabellicus, the king of the country lay with the bride the first night, and once in a year they went promiscuously all together. Munster Cosmographia, Book 3, Chapter 497, ascribes the beginning of this brutish custom unjustly to one Picardus, a Frenchman, that invented a new sect of Adamites, to go naked as Adam did, and to use promiscuous venery at set times. When the priest repeated that of Genesis, increase and multiply, out went the candles in the place where they met, and without all respect of age, persons, conditions, catch that catch may, every man took her that came next, etc. Some fasten this on those ancient Bohemians and Russians; others on the inhabitants of Mambrium in the Lucerne valley in Piedmont; and, as I read, it was practised in Scotland amongst Christians themselves until King Malcolm's time, the king or the lord of the town had their maidenheads. In some parts of India in our age, and those islanders, as amongst the Babylonians of old, they will prostitute their wives and daughters, which Chalcocondila, a Greek modern writer, for want of better intelligence, puts upon us Britons, to such travellers or seafaring men as come amongst them by chance, to show how far they were from this feral vice of jealousy, and how little they esteemed it. The kings of Calicut, as Ludovicus Vertomannus relates, will not touch their wives till one of their Biarmi or high priests have lain first with them, to sanctify their wombs. But those Esai and Montanists, two strange sects of old, were in another extreme; they would not marry at all, or have any society with women, because of their intemperance; they held them all to be naught. Nevisanus the lawyer, book 4, number 33, Silva nuptialis, would have him that is inclined to this malady, to prevent the worst, marry a queen, capiens meretricem, hoc habet saltem boni quod non decipitur, quia scit eam sic esse, quod non contingit aliis. A fornicator in Seneca constuprated 2 wenches in a night. For satisfaction, the one desired to hang him, the other to marry him. Hierome, king of Syracuse in Sicily, espoused himself to Pytho, keeper of the stews; and Ptolemy took Thais, a common whore, to be his wife, had 2 sons, Leontiscus and Lagus, by her, and 1 daughter, Irene. 'Tis therefore no such unlikely thing. A citizen of Engubine gelded himself to try his wife's honesty, and to be freed from jealousy. So did a baker in Basil to the same intent. But of all other precedents in this kind, that of Combalus is most memorable, who, to prevent his master's suspicion, for he was a beautiful young man, and sent by Seleucus his lord and king, with Stratonice the queen, to conduct her into Syria, fearing the worst, gelded himself before he went, and left his genitals behind him in a box sealed up. His mistress by the way fell in love with him, but he not yielding to her, was accused to Seleucus of incontinency, as that Bellerophon was in like case falsely traduced by Zenobia to King Praetus her husband, cum non possit ad coitum inducere, and that by her, and was therefore at his coming home cast into prison. The day of hearing appointed, he was sufficiently cleared and acquitted by showing his privities, which to the admiration of the beholders he had formerly cut off. The Lydians used to geld women whom they suspected, saith Leonicus, Varia Historia, book 3, chapter 49, as well as men. To this purpose Saint Francis, because he used to confess women in private, to prevent suspicion and prove himself a maid, stripped himself before the Bishop of Assisi, and others. And Friar Leonard for the same cause went through Viterbium in Italy without any garments. Our pseudo-Catholics, to help these inconveniences which proceed from jealousy, to keep themselves and their wives honest, make severe laws. Against adultery present death, and withal fornication, a venial sin, as a sink to convey that furious and swift stream of concupiscence, they appoint and permit stews, those punks and pleasant sinners, the more to secure their wives in all populous cities, for they hold them as necessary as churches, and howsoever unlawful, yet to avoid a greater mischief, to be tolerated in policy, as usury, for the hardness of men's hearts. And for this end they have whole colleges of courtesans in their towns and cities. Of Cato's mind belike, that would have his servants, cum ancillis congredi coitus causa definitu aere, ut graviora facinora evitarent, caeteris interem interdicens, familiar with some such feminine creatures, to avoid worse mischiefs in his house, and made allowance for it. They hold it impossible for idle persons, young, rich, and lusty, so many servants, monks, friars, to live honest, too tyrannical a burden to compel them to be chaste, and most unfit to suffer poor men, younger brothers, and soldiers at all to marry, as those diseased persons, votaries, priests, servants. Therefore, as well to keep and ease the one as the other, they tolerate and wink at these kind of brothel houses and stews. Many probable arguments they have to prove the lawfulness, the necessity, and a toleration of them, as of usury. And without question in policy they are not to be contradicted, but altogether in religion. Others prescribe philters, spells, charms to keep men and women honest. Mulier ut alienum virum non admittat praeter suum, accipe fel hirci, et adipem et exica, calescat in oleo, etc., et non alium praeter et amabit, in Alexi, Porta, etc., plura invenies et multo his absurdiora, uti et in rasi ne mulier virum admittat, et maritum solum diligat, etc. But these are most part pagan, impious, irreligious, absurd, and ridiculous devices. The best means to avoid these and like inconveniences are to take away the causes and occasions. To this purpose Varro writ Satiram Menipaeam, but it is lost. Patritius prescribes 4 rules to be observed in choosing of a wife, which whoso will may read. Fonseca the Spaniard, in his 45th chapter, Amphitheatrum Amorum, sets down 6 special cautions for men, 4 for women. Samuel Neander, out of Schönbernerus, 5 for men, 5 for women. Anthony Guevara, many good lessons. Cleobulus, 2 alone, others otherwise. As first, to make a good choice in marriage, to invite Christ to their wedding, and which Saint Ambrose adviseth, Deum conjugii praesidem habere, and to pray to him for her, a Domino enim datur uxor prudens. Proverba 19. not to be too rash and precipitate in his election, to run upon the first he meets, or dote on every stout fair piece he sees, but to choose her as much by his ears as eyes, to be well advised whom he takes, of what age, etc., and cautelous in his proceedings. An old man should not marry a young woman, nor a young woman an old man. Quam male ene quales veniunt ad errata juvenci. Such matches must needs minister a perpetual cause of suspicion, and be distasteful to each other. Noctua ut in tumulis super atque caravero bubo, talis apud Sophoclem nostra puella sedet. Night crows on tombs, owl sits on carcass dead, so lies a wench with Sophocles in bed. For Sophocles, as Athenaeus describes him, was a very old man, as cold as January, a bedfellow of bones, and doted yet upon Archippe, a young courtesan, than which nothing can be more odious. Senix maritus uxore juveni ingratus est. An old man is a most unwelcome guest to a young wench, unable, unfit. Amplexus suos fugiunt puellae, omnis horret amor venusque hymenque. And as in like case a good fellow that had but a peck of corn weekly to grind, yet would needs build a new mill for it, found his error eftsoons, for either he must let his mill lie waste, pull it quite down, or let others grind at it. So these men, etc. Seneca, therefore, disallows all such unseasonable matches, habent enim maledicti locum crebrae nuptiae. And as Tully farther inveighs, 'tis unfit for any but ugly and filthy in old age. Turpe senilis amor, one of the three things God hateth. Plutarch, in his book Contra Coletin, rails downright at such kind of marriages which are attempted by old men, qui jam corpore impotenti et a voluptatibus deserti peccant animo, and makes a question whether in some cases it be tolerable at least for such a man to marry. Qui venerem affectat sine viribus, that is now past those venerous exercises, as a gelded man lies with a virgin and sighs, Ecclesiasticus 30:20, and now complains with him in Petronius, funerata est haec pars jam, quad fuit olim Achillea, he is quite done. Vixit puellae nuper idoneus, et militavit non sine gloria. But the question is whether he may delight himself as those Priapean popes, which in their decrepit age lay commonly between two wenches every night, contactu formosarum et contractatione nomad hoc gaudeat, and as many doting sires do to their own shame, their children's undoing, and their family's confusion. He abhors it, tanquam ab agresti et furioso domino fugiendum. It must be avoided as a bedlam master, and not obeyed. Alecto, ipsa faces praefert nubentibus, et malus hymen triste ululat. The devil himself makes such matches. Levinus Lemnius reckons up 3 things which generally disturb the peace of marriage. The first is when they marry intempestive or unseasonably, as many mortal men marry precipitately and inconsiderately, when they are effete and old. The second, when they marry unequally for fortunes and birth. The third, when a sick, impotent person weds one that is sound. Novae nuptae spes frustratur. Many dislikes instantly follow. Many doting dizzards, it may not be denied, as Plutarch confesseth, recreate themselves with such obsolete, unseasonable, and filthy remedies, so he calls them, with a remembrance of their former pleasures, against nature they stir up their dead flesh. But an old lecher is abominable. Mulier tertio nubens, Nevisanus holds, praesumitur lubrica et inconstans. A woman that marries a third time may be presumed to be no honester than she should. Of them both, thus Ambrose concludes in his comment upon Luke, they that are coupled together, not to get children, but to satisfy their lust, are not husbands, but fornicators, with whom St. Augustine consents. Matrimony without hope of children, non matrimonium sed concubium dici debet, is not a wedding, but a jumbling or coupling together. In a word, except they wed for mutual society, help, and comfort one of another, in which respects, though Tiberius deny it, without question old folks may well marry. For sometimes a man hath most need of a wife, according to Pucius, when he hath no need of a wife. Otherwise it is most odious, when an old Acherontic dizzard, that hath one foot in his grave, a Silicernium, shall flicker after a young wench that is blithe and bonny. Salaciorque verno passere et albulis columbis. What can be more detestable? Tu cano capite amas senex nequissime jam plenus aetatis, animaque fetida senex hircosus tu osculare mulierem, utine adiens vomitum potius excuties. Thou old goat, hoary lecher, naughty man, with stinking breath, art thou in love? Must thou be slavering? She spews to see thy filthy face, it doth so move. Yet, as some will, it is much more tolerable for an old man to marry a young woman, Our Lady's match they call it, for cras erit mulier, as he said in Tully. Cato the Roman, Critobulus in Xenophon, Tiraquellus of late, Julius Scaliger, &c., and many famous precedents we have in that kind, but not e contra. 'Tis not held fit for an ancient woman to match with a young man. For, as Varro will, annus dum ludit morte delitias facit, 'tis Charon's match between Cascus and Casca, and the devil himself is surely well pleased with it. And therefore, as the poet inveighs, thou old Vetustina, bedridden queen, that art now skin and bones, cui tres capilli, quatuorque sunt dentes, pectus cicade, crusculumque formice, rugusiorem quae geris stola frontem, et arenaram cassibus pares mamas, that hast 3 hairs, 4 teeth, a breast like grasshopper, an emmet's crest, a skin more rugged than thy coat, and dugs like spider's web to boot. Must thou marry a youth again? And yet, ducentas ire nuptum post mortes amant. Howsoever it is, as Apuleius gives out of his Meroe, congressus annosus pestilens abhorrendus, a pestilent match, abominable, and not to be endured. In such case, how can they otherwise choose but be jealous? How should they agree one with another? This inequality is not in years only, but in birth, fortunes, conditions, and all good qualities. Si qua voles apte nubere, nube pare. 'Tis my counsel, saith Anthony Guevara, to choose such a one. Civis civem ducat, nobilis nobilem. Let a citizen match with a citizen, a gentleman with a gentlewoman. He that observes not this precept, saith he, non generum sed malum genium, non nurum sed furiam, non vitae comitem sed litis fomitem domi habebit. Instead of a fair wife shall have a fury, for a fit son-in-law a mere fiend, etc. Examples are too frequent. Another main caution fit to be observed is this, that though they be equal in years, birth, fortunes, and other conditions, yet they do not omit virtue and good education, which Musonius and Antipater so much inculcate in Stobaeus. Dos est magna parentum virtus et metuens alterius viri, certo federe castitas. If, as Plutarch adviseth, one must eat modium salis, a bushel of salt with him before he choose his friend, what care should be had in choosing a wife, his second self? How solicitous should he be to know her qualities and behaviour? And when he is assured of them, not to prefer birth, fortune, beauty, before bringing up and good conditions. Cocage, god of cuckolds, as one merrily said, accompanies the goddess Jealousy. Both follow the fairest, by Jupiter's appointment, and they sacrifice to them together. Beauty and honesty seldom agree. Straight personages have often crooked manners. Fair faces, foul vices. Good complexions, ill conditions. Suspicionis plena res est, et insidiarum. Beauty, saith Chrysostom, is full of treachery and suspicion. He that hath a fair wife cannot have a worse mischief, and yet most covet it, as if nothing else in marriage but that and wealth were to be respected. Francis Sforza, Duke of Milan, was so curious in this behalf, that he would not marry the Duke of Mantua's daughter, except he might see her naked first; which Lycurgus appointed in his laws, and Morus in his Utopian commonwealth approves. In Italy, as a traveller observes, if a man have 3 or 4 daughters or more, and they prove fair, they are married eftsoons. If deformed, they change their lovely names of Lucia, Cynthia, Camena, call them Dorothy, Ursula, Bridget, and so put them into monasteries, as if none were fit for marriage but such as are eminently fair. but these are erroneous tenets. A modest virgin, well conditioned, to such a fair snout piece is much to be preferred. If thou wilt avoid them, take away all causes of suspicion and jealousy, marry a coarse piece, fetch her from Cassandra's temple, which was wont in Italy to be a sanctuary of all deformed maids, and so shalt thou be sure that no man will make thee cuckold, but for spite. A citizen of Byzance in France had a filthy, dowdy, deformed slut to his wife, and, finding her in bed with another man, cried out as one amazed, O miser, quae te necessitas huc adegit? O thou wretch, what necessity brought thee hither? As well he might, for who can affect such a one? But this is warily to be understood. Most offend in another extreme, they prefer wealth before beauty, and so she be rich, they care not how she look. But these are all out as faulty as the rest. Attendenda uxoris forma, as Salisburiensis adviseth, ne si alteram expexeris, mox eam sordere putes, as the knight in Chaucer, that was married to an old woman, and all day after hid him as an owl, so woe was his wife looked so foul. Have a care of thy wife's complexion, lest, whilst thou seest another, thou loathest her, she prove jealous, thou not. Si tibi deformis conjux, si serva venusta, ne utaris serva. I can perhaps give instance. Molestum est possidere, quod nemo habere dignetur. A misery to possess that which no man likes. On the other side, difficile custoditur quod plures amant. And as the bragging soldier vaunted in the comedy, nimia est miseria pulchrum esse hominem nimis. Scipio did never so hardly besiege Carthage as these young gallants will beset thine house, one with wit or person, another with wealth, etc. If she be fair, saith Guazzo, she will be suspected howsoever. Both extremes are naught. Pulchra cito adamatur, fede facile concupiscit. The one is soon beloved, the other loves. One is hardly kept, because proud and arrogant, the other not worth keeping. What is to be done in this case? Aeneas in Menelippe adviseth thee as a friend to take statam formam sivis habere in columem pudicitiam, one of a middle size, neither too fair nor too foul. Nec formosa magis quam mihi casta placet. With old Cato, though fit, let her beauty be, neque lectissima, neque illiberalis, between both. This I approve, but of the other two I resolve with Salisburiensis. Caeteris paribus, both rich alike, endowed alike, majori miseria deformis habetur quam formosa servatur. I had rather marry a fair one, and put it to the hazard, than be troubled with a blouse. But do as thou wilt, I speak only of myself. Howsoever, quod iterum maneo, I would advise thee thus much, be she fair or foul, to choose a wife out of a good kindred, parentage, well brought up in an honest place. primum animo tibi proponas quo sanguine creta, qua forma, qua aetate, quibusque ante omnia virgo moribus injunctos veniat nova nupta penates. He that marries a wife out of a suspected inn or alehouse, buys a horse in Smithfield, and hires a servant in Paul's, as the diverb is, shall likely have a jade to his horse, a knave for his man, an arrant honest woman to his wife. Filia praesumitur esse matri similis, saith Nevisanus. Such a mother, such a daughter, mali corvi malum ovum, cat to her kind. Scilicet expectas ut tradat mater honestos, atque alios mores quam quos habet. If the mother be dishonest, in all likelihood the daughter will matresare, take after her in all good qualities. Creden pacifae non torrepotente futuram tauripetam? If the dam trot, the foal will not amble. My last caution is, that a woman do not bestow herself upon a fool, or an apparent melancholy person. Jealousy is a symptom of that disease, and fools have no moderation. Justina, a Roman lady, was much persecuted, and, after made away by her jealous husband, she caused and enjoined this epitaph, as a caveat to others, to be engraven on her tomb: Discite ab exemplo Justinae, discite patres, ne nubat fatuo filia vestra viro, etc. Learn, parents all, and by Justina's case, your children to no dizzards for to place. After marriage, I can give no better admonitions than to use their wives well, and which a friend of mine told me that was a married man, I will tell you as good cheap, saith Nicostratus in Stobaeus, to avoid future strife, and for quietness' sake, when you are in bed, take heed of your wife's flattering speeches overnight, and curtain sermons in the morning. Let them do their endeavour likewise to maintain them to their means, which Patricius ingeminates, and let them have liberty with discretion, as time and place requires. Many women turn queens by compulsion, as Nevisanus observes, because their husbands are so hard, and keep them so short in diet and apparel. Paupertas cogit eas meretricari. Poverty and hunger, want of means, makes them dishonest, or bad usage, their churlish behaviour forceth them to fly out, or bad examples, they do it to cry quittance. In the other extreme, some are too liberal, as the proverb is, turdus malum sibi cacat, they make a rod for their own tails, as Candaules did to Gyges in Herodotus, commend his wife's beauty himself, and besides would needs have him see her naked. Whilst they give their wives too much liberty to gad abroad, and bountiful allowance, they are accessory to their own miseries. Animae uxorem pessime olent, as Plautus jibes, they have deformed souls, and by their painting and colours procure odium mariti, their husbands' hate especially. Cum misere viscantur labra mariti. Besides, their wives, as Basil notes, impudenter se exponunt masculorum aspectibus, jactantes tunicas, et coram tripudiantes, impudently thrust themselves into other men's companies, and by their indecent wanton carriage provoke and tempt the spectators. Virtuous women should keep house, and 'twas well performed and ordered by the Greeks. Mulier nequa in publicum spectandam se sine arbitro praebeat viro, which made Phidias belike at Elis paint Venus treading on a tortoise, a symbol of women's silence and housekeeping. For a woman abroad and alone is like a deer broke out of a park, quam mille venatores insequuntur, whom every hunter follows, and besides, in such places she cannot so well vindicate herself, but as that virgin Dinah, Genesis 34:2, going for to see the daughters of the land, lost her virginity, she may be defiled and overtaken of a sudden. Imbelles damae quid nisi praeda sumus. And therefore I know not what philosopher he was that would have women come but thrice abroad all their time, to be baptized, married, and buried. But he was too strait-laced. Let them have their liberty in good sort, and go in good sort, modo non annos viginti aetatis suae domi relinquant, as a good fellow said, so that they look not 20 years younger abroad than they do at home, they be not spruce neat angels abroad, beasts, dowdies, sluts at home, but seek by all means to please and give content to their husbands, to be quiet above all things, obedient, silent, and patient. If they be incensed, angry, chid a little, their wives must not cample again, but take it in good part. An honest woman, I cannot now tell where she dwelt, but by report an honest woman she was, hearing one of her gossips by chance complain of her husband's impatience, told her an excellent remedy for it, and gave her withal a glass of water, which, when he brawled, she should hold still in her mouth, and that, toties quoties, as often as he chid. She did so 2 or 3 times with good success, and at length, seeing her neighbour, gave her great thanks for it, and would needs know the ingredients. She told her in brief what it was, fair water, and no more. For it was not the water, but her silence which performed the cure. Let every froward woman imitate this example, and be quiet within doors, and, as Marcus Aurelius prescribes, a necessary caution it is to be observed of all good matrons that love their credits, to come little abroad, but follow their work at home, look to their household affairs and private business, oeconomiae incumbentes, be sober, thrifty, wary, circumspect, modest, and compose themselves to live to their husband's means, as a good housewife should do. Quae studiis gavi secoli partita labores, fallet opus cantu, formae assimulata coronae, cura puellaris, circum fusosque rotasque cum volvit, etc. Howsoever 'tis good to keep them private, not in prison. Quisquis custodit uxorem vectibus et seris, et si sibi sapiens stultus est, et nihil sapit. Read more of this subject, Horologium Principium, Book 2, per totum. Arnesius, Politica. Cyprian, Tertullian, Bossus de mulieribus, apparatus. Godefridus de amoribus, Book 2, Chapter 4. Levinus Lemnius, Chapter 54, de institutione Christianae. Barbaros de re uxoria, Book 2, Chapter 2. Franciscus Patritius, de institutione Republicae, Book 4, Tituli 4 and 5, de officio mariti et uxoris. Christophoro Fonseca, Amphitheatrum Amorum, Chapter 45. Samuel Neander, etc. These cautions concern him, and if by those or his own discretion otherwise he cannot moderate himself, his friends must not be wanting by their wisdom, if it be possible, to give the party grieved satisfaction, to prevent and remove the occasions, objects, if it may be, to secure him. If it be one alone, or many, to consider whom he suspects, or at what times, in what places he is most incensed, in what companies. Nevisanus makes a question whether a young physician ought to be admitted in cases of sickness into a new married man's house, to administer a julep, a syrup, or some such physic. The Persians of old would not suffer a young physician to come amongst women. Apollonides Cous made Artaxerxes cuckold, and was after buried alive for it. A gaoler in Aristaenetus had a fine young gentleman to his prisoner. In commiseration of his youth and person, he let him loose to enjoy the liberty of the prison, but he unkindly made him a cornuto. Menelaus gave good welcome to Paris, a stranger. His whole house and family were at his command, but he ungently stole away his best beloved wife. The like measure was offered to Agis, king of Lacedaemon, by Alcibiades, an exile. For his good entertainment he was too familiar with Timea his wife, begetting a child of her, called Leotychides, and bragging moreover when he came home to Athens, that he had a son should be king of the Lacedaemonians. If such objects were removed, no doubt but the parties might easily be satisfied, or that they could use them gently and entreat them well, not to revile them, scoff at, hate them, as in such cases commonly they do. 'Tis a human infirmity, a miserable vexation, and they should not add grief to grief, nor aggravate their misery, but seek to please, and by all means give them content, by good counsel, removing such offensive objects, or by mediation of some discreet friends. In old Rome there was a temple erected by the matrons to that Viriplaca Dea, another to Venus Verticorda, quae maritos uxoribus redebat benevolos, whither, if any difference happened between man and wife, they did instantly resort. There they did offer sacrifice, a white hart, Plutarch records, sine fele, without the gall, some say the like of Juno's temple, and make their prayers for conjugal peace. Before some indifferent arbitrators and friends, the matter was heard between man and wife, and commonly composed. In our times we want no sacred churches or good men to end such controversies, if use were made of them. Some say that precious stone called beryllus, others a diamond, hath excellent virtue, contra hostium injurias et conjugatos in vicem conciliare, to reconcile men and wives, to maintain unity and love. You may try this when you will, and as you see cause. If none of all these means and cautions will take place, I know not what remedy to prescribe, or whither such persons may go for ease, except they can get into the same Turkey paradise, where they shall have as many fair wives as they will themselves, with clear eyes, and such as look on none but their own husbands, no fear, no danger of being cuckolds. Or else I would have them observe that strict rule of Alphonsus, to marry a deaf and dumb man to a blind woman. If this will not help, let them, to prevent the worst, consult with an astrologer, and see whether the significators in her horoscope agree with his, that they be not in signis et partibus odiose intuentibus aut imperantibus, sed mutuo et amice antisciis et obedientibus. Otherwise, as they hold, there will be intolerable enmities between them. Or else get them sigillum Veneris, a characteristical seal, stamped in the day and hour of Venus when she is fortunate, with such and such set words and charms, which Villanovanus and Leosuavius prescribe, ex sigillis magicis Salomonis, Hermetis, Raguelis, etc., with many such, which Alexis, Albertus, and some of our natural magicians put upon us. Ut mulier cum aliquo adulterare non possit, incide de capillis eius, etc. And he shall surely be gracious in all women's eyes, and never suspect or disagree with his own wife, so long as he wears it. If this course be not approved, and other remedies may not be had, they must in the last place sue for a divorce. But that is somewhat difficult to effect, and not all out so fit. For as Philosacus in his tract De Justa Uxore urgeth, if that law of Constantine the Great, or that of Theodosius and Valentinian concerning divorce, were in use in our times, in numeras prope modum viduas haberemus, et celibes viros, we should have almost no married couples left. Try, therefore, those former remedies, or, as Tertullian reports of Democritus, that put out his eyes, because he could not look upon a woman without lust, and was much troubled to see that which he might not enjoy. Let him make himself blind, and so he shall avoid that care and molestation of watching his wife. One other sovereign remedy I could repeat, an especial antidote against jealousy, an excellent cure, but I am not now disposed to tell it, not that like a covetous empiric I conceal it for any gain, but some other reasons, I am not willing to publish it. If you be very desirous to know it, when I meet you next, I will peradventure tell you what it is in your ear. This is the best counsel I can give, which he that hath need of as occasion serves may apply unto himself. In the meantime, diitalem terris avertite pestem, as the proverb is, from heresy, jealousy, and frenzy, good Lord deliver us. Section 35 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3, by Robert Burton. Section 35. Partition 3, Section 4, Member 1, Subsection 1. Religious Melancholy. Its object God. What his beauty is, how it allures. The parts and parties affected. That there is such a distinct species of love melancholy, no man hath ever yet doubted. But whether this subdivision of religious melancholy be warrantable, it may be controverted. Pergite peridies medio nec cale vagantem, linquite me, qua nulla pedum vestigia ducunt, nulla rotae curus testantur signa priores. I have no pattern to follow as in some of the rest, no man to imitate. No physician hath as yet distinctly written of it as of the other. All acknowledge it a most notable symptom, some a cause, but few a species or kind. Areteus, Alexander, Rhasis, Avicenna, and most of our late writers, as Gordonius, Fuchsius, Plater, Bruhl, Montaltus, etc., repeat it as a symptom. Some seem to be inspired of the Holy Ghost, some take upon them to be prophets, some are addicted to new opinions, some foretell strange things, de statu mundi et antichristi, saith Gordonius. Some will prophesy the end of the world to a day almost, and the fall of the Antichrist, as they have been addicted or brought up, for so melancholy works with them, as Laurentius holds. If they have been precisely given, all their meditations tend that way, and in conclusion produce strange effects. The humour imprints symptoms according to their several inclinations and conditions, which makes Guianerius and Felix Plater put too much devotion, blind zeal, fear of eternal punishment and that last judgment for a cause of those enthusiastics and desperate persons. But some do not obscurely make a distinct species of it, dividing love melancholy into that whose object is women, and into the other whose object is God. Plato, in Convivio, makes mention of two distinct furies, and amongst our Neoterics, Hercules de Saxonia doth expressly treat of it in a distinct species. Love melancholy, saith he, is twofold. The first is that, to which peradventure some will not vouchsafe this name or species of melancholy, affection of those which put God for their object, and are altogether about prayer, fasting, etc., the other about women. Peter Forestus in his observations delivereth as much in the same words, and Felix Platerus de mentis alienatio, chapter 3, frequentissima est eius species, in qua curanda saepissime multum fui impeditus. 'Tis a frequent disease, and they have a ground of what they say, forth of Aretius and Plato. Aretius, an old author, in his 3rd book, chapter 6, doth so divide love melancholy, and derives this second from the first, which comes by inspiration or otherwise. Plato in his Phaedrus hath these words, Apollo's priests in Delphos and at Dodona, in their fury do many pretty feats, and benefit the Greeks, but never in their right wits. He makes them all mad, as well he might. And he that shall but consider that superstition of old, those prodigious effects of it, as in its place I will shew the several furies of our Fatidici Dii, Pythonissas, Sibyls, enthusiasts, pseudo-prophets, heretics, and schismatics in these our latter ages, shall instantly confess that all the world again cannot afford so much matter of madness, so many stupendous symptoms as superstition, heresy, schism have brought out; that this species alone may be paralleled to all the former, has a greater latitude and more miraculous effects; that it more besots and infatuates men than any other above named whatsoever, does more harm, works more disquietness to mankind, and has more crucified the souls of mortal men (such hath been the devil's craft) than wars, plagues, sicknesses, dearth, famine, and all the rest. Give me but a little leave, and I will set before your eyes in brief a stupendous, vast, infinite ocean of incredible madness and folly; a sea full of shelves and rocks, sands, gulfs, Euripes, and contrary tides, full of fearful monsters, uncouth shapes, roaring waves, tempests, and siren calms, Halcyonian seas, unspeakable misery, such comedies and tragedies, such absurd and ridiculous, feral and lamentable fits, that I know not whether they are more to be pitied or derided, or may be believed, but that we daily see the same still practised in our days, fresh examples, nova novitia, fresh objects of misery and madness, in this kind that are still represented unto us, abroad, at home, in the midst of us, in our bosoms. But before I can come to treat of these several errors and obliquities, their causes, symptoms, affections, etc., I must say something necessarily of the object of this love, God himself, what this love is, how it allureth, whence it proceeds, and, which is the cause of all our miseries, how we mistake, wander and swerve from it. Amongst all those divine attributes that God doth vindicate to himself, eternity, omnipotency, immutability, wisdom, majesty, justice, mercy, etc., his beauty is not the least. One thing, saith David, have I desired of the Lord, and that I will still desire, to behold the beauty of the Lord. Psalm xxvii. 4. And out of Sion, which is the perfection of beauty, hath God shined. Psalm 1, 2. All other creatures are fair, I confess, and many other objects do much enamor us; a fair house, a fair horse, a comely person. I am amazed, saith Austin, when I look up to heaven and behold the beauty of the stars, the beauty of angels, principalities, powers, who can express it? who can sufficiently commend or set out this beauty which appears in us, so fair a body, so fair a face, eyes, nose, cheeks, chin, brows, all fair and lovely to behold, besides the beauty of the soul, which cannot be discerned? If we so labour and be so much affected with the comeliness of creatures, how should we be ravished with that admirable lustre of God himself? If ordinary beauty have such a prerogative and power, and what is amiable and fair to draw the eyes and ears, hearts and affections of all spectators unto it, to move, win, entice, allure, how shall this divine form ravish our souls, which is the fountain and quintessence of all beauty? Caelum pulchrum, sed pulchrio caeli fabricator. If heaven be so fair, the sun so fair, how much fairer shall he be that made them fair? For by the greatness and beauty of the creatures, proportionally the maker of them is seen. Wisdom 13:5. If there be such pleasure in beholding a beautiful person alone, and as a plausible sermon he so much affect us, what shall this beauty of God himself, that is infinitely fairer than all creatures, men, angels, etc. Omnis pulchritudo florem hominum angelorum et rerum omnium pulcherimarum ad Dei pulchritudinem collata nox est et tenebrae. All other beauties are night itself, mere darkness to this our inexplicable, incomprehensible, unspeakable, eternal, infinite, admirable, and divine beauty. This lustre, pulchritudo omnium pulcherrima, this beauty and splendour of the divine majesty, is it that draws all creatures to it, to seek it, love, admire, and adore it. And those heathens, pagans, philosophers, out of those relics they have yet left of God's image, are so far forth incensed as not only to acknowledge a God, but, though after their own inventions, to stand in admiration of his bounty, goodness, to adore and seek him, the magnificence and structure of the world itself, and beauty of all his creatures, his goodness, providence, protection, enforceth them to love him, seek him, fear him, though a wrong way to adore him. But for us that are Christians, regenerate, that are his adopted sons, illuminated by his word, having the eyes of our hearts and understandings opened, how fairly doth he offer and expose himself. Ambit nos Deus, Austin saith, donis et forma sua. He woos us by his beauty, gifts, promises, to come unto him. The whole Scripture is a message, an exhortation, a love letter to this purpose, to incite us and invite us, God's epistle, as Gregory calls it, to his creatures. He sets out his Son and his Church in that epithalamium or mystical song of Solomon to enamour us the more, comparing his head to fine gold, his locks curled and black as a raven. Canto 4, 5. his eyes like doves on rivers of waters washed with milk, his lips as lilies, drooping down pure juice, his hands as rings of gold set with chrysolite, and his church to a vineyard, a garden enclosed, a fountain of living waters, an orchard of pomegranates, with sweet scents of saffron, spike, calamus, and cinnamon, and all the trees of incense as the chief spices. The fairest among women, no spot in her, his sister, his spouse, undefiled, the only daughter of her mother, dear unto her, fair as the moon, pure as the sun, looking out as the morning; that by these figures, that glass, these spiritual eyes of contemplation, we might perceive some resemblance of his beauty, the love between his church and him. And so in the 45th Psalm, this beauty of his church is compared to a queen in a vesture of gold of Ophir, embroidered raiment of needlework, that the king might take pleasure in her beauty. To incense us further yet, John in his Apocalypse makes a description of that heavenly Jerusalem, the beauty of it, and in it the maker of it, likening it to a city of pure gold, like unto clear glass, shining and garnished with all manner of precious stones, having no need of sun or moon, for the Lamb is the light of it, the glory of God doth illuminate it, to give us to understand the infinite glory, beauty, and happiness of it. Not that it is no fairer than these creatures to which it is compared, but that this vision of his, this lustre of his divine majesty, cannot otherwise be expressed to our apprehensions. No tongue can tell, no heart can conceive it, as Paul saith. Moses himself, Exodus 33:18, when he desired to see God in his glory, was answered that he might not endure it, no man could see his face and live. Sensibile forte destruit sensum. A strong object overcometh the sight, according to that axiom in philosophy, fulgorem solis fere non potes, multo magis creatoris. If thou canst not endure the sunbeams, how canst thou endure that fulgor and brightness of him that made the sun? The sun itself, and all that we can imagine, are but shadows of it. 'Tis visio praecellens, as Augustine calls it, the quintessence of beauty this, which far exceeds the beauty of heavens, sun and moon, stars, angels, gold and silver, woods, fair fields, and whatsoever is pleasant to behold. All those other beauties fail, vary, are subject to corruption, to loathing. But this is an immortal vision, a divine beauty, an immortal love, an indefatigable love and beauty, with sight of which we shall never be tired nor wearied, but still the more we see, the more we shall covet him. For, as one saith, where this vision is, there is absolute beauty, and where is that beauty, from the same fountain comes all pleasure and happiness. Neither can beauty, pleasure, happiness be separated from his vision or sight, or his vision from beauty, pleasure, happiness. In this life we have but a glimpse of this beauty and happiness, we shall hereafter, as John saith, see him as he is. Thine eyes, as Isaiah promiseth, 33:17, shall behold the King in his glory. Then shall we be perfectly enamored, have a full fruition of it, desire, behold, and love him alone as the most amiable and fairest object, or summum bonum, or chiefest good. This likewise should we now have done, had not our will been corrupted. And as we are enjoined to love God with all our heart and all our soul, for to that end were we born, to love this object, as Melanchthon discourseth, and to enjoy it. And him our will would have loved and sought alone as our summum bonum, or principal good, and all other good things for God's sake, and nature, as she proceeded from it, would have sought this fountain. But in this infirmity of human nature this order is disturbed, our love is corrupt. And a man is like that monster in Plato, composed of a Scylla, a lion, and a man. We are carried away headlong with the torrents of our affections. The world and that infinite variety of pleasing objects in it do so allure and enamour us, that we cannot so much as look towards God, seek him, or think on him as we should. We cannot, saith Augustine, Republica, celestem cogitare, we cannot contain ourselves from them, their sweetness is so pleasing to us. Marriage, saith Gualter, detains many. A thing in itself laudable, good, and necessary, but many, deceived and carried away with the blind love of it, have quite laid aside the love of God and desire of his glory. Meat and drink hath overcome as many, whilst they rather strive to please, satisfy their guts and belly, than to serve God and nature. Some are so busied about merchandise to get money, they lose their own souls, whilst covetously carried, and with an insatiable desire of gain, they forget God. As much we may say of honour, leagues, friendships, health, wealth, and all other profits or pleasures in this life whatsoever. In this world there be so many beautiful objects, splendours and brightness of gold, majesty of glory, assistance of friends, fair promises, smooth words, victories, triumphs, and such an infinite company of pleasing beauties to allure us and draw us from God, that we cannot look after him. And this is it which Christ himself, those prophets and apostles so much thundered against, 1 John 17:15, dehort us from. Love not the world, nor the things that are in the world. If any man love the world, the love of the Father is not in him. 16. For all that is in the world, as lust of the flesh, the lust of the eyes, and pride of life, is not of the Father, but of the world. And the world passeth away, and the lust thereof. But he that fulfilleth the will of God abideth for ever. No man, saith our Saviour, can serve two masters, but he must love the one and hate the other, etc. Bonos vel malos mores, boni vel mali faciunt amores. Augustine well infers, and this is that which all the fathers inculcate. He cannot, Augustine admonisheth, be God's friend that is delighted with the pleasures of the world. Make clean thine heart, purify thine heart. If thou wilt see this beauty, prepare thyself for it. It is the eye of contemplation by which we must behold it, the wing of meditation which lifts us up and rears our souls with the motion of our hearts and sweetness of contemplation. So saith Gregory, cited by Bonaventure. And as Philo Judaeus seconds him, he that loves God will soar aloft and take him wings, and leaving the earth fly up to heaven, wander with sun and moon, stars, and that heavenly troop, God himself being his guide. If we desire to see him, we must lay aside all vain objects which detain us and dazzle our eyes, and as Ficinus adviseth us, get us solar eyes, spectacles as they that look on the sun. To see this divine beauty, lay aside all material objects, all sense, and then thou shalt see him as he is. Thou covetous wretch, as Augustine expostulates, why dost thou stand gaping on this dross, muck hills, filthy excrements? Behold a far fairer object. God himself woos thee. Behold him, enjoy him. He is sick for love. Canto 5. He invites thee to his sight, to come into his fair garden, to eat and drink with him, to be merry with him, to enjoy his presence for ever. Wisdom cries out in the streets besides the gates, in the top of high places, before the city, at the entry of the door, and bids them give ear to her instruction, which is better than gold or precious stones. No pleasures can be compared to it. Leave all then, and follow her. Vos exhortor, o amici et obsecro. In Ficinus's words, I exhort and beseech you, that you would embrace and follow this divine love with all your hearts and abilities, by all offices and endeavours make this so loving God propitious unto you. For whom alone, saith Plotinus, we must forsake the kingdoms and empires of the whole earth, sea, land, and air, if we desire to be engrafted into him, leave all and follow him. Now, forasmuch as this love of God is a habit infused of God, as Thomas holds, Book 2, question 23, by which a man is inclined to love God above all, and his neighbour as himself, we must pray to God that he will open our eyes, make clear our hearts, that we may be capable of his glorious rays, and perform those duties that he requires of us. Deuteronomy 6 and Joshua 23, to love God above all, and our neighbour as ourself, to keep his commandments. In this we know, saith John, chapter 5, 2, we love the children of God when we love God and keep his commandments. This is the love of God, that we keep his commandments. He that loveth not knoweth not God, for God is love. Chapter 4, 8. And he that dwelleth in love dwelleth in God, and God in him. For love presupposeth knowledge, faith, hope, and unites us to God himself, as Leon Hebreus delivereth unto us, and is accompanied with the fear of God, humility, meekness, patience, all those virtues, and charity itself. For if we love God, we shall love our neighbour, and perform the duties which are required at our hands, to which we are exhorted. 1 Corinthians 15:4-5, Ephesians 4, Colossians 3, Romans 12. We shall not be envious or puffed up, or boast, disdain, think evil, or be provoked to anger, but suffer all things. Endeavour to keep the unity of the Spirit in the bond of peace. Forbear one another, forgive one another, clothe the naked, visit the sick, and perform all those works of mercy which Clemens Alexandrinus calls amoris et amicitiae, impletionem et extensionem, the extent and complement of love, and that not for fear or worldly respects, but ordine ad Deum, for the love of God himself. This we shall do if we be truly enamoured, but we come short in both, we neither love God nor our neighbour as we should. Our love in spiritual things is too defective, in worldly things too excessive, there is a jar in both. We love the world too much, God too little, our neighbour not at all, or for our own ends. Vulgus amicitias utilitate probat. The chief thing we respect is our commodity, and what we do is for fear of worldly punishment, for vainglory, praise of men, fashion, and such by respects, not for God's sake. We neither know God aright, nor seek, love, or worship him as we should. And for these defects we involve ourselves into a multitude of errors. We swerve from this true love and worship of God, which is a cause unto us of unspeakable miseries. Running into both extremes, we become fools, madmen, without sense, as now in the next place I will show you. The parties affected are innumerable almost, and scattered over the face of the earth far and near, and so have been in all precedent ages, from the beginning of the world to these times, of all sorts and conditions. For method's sake, I will reduce them to a twofold division, according to those two extremes of excess and defect, impiety and superstition, idolatry and atheism. Not that there is any excess of divine worship or love of God. That cannot be. We cannot love God too much, or do our duty as we ought, as papists hold, or have any perfection in this life, much less supererogate. When we have all done, we are unprofitable servants. But because we do aliud agere, zealous without knowledge, and too solicitous about that which is not necessary, busying ourselves about impertinent, needless, idle, and vain ceremonies, populo ut placerent, as the Jews did about sacrifices, oblations, offerings, incense, new moons, feasts, etc. But Isaiah taxeth them, 1:12, who required this at your hands. We have too great opinion of our own worth that we can satisfy the law, and do more than is required at our hands by performing those evangelical counsels and such works of supererogation, merit for others, which Bellarmine, Gregory de Valentia, all their Jesuits and champions defend, that if God should deal in rigour with them, some of their Franciscans and Dominicans are so pure that nothing could be objected to them. Some of us again are too dear, as we think, more divine and sanctified than others, of a better metal, greater gifts, and with that proud Pharisee contemn others in respect of ourselves. We are better Christians, better learned, choice spirits, inspired, know more, have special revelation, perceive God's secrets, and thereupon presume, say, and do that many times which is not befitting to be said or done. Of this number are all superstitious idolaters, ethnics, Mahometans, Jews, heretics, enthusiasts, divinators, prophets, sectaries, and schismatics. Zanchius reduceth such infidels to 4 chief sects, but I will insist and follow mine own intended method. All which with many other curious persons, monks, hermits, etc., may be ranged in this extreme, and fight under this superstitious banner, with those rude idiots and infinite swarms of people that are seduced by them. In the other extreme, or in defect, march those impious epicures, libertines, atheists, hypocrites, infidels, worldly, secure, impenitent, unthankful, and carnal-minded men, that attribute all to natural causes, that will acknowledge no supreme power, that have cauterized consciences, or live in a reprobate sense, or such desperate persons as are too distrustful of his mercies. Of these there be many subdivisions, diverse degrees of madness and folly, some more than other, as shall be shown in the symptoms, and yet all miserably out, perplexed, doting, and beside themselves for religion's sake. For as Zanchi well distinguished, and all the world knows, religion is twofold, true or false. False is that vain superstition of idolaters, such as were of old Greeks, Romans, present Mahometans, etc. Timorem deorum inanem, Tully could term it, or as Zanchi defines it, ubi falsi dii ut falso cullu colitur Deus, when false gods, or that God is falsely worshipped. And 'tis a miserable plague, a torture of the soul, a mere madness, religiosa insania, Meteran calls it, or insanus error, as Seneca, a frantic error, or as Augustine, insanus animi morbus, a furious disease of the soul, insania omnium insanissima, a quintessence of madness, for he that is superstitious can never be quiet. 'Tis proper to man alone, uni superbia avaritia superstitio, saith Pliny, book 7, chapter 1, atque etiam post saevit de futuro, which wrings his soul for the present and to come. the greatest misery belongs to mankind, a perpetual servitude, a slavery, ex timore timor, a heavy yoke, the seal of damnation, an intolerable burden. They that are superstitious are still fearing, suspecting, vexing themselves with auguries, prodigies, false tales, dreams, idle vain works, unprofitable labours, as Boterus observes, cura mentis ancipite versantur, enemies to God and to themselves. In a word, as Seneca concludes, religio Deum colit, superstitio destruit. Superstition destroys, but true religion honours God. True religion, ubi veros Deus vere colitur, where the true God is truly worshipped, is the way to heaven, the mother of virtues, love, fear, devotion, obedience, knowledge, etc. It rears the dejected soul of man, and amidst so many cares, miseries, persecutions, which this world affords, it is a sole ease, an unspeakable comfort, a sweet reposal, jugum suave et leve, a light yoke, an anchor and a haven. It adds courage, boldness, and begets generous spirits. Although tyrants rage, persecute, and that bloody lictor or sergeant be ready to martyr them, aut lita aut morere, as in those persecutions of the primitive church it was put in practice, as you may read in Eusebius and others. Though enemies be now ready to invade, and all in an uproar, si fractus illabatur orbis, impavidos ferient ruinae, though heaven should fall on his head, he would not be dismayed. But as a good Christian prince once made answer to a menacing Turk, facile scelerata hominum arma contemnit, qui del praesidio tutus est. Or, as Phalaris writ to Alexander in a wrong cause, he nor any other enemy could terrify him, for that he trusted in God. Si Deus nobiscum, quis contra nos? In all calamities, persecutions whatsoever, as David did, 2 Samuel 2:22, he will sing with him, the Lord is my rock, my fortress, my strength, my refuge, the tower and horn of my salvation, etc. In all troubles and adversities. Psalm 46:1. God is my hope and help, still ready to be found, I will not therefore fear, etc. 'Tis a fear-expelling fear. He hath peace of conscience, and is full of hope, which is, saith Augustine, vita vitae mortalis, the life of this our mortal life, hope of immortality, the sole comfort of our misery. Otherwise, as Paul saith, we of all others were most wretched, but this makes us happy, counterpoising our hearts in all miseries. Superstition torments, and is from the devil, the author of lies. But this is from God himself, as Lucian, that Antiochian priest, made his divine confession in Eusebius, Auctor nobis de Deo Deus est. God is the author of our religion himself. His word is our rule, a lantern to us, dictated by the Holy Ghost. He plays upon our hearts as many harp strings, and we are his temples. He dwelleth in us, and we in him. The part affected of superstition is the brain, heart, will, understanding, soul itself, and all the faculties of it, totum compositum. All is mad and dotes. Now for the extent, as I say, the world itself is the subject of it, to omit that grand sin of atheism. All times have been misaffected, past, present, there is not one that doth good, no, not one, from the prophet to the priest, etc. A lamentable thing it is to consider how many myriads of men this idolatry and superstition, for that comprehends all, hath infatuated in all ages, besotted by this blind zeal, which is religion's ape, religion's bastard, religion's shadow, false glass. For where God hath a temple, the devil will have a chapel. Where God hath sacrifices, the devil will have his oblations. Where God hath ceremonies, the devil will have his traditions. Where there is any religion, the devil will plant superstition. And 'tis a pitiful sight to behold and read what tortures, miseries it hath procured, what slaughter of souls it hath made, how it rageth amongst those old Persians, Syrians, Egyptians, Greeks, Romans, Tuscans, Gauls, Germans, Britons, etc. Britannia jam hodie celebrat tam atonite, saith Pliny, tantis ceremoniis, speaking of superstition, ut dedice Persis videre possit. The Britons are so stupendly superstitious in their ceremonies, that they go beyond those Persians. He that shall but read in Pausanias alone, those gods, temples, altars, idols, statues so curiously made with such infinite cost and charge amongst those old Greeks, such multitudes of them and frequent varieties, as Gerbelius truly observes, may stand amazed, and never enough wonder at it, and thank God withal that by the light of the gospel we are so happily freed from that slavish idolatry in these our days. But heretofore, almost in all countries, in all places, superstition hath blinded the hearts of men. In all ages what a small portion hath the true church ever been. Divisum imperium cum Jove daemon habet. The patriarchs and their families, the Israelites a handful in respect, Christ and his apostles, and not all of them neither. Into what straits hath it been compinged, a little flock? How hath superstition on the other side dilated herself? Error, ignorance, barbarism, folly, madness, deceived, triumphed, and insulted over the most wise, discreet, and understanding man, philosophers, dynasts, monarchs, all were involved and overshadowed in this mist, in more than Cimmerian darkness. Adeo ignara superstitio mentes hominum depravat, et non nunquam sapientum animos transversos agit. At this present, quota pars, how small a part is truly religious, how little in respect. Divide the world into 6 parts, and one, or not so much, as Christians. Idolaters and Mahometans possess almost Asia, Africa, America, Magellanica. The kings of China, Great Cham, Siam, and Borneo, Pegu, Deccan, Narsinga, Japan, etc., are Gentiles, idolaters, and many other petty princes in Asia, Monomotopa, Congo, and I know not how many Negro princes in Africa, all terra australis incognita, most of America pagans, differing all in their several superstitions, and yet all idolaters. The Mahometans extend themselves over the great Turk's dominions in Europe, Africa, Asia, to the Xerifes in Barbary, and its territories in Fez, Sousse, Morocco, etc. The Tartar, the great Mogor, the Sophi of Persia, with most of their dominions and subjects, are at this day Mahometans. See how the devil rageth, those at odds or differing among themselves, some for Ali, some Enbokar, for Akmor and Ozimen, those four doctors, Mahomet's successors, and are subdivided into 72 inferior sects, as Leo Afer reports. The Jews, as a company of vagabonds, are scattered over all parts, whose story, present estate, progress from time to time, is fully set down by Mr. Thomas Jackson, Doctor of Divinity, in his comment on the Creed. A fifth part of the world, and hardly that, now professeth Christ, but so enlarded and interlaced with several superstitions, that there is scarce a sound part to be found, or any agreement amongst them. Presbyter John in Africa, lord of those Abyssinians or Ethiopians, is by his profession a Christian, but so different from us, with such new absurdities and ceremonies, such liberty, such a mixture of idolatry and paganism, that they keep little more than a bare title of Christianity. They suffer polygamy, circumcision, stupend fastings, divorce as they will themselves, etc. And as the papists call on the Virgin Mary, so do they on Thomas Didymus before Christ. The Greek or Eastern Church is rent from this of the West, and as they have 4 chief patriarchs, so have they 4 subdivisions, besides those Nestorians, Jacobins, Syrians, Armenians, Georgians, etc., scattered over Asia Minor, Syria, Egypt, etc., Greece, Wallachia, Circassia, Bulgaria, Bosnia, Albania, Illyricum, Sclavonia, Croatia, Thrace, Servia, Rascia, and a sprinkling amongst the Tartars, the Russians, Muscovites, and most of that great dukes, Tsars, subjects, are part of the Greek Church, and still Christians. But, as one saith, temporis successu multas illi addiderunt superstitiones. In process of time they have added so many superstitions, they be rather semi-Christians than otherwise. That which remains is the Western Church with us in Europe, but so eclipsed with several schisms, heresies, and superstitions, that one knows not where to find it. The Papists have Italy, Spain, Savoy, part of Germany, France, Poland, and a sprinkling in the rest of Europe. In America they hold all that which Spaniards inhabit, Hispania Nova, Castella Aurea, Peru, etc. In the East Indies, the Philippines, some small holds about Goa, Malacca, Ceylon, Ormus, etc., which the Portuguese got not long since, and those land-leaping Jesuits have essayed in China, Japan, as appears by their yearly letters. In Africa they have Melinda, Quiloa, Mombase, etc., and some few towns, they drive out one superstition with another. Poland is a receptacle of all religions, where Samosetans, Socinians, Photinians, now protected in Transylvania and Poland, Arians, Anabaptists are to be found as well as in some German cities. Scandia is Christian, but Damianus Agois, the Portugal knight, complains, so mixed with magic, pagan rites and ceremonies, they may be as well counted idolaters. What Tacitus formerly said of a like nation is verified in them, a people subject to superstition, contrary to religion. And some of them as about Lapland and the Pilapeans, the devil's possession to this day. Misera haec gens, saith mine author, Satanae hac tenus possessio, et quod maxime mirandum et dolendum, and which is to be admired and pitied. If any of them be baptized, which the kings of Sweden much labour, they die within 7 or 9 days after, and for that cause they will hardly be brought to Christianity, but worship still the devil, who daily appears to them. In their idolatrous courses, gandentibus diis patriis quos religiose colunt, etc. Yet are they very superstitious, like our wild Irish, though they of the better note, the kings of Denmark and Sweden themselves that govern them, be Lutherans. The remnant are Calvinists, Lutherans, in Germany equally mixed. And yet the emperor himself, dukes of Lorraine, Bavaria, and the princes, electors, are most part professed papists. And though some part of France and Ireland, Great Britain, half the cantons in Switzerland, and the Low Countries be Calvinists, more defecate than the rest, yet at odds amongst themselves, not free from superstition. And which Brochard the monk, in his description of the Holy Land, after he had censured the Greek Church, and showed their errors, concluded at last, Faxit Deus ne Latinis multa irrepserint stultifies. I say God grant there be no fopperies in our church. As a dam of water stopped in one place breaks out into another, so doth superstition. I say nothing of Anabaptists, Socinians, Brownists, Familists, etc. There is superstition in our prayers, often in our hearing of sermons, bitter contentions, invectives, persecutions, strange conceits, besides diversity of opinions, schisms, factions, etc. But as the Lord, Job 42, chapter 7, 5, said to Eliphaz the Temanite and his 2 friends, his wrath was kindled against them, for they had not spoken of him things that were right. We may justly of these schismatics and heretics, how wise soever in their own conceits, non recte loquuntur de Deo, they speak not, they think not, they write not well of God, and as they ought. And therefore, quid quaeso mi Dorpi, as Erasmus concludes to Dorpius, hisce theologis faciamus, aut quid preceris nisi forte fidelem medicum, qui cerebro mediatur. what shall we wish them but sanam mentem and a good physician? But more of their differences, paradoxes, opinions, mad pranks in the symptoms. I now hasten to the causes.
Section 36 of The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3, by Robert Burton. Section 36. Partition 3, Section 4, Member 1, Subsection 2. Part 1. Causes of religious melancholy. From the devil by miracles, apparitions, oracles. His instruments or factors, politicians, priests, impostors, heretics, blind guides. In them simplicity, fear, blind zeal, ignorance, solitariness, curiosity, pride, vainglory, presumption, etc. His engines, fasting, solitariness, hope, fear, etc. We are taught in Holy Scripture that the devil rangeth abroad like a roaring lion, still seeking whom he may devour. And as in several shapes, so by several engines and devices he goeth about to seduce us. Sometimes he transforms himself into an angel of light, and is so cunning that he is able, if it were possible, to deceive the very elect. He will be worshipped as God himself, and is so adored by the heathen and esteemed. And in imitation of that divine power, as Eusebius observes, to abuse or emulate God's glory, as Dandinus adds, he will have all homage, sacrifices, oblations, and whatsoever else belongs to the worship of God, to be done likewise unto him. Similis erit altissimo. And by this means infatuates the world, deludes, entraps, and destroys many a thousand souls. Sometimes by dreams, visions, as God to Moses by familiar conference, the devil in several shapes talks with them. In the Indies it is common, and in China nothing so familiar as apparitions, inspirations, oracles, by terrifying them with false prodigies, counterfeit miracles, sending storms, tempests, diseases, plagues, as of old in Athens there was Apollo Alexicacus, Apollo Loimios, pestifer et malorum depulsor, raising wars, seditions by spectrums, troubling their consciences, driving them to despair, terrors of mind, intolerable pains. By promises, rewards, benefits, and fair means, he raiseth such an opinion of his deity and greatness, that they dare not do otherwise than adore him, do as he will have them, they dare not offend him. And to compel them more to stand in awe of him, he sends and cures diseases, disquiets their spirits, as Cyprian saith, torments and terrifies their souls, to make them adore him. And all his study, all his endeavour is to divert them from true religion to superstition. And because he is damned himself, and in an error, he would have all the world participate of his errors, and be damned with him. The primum mobile, therefore, and first mover of all superstition, is the devil, that great enemy of mankind, the principal agent, who in 1,000 several shapes, after divers fashions, with several engines, illusions, and by several names hath deceived the inhabitants of the earth in several places and countries, still rejoicing at their falls. All the world over before Christ's time he freely domineered, and held the souls of men in most slavish subjection, saith Eusebius, in divers forms, ceremonies, and sacrifices, till Christ's coming, as if those devils of the air had shared the earth amongst them, which the Platonists held for gods, ludus deorum sumus, and were our governors and keepers. In several places they had several rites, orders, names, of which read Virus de Prestigiis Daemonum, Book 1, Chapter 5, Strotius Cicogna, and others. Adonided amongst the Syrians, Adramelech amongst the Capernaites, Asinai amongst the Amathites, Astartes with the Sidonians, Astaroth with the Palestines, Dagon with the Philistines, Tartary with the Hanai, Melconis amongst the Ammonites, Beli the Babylonians, Beelzebub and Baal with the Samaritans and Moabites, Apis, Isis, and Osiris amongst the Egyptians, Apollo Pythius at Delphos, Colophon, Ankara, Cuma, Erythra, Jupiter in Crete, Venus at Cyprus, Juno at Carthage, Asclepius at Epidaurus, Diana at Ephesus, Pallas at Athens, etc. And even in these our days, both in the East and West Indies, in Tartary, China, Japan, etc., what strange idols, in what prodigious forms, with what absurd ceremonies are they adored! What strange sacraments, like ours of baptism and the Lord's Supper, what goodly temples, priests, sacrifices they had in America, when the Spaniards first landed there, let Acosta the Jesuit relate, Book 5, Chapters 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. And how the devil imitated the ark and the children of Israel's coming out of Egypt, with many such. For as Lipsius well discourseth out of the doctrine of the Stoics, Maxime cupiunt adorationem hominum, now and of old, they still and most especially desire to be adored by men. See but what Vertomannus, Book 5, Chapter 2, Marcus Polus, Lerius, Benzo, Petrus Martyr in his Ocean Decades, Acosta, and Matthäus Riccius, Expeditione Christiana in Sinus, Book 1, relate. Eusebius wonders how that wise city of Athens and flourishing kingdoms of Greece should be so besotted, and we in our times how those witty Chinese, so perspicacious in all other things, should be so gulled, so tortured with superstition, so blind as to worship stocks and stones. But it is no marvel when we see all out as great effects amongst Christians themselves. How are those Anabaptists, Arians, and Papists, above the rest, miserably infatuated! Mars, Jupiter, Apollo, and Asclepius have resigned their interest, names, and offices to Saint George. Maxime bellorum rector, quem nostra juventus pro Mavorte colit. Saint Christopher, and a company of fictitious saints, Venus to the Lady of Loretto. And as those old Romans had several distinct gods for divers offices, persons, places, so have they saints, as Lavater well observes out of Lactantius, mutato nomine tantum, 'tis the same spirit or devil that deludes them still. The manner how, as I say, is by rewards, promises, terrors, affrights, punishments; in a word, fair and foul means, hope and fear. How often hath Jupiter, Apollo, Bacchus, and the rest sent plagues in Greece and Italy, because their sacrifices were neglected. Dii multa neglecti dederunt Hesperiae mala luctuosae. To terrify them, to arouse them up, and the like. See but Livy, Dionysius Halicarnassus, Thucydides, Pausanias, Philostratus, Polybius, before the battle of Cannae, prodigiis signis, ostentis, templa, cuncta, privatis etiam aedes scatebant. Oenis reigned in Aetolia, and because he did not sacrifice to Diana with his other gods, see more in Libanius his Diana, she sent a wild boar, insolitae magnitudinis, qui terras et homines misere depascebatur, to spoil both men and country, which was afterwards killed by Meleager. So Plutarch in the life of Lucullus relates, how Mithridates, king of Pontus, at the siege of Chisicum, with all his navy was overthrown by Proserpina for neglecting of her holy day. She appeared in a vision to Aristagoras in the night, cras inquit Tibicenum, Libicum cum Tibicine Pontico comitam. Tomorrow I will cause a contest between a Libyan and a Pontic minstrel. And the day following this enigma was understood, for with a great south wind, which came from Libya, she quite overwhelmed Mithridates' army. What prodigies and miracles, dreams, visions, predictions, apparitions, oracles, have been of old at Delphos, Dodona, Trophonius' den at Thebes, and Labaudia, of Jupiter Ammon in Egypt, Amphiauros in Attica, etc. What strange cures performed by Apollo and Asclepius! Juno's image and that of Fortune spake. Castor and Pollux fought in person for the Romans against Hannibal's army, as Pallas, Mars, Juno, Venus, for Greeks and Trojans, etc. Amongst our pseudo-Catholics, nothing so familiar as such miracles. How many cures done by Our Lady of Loretto at Sichem, of old at our St. Thomas's shrine, etc. Saint Sabine was seen to fight for Anulphus, Duke of Spoleto. Saint George fought in person for John the Bastard of Portugal against the Castilians. Saint James for the Spaniards in America. In the Battle of Bannockburn, where Edward II, our English king, was foiled by the Scots, Saint Philinus' arm was seen to fight, if Hector Boethius doth not impose, that was before shut up in a silver cap-case. Another time, in the same author, Saint Magnus fought for them. Now for visions, revelations, miracles, not only out of the legend, out of purgatory, but every day comes news from the Indies, and at home read the Jesuits' letters, Ribadiniera, Thursalenius, Acosta, Lipomenus, Javierus, Ignatius' Lives, etc., and tell me, what difference? His ordinary instruments or factors which he useth, as God himself did good kings, lawful magistrates, patriarchs, prophets, to the establishing of his church, are politicians, statesmen, priests, heretics, blind guides, impostors, pseudo-prophets, to propagate his superstition. And first to begin of politicians, it hath ever been a principal axiom with them to maintain religion or superstition, which they determine of, alter and vary upon all occasions, as to them seems best. They make religion mere policy, a cloak, a human invention. Nihil aeque valet ad regendos vulgi animos ac superstitio, as Tacitus and Tully hold. Augustine, Book 4, De Civitate Dei, Chapter 9, censures Scaevola, saying and acknowledging, expedire civitates religione falli, that it was a fit thing cities should be deceived by religion, according to the diverb, si mundus vult decipi, decipiatur. If the world will be gulled, let it be gulled. 'Tis good howsoever to keep it in subjection. 'Tis that Aristotle and Plato inculcate in their politics. Religion neglected brings plague to the city, opens a gap to all naughtiness. 'Tis that which all our late politicians ingeminate. Cromerus, Book 2, Polish History. Boterus, Book 3, De Incrementis Urbium. Clupmarius, Book 2, Chapter 9, De Arcanis Rerum Publicarum. Chapter 4, Book 2, Polit. Captain Machiavel will have a prince by all means to counterfeit religion, to be superstitious in show at least, to seem to be devout, frequent holy exercises, honour divines, love the church, affect priests, as Numa, Lycurgus, and such lawmakers were and did. Non ut his fidem habeant, sed ut subditos religionis metu facilius in officio contineant, to keep people in obedience. Nam naturaliter, as Cardan writes, lex Christiana, lex est pietatis, justitiae, fide, simplicitatis, etc. But this error of his, Innocentius Gentiletus, a French lawyer, Theorem 9, Commentary 1, De Religione, and Thomas Bozius in his book De Ruinis Gentium et Regnorum, have copiously confuted. Many politicians, I dare not deny, maintain religion as a true means, and sincerely speak of it without hypocrisy, are truly zealous and religious themselves. Justice and religion are the two chief props and supporters of a well-governed commonwealth. But most of them are but Machiavellians, counterfeits only for political ends. For solus rex, which Campanella, chapter 18, Atheismi triumphali, observes, as amongst our modern Turks, re publicae finis, as knowing magnus eius in animos imperium, and that, as Sabellicus delivers, a man without religion is like a horse without a bridle. No way better to curb than superstition, to terrify men's consciences, and to keep them in awe. They make new laws, statutes, invent new religions, ceremonies, as so many stalking horses, to their ends. Haec enim religio, si falsa sit, dum moda vera credatur, anemorum ferociam domat, libidines coercet, subditos principi obsequentes efficit. Therefore, saith Polybius of Lycurgus, did he maintain ceremonies, not that he was superstitious himself, but that he had perceived mortal men more apt to embrace paradoxes than aught else, and durst attempt no evil things for fear of the gods. This was Zamolcus' stratagem amongst the Thracians, Numa's plot when he said he had conference with the nymph Egeria, and that of Sertorius with a hart, to get more credit to their decrees by deriving them from the gods; or else they did all by divine instinct, which Nicholas Damascen well observes of Lycurgus, Solon, and Minos. They had their laws dictated, Monte Sacro, by Jupiter himself. So Mahomet referred his new laws to the angel Gabriel, by whose direction he gave out they were made. Caligula in Dion feigned himself to be familiar with Castor and Pollux, and many such, which kept those Romans under, who, as Machiavel proves, Book 1, Disputationes, chapter 11 and 12, were religione maxime moti, most superstitious, and did curb the people more by this means than by force of arms or severity of human laws. Sola plebecula eam agnoscebat, saith Vaninus, Dialogue 1, Book 4, de admirandis naturae arcanis, speaking of religion, que facili decipitur magnates vero et philosophi nequaquam. Your grandees and philosophers had no such conceit. Sed ad imperii conformationem et amplificationem quam sine praetextu religionis tueri non poterant. And many thousands in all ages have ever held as much, philosophers especially, animadvertebant hi semper haec esse fabellas, atamen ob metum publicae potestate silere cogibantur. They were still silent for fear of laws, etc. To this end that Syrian Pherecydes, Pythagoras his master, broached in the East amongst the heathens, first the immortality of the soul, as Trismegistus did in Egypt, with a many of feigned gods. Those French and Briton druids in the West first taught, saith Caesar, non interire animas, that souls did not die, but after death to go from one to another, that so they might encourage them to virtue. 'Twas for a politic end, and to this purpose the old poets feigned those Elysian fields, their Aeacus, Minos, and Rhadamanthus, their infernal judges, and those Stygian lakes, fiery Phlegethons, Pluto's kingdom, and variety of torments after death. Those that had done well went to the Elysian fields, but evildoers to Cocytus, and to that burning lake of hell with fire and brimstone, for ever to be tormented. 'Tis this which Plato labours for in his Phaedon, and the 9th De Republica. The Turks in their Alcoran, when they set down rewards and several punishments for every particular virtue and vice, when they persuade men that they that die in battle shall go directly to heaven, but wicked livers to eternal torment, and all of all sorts, much like our papistical purgatory, for a set time shall be tortured in their graves, as appears by that tract which John Baptista Alfaqui, that Mauritanian priest, now turned Christian, hath written in his confutation of the Alcoran, after a man's death, 2 black angels, nunquir and nequir, so they call them, come to him to his grave and punish him for his precedent sins. If he lived well, they torture him the less; if ill, per indesinentes cruciatus ad diem fudicii, they incessantly punish him to the day of judgment. Nemo viventium quid horum mentionem non totus horet et contremiscit. The thought of this crucifies them all their lives long, and makes them spend their days in fasting and prayer. Ne mala haec contingant, etc. A Tartar prince, saith Marcus Polus, Book 1, chapter 23, called Senex de Montibus, the better to establish his government amongst his subjects, and to keep them in awe, found a convenient place in a pleasant valley, environed with hills, in which he made a delicious park full of odoriferous flowers and fruits, and a palace of all worldly contents that could possibly be devised, music, pictures, varieties of meats, etc., and chose out a certain young man, whom with a soporiferous potion he so benumbed that he perceived nothing, and so, fast asleep as he was, caused him to be conveyed into this fair garden, where, after he had lived a while in all such pleasures a sensual man could desire, he cast him into a sleep again, and brought him forth, that when he awaked he might tell others he had been in paradise. The like he did for hell, and by this means brought his people to subjection. Because heaven and hell are mentioned in the Scriptures, and to be believed necessary by Christians, so cunningly can the devil and his ministers, in imitation of true religion, counterfeit and forge the like, to circumvent and delude his superstitious followers. Many such tricks and impostures are acted by politicians, in China especially, but with what effect I will discourse in the symptoms. Next to politicians, if I may distinguish them, are some of our priests, who make religion policy, if not far beyond them, for they domineer over princes and statesmen themselves. Carnificiam exercent, one saith, they tyrannize over men's consciences more than any other tormentors whatsoever, partly for their commodity and gain. Religionem enim omnium abusus, as Postellus holds, quaestus scilicet sacrificum in causa est. For sovereignty, credit to maintain their state and reputation, out of ambition and avarice, which are their chief supporters. What have they not made the common people believe? Impossibilities in nature, incredible things. What devices, traditions, ceremonies have they not invented in all ages to keep men in obedience, to enrich themselves? Quibus quaestui sunt capti superstitioni animi, as Livy saith. Those Egyptian priests of old got all the sovereignty into their hands, and knowing, as Curtius insinuates, nulla res efficacius multitudinem regit quam superstitio, melius vatibus quam ducibus parent vana religioni capti etiam impotentes feminae. The common people will sooner obey priests than captains, and nothing so forcible as superstition, or better than blind zeal, to rule a multitude, have so terrified and gulled them that it is incredible to relate. all nations almost have been besotted in this kind. Amongst our Britons and old Gauls, the Druids, Magi in Persia, philosophers in Greece, Chaldeans amongst the Oriental, Brahmani in India, gymnosophists in Ethiopia, the Turdetanes in Spain, augurs in Rome have insulted, Apollo's priests in Greece, Phaebades and Pythonice by their oracles and phantasms, Amphiaraos and his companions, now Mahometan and pagan priests, what can they not effect? How do they not infatuate the world? Adeo ubique, as Scaliger writes of the Mahometan priests, tum gentium tum locorum gens ista sacrorum ministra, vulgi secat spes ad ea quae ipsi fingunt somnia. So cunningly can they gull the commons in all places and countries. But above all others, that high priest of Rome, the dam of that monstrous and superstitious brood, the bull-bellowing Pope, which now rageth in the West, that three-headed Cerberus hath played his part, whose religion at this day is mere policy, a state wholly composed of superstition and wit, and needs nothing but wit and superstition to maintain it, that useth colleges and religious houses to as good purpose as forts and castles, and doth more at this day by a company of scribbling parasites, fiery spirited friars, zealous anchorites, hypocritical confessors, and those praetorian soldiers, his janissary Jesuits, and that dissociable society, as Languis terms it, postremus diaboli conatus et saeculi excrementum, that now stand in the forefront of the battle, will have a monopoly of, and engross all other learning, but domineer in divinity, excipiunt soli totius vulnera bellae, and fight alone almost, for the rest are but his dromedaries and asses, than ever he could have done by garrisons and armies. What power of prince or penal law, be it never so strict, could enforce men to do that which for conscience sake they will voluntarily undergo? And as to fast from all flesh, abstain from marriage, rise to their prayers at midnight, whip themselves, with stupendous fasting and penance, abandon the world, wilful poverty, perform canonical and blind obedience, to prostrate their goods, fortunes, bodies, lives, and offer up themselves at their superior's feet, at his command. What so powerful an engine as superstition, which they right well perceiving are of no religion at all themselves? Primum enim, as Calvin rightly suspects, the tenor and practice of their life proves, arcanae ilius theologiae, quod apud eos regnat, caput est, nullum esse Deum. They hold there is no God, as Leo X did, Hildebrand the magician, Alexander VI, Julius II, mere atheists, and which the common proverb amongst them approves. The worst Christians of Italy are the Romans. Of the Romans the priests are wildest, the lewdest priests are preferred to be cardinals, and the baddest men amongst the cardinals is chosen to be pope. That is an epicure, as most part the popes are, infidels and Lucianists, for so they think and believe. And what is said of Christ to be fables and impostures, of heaven and hell day of judgment, paradise, immortality of the soul, are all rumores vacui, verbaque inania, et par sollicito fabula somnio, dreams, toys, and old wives' tales. Yet as so many whetstones to make other tools cut, but cut not themselves, though they be of no religion at all, they will make others most devout and superstitious, by promises and threats, compel, enforce from, and lead them by the nose like so many bears in a line, whenas their end is not to propagate the church, advance God's kingdom, seek his glory or common good, but to enrich themselves, to enlarge their territories, to domineer and compel them to stand in awe, to live in subjection to the see of Rome. For what otherwise care they? Si mundus vult decipi, decipiatur. Since the world wishes to be gulled, let it be gulled, 'tis fit it should be so. And for which Augustine cites Varro to maintain his Roman religion, we may better apply to them. Multa vera, quae vulgus scire, non est utile, pleraque falsa, quae tamen uliter existimare populum expedit. Some things are true, some false, which for their own ends they will not have the gullish commonalty take notice of. As well may witness their intolerable covetousness, strange forgeries, fopperies, fooleries, unrighteous subtleties, impostures, illusions, new doctrines, paradoxes, traditions, false miracles, which they have still forged to enthrall, circumvent, and subjugate them to maintain their own estates. One while by bulls, pardons, indulgencies, and their doctrines of good works, that they be meritorious, hope of heaven, by that means they have so fleeced the commonalty, and spurred on this free superstitious horse, that he runs himself blind, and is an ass to carry burdens. They have so amplified Peter's patrimony, that from a poor bishop he is become rex regum, dominus dominantium, a demigod, as his canonists make him, Felonius and the rest, above God himself, and for his wealth and temporalities is not inferior to many kings, his cardinals, princes' companions, and in every kingdom almost, abbots, priors, monks, friars, etc., and his clergy have engrossed a third part, half in some places, all into their hands. 3 princes, electors in Germany, bishops. Besides Magdeburg, Spire, Salzburg, Bremen, Bamberg, etc. In France, as Bodin Liber de Republica gives us to understand, their revenues are 12,300,000 livres. And of 12 parts of the revenues in France, the Church possesseth 7. The Jesuits, a new sect, begun in this age, have, as Middendorpius and Pelargus reckon up, 300 or 400 colleges in Europe, and more revenues than many princes. In France, as Arnoldus proves, in 30 years they have got bis centum librarum millia annua, 200,000 livres. I say nothing of the rest of their orders. We have had in England, as Armacanus demonstrates, above 30,000 friars at once, and as Speed collects out of Leland and others, almost 600 religious houses, and near 200,000 livres in revenues of the old rent belonging to them, besides images of gold, silver, plate, furniture, goods and ornaments, as Weaver calculates and esteems them at the dissolution of abbeys, worth 1,000,000 of gold. How many towns in every kingdom hath superstition enriched? What a deal of money by musty relics, images, idolatry, have their mass priests engrossed, and what sums have they scraped by their other tricks! Loretto in Italy, Walsingham in England, in those days. Ubi omnia auro nitent, where everything shines with gold, saith Erasmus, St. Thomas's shrine, etc., may witness. Delphos, so renowned of old in Greece for Apollo's oracle, Delos commune conciliabulum et emporium sola religione munitum. Dodona, whose fame and wealth were sustained by religion, were not so rich, so famous. If they can get but a relic of some saint, the Virgin Mary's picture, idols, or the like, that city is for ever made. It needs no other maintenance. Now, if any of these their impostures or juggling tricks be controverted or called in question, if a magnanimous or zealous Luther, an heroical Luther, as Dithmarus calls him, dare touch the monks' bellies, all is in a combustion, all is in an uproar. Demetrius and his associates are ready to pull him in pieces to keep up their trades. Great is the Diana of the Ephesians. With a mighty shout of 2 hours long they will roar and not be pacified. Section 37 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3, by Robert Burton. Section 37. Partition 3, Section 4, Member 1, Subsection 2, Part 2. Now for their authority, what by auricular confession, satisfaction, penance, Peter's keys, thunderings, excommunications, etc., roaring bulls, this high priest of Rome, shaking his Gorgon's head, hath so terrified the soul of many a silly man, insulted over majesty itself, and swaggered generally over all Europe for many ages, and still doth to some, holding them as yet in slavish subjection, as never tyrannizing Spaniards did by their poor negroes, or Turks by their galley slaves. The Bishop of Rome, saith Stapleton, a parasite of his, De Magnitudine Ecclesiae, Book 2, Chapter 1, hath done that without arms, which those Roman emperors could never achieve with 40 legions of soldiers, deposed kings, and crowned them again with his foot, made friends and corrected at his pleasure, etc. 'Tis a wonder, saith Machiavel, Florentine Historiae, Book 1, what slavery King Henry II endured for the death of Thomas Becket, what things he was enjoined by the Pope, and how he submitted himself to do that which in our times a private man would not endure, and all through superstition. Henry IV disposed of his empire, stood barefooted with his wife at the gates of Canosus. Frederick the Emperor was trodden on by Alexander III, another held Adrian's stirrup. King John kissed the knees of Pandulphos, the Pope's legate, etc. What made so many thousand Christians travel from France, Britain, etc., into the Holy Land, spend such huge sums of money, go a pilgrimage so familiarly to Jerusalem, to creep and crouch, but slavish superstition? What makes them so freely venture their lives to leave their native countries, to go seek martyrdom in the Indies, but superstition? To be assassins, to meet death, murder kings, but a false persuasion of merit, of canonical or blind obedience, which they instil into them, and animate them by strange illusions, hope of being martyrs and saints. Such pretty feats can the devil work by priests, and so well for their own advantage can they play their parts. And if it were not yet enough, by priests and politicians to delude mankind and crucify the souls of men, he hath more actors in his tragedy, more irons in the fire, another scene of heretics, factious ambitious wits, insolent spirits, schismatics, impostors, false prophets, blind guides, that out of pride, singularity, vainglory, blind zeal, cause much more madness yet, set all in an uproar by their new doctrines, paradoxes, figments, crotchets, make new divisions, subdivisions, new sects, oppose one superstition to another, one kingdom to another, commit prince and subjects, brother against brother, father against son, to the ruin and destruction of a commonwealth, to the disturbance of peace, and to make a general confusion of all estates. How did those Arians rage of old? How many did they circumvent? Those Pelagians, Manichees, etc., their names alone would make a just volume. How many silly souls have impostors still deluded, drawn away, and quite alienated from Christ? Lucian's Alexander Simon Magus, whose statue was to be seen and adored in Rome, saith Justin Martyr, Simoni Deo Sancto, etc., after his decease. Apollonius Tianaeus Cynops Eumo, who by counterfeiting some new ceremonies and juggling tricks of that Dea Syria, by spitting fire and the like, got an army together of 40,000 men, and did much harm. With Eudo de Stellis, of whom Nubrigensis speaks, Book 1, Chapter 19, that in King Stephen's days imitated most of Christ's miracles, fed I know not how many people in the wilderness, and built castles in the air, etc., to the seducing of multitudes of poor souls. In Franconia, 1476, a base illiterate fellow took upon him to be a prophet and preach, John Beheim by name, a neatherd at Nicholhausen. he seduced 30,000 persons, and was taken by the commonalty to be a most holy man come from heaven. Tradesmen left their shops, women their distaffs, servants ran from their masters, children from their parents, scholars left their tutors, all to hear him, some for novelty, some for zeal. He was burnt at last by the Bishop of Wartzburg, and so he and his heresy vanished together. How many such impostors, false prophets, have lived in every king's reign? What chronicles will not afford such examples? That as so many ignes fatui have led men out of the way, terrified some, deluded others, that are apt to be carried about by the blast of every wind, a rude inconstant multitude, a silly company of poor souls, that follow all, and are cluttered together like so many pebbles in a tide. What prodigious follies, madness, vexations, persecutions, absurdities, impossibilities, these impostors, heretics, etc., have thrust upon the world! What strange effects shall be shown in the symptoms. Now the means by which, or advantages, the devil and his infernal ministers take, so to delude and disquiet the world with such idle ceremonies, false doctrines, superstitious fopperies, are from themselves innate fear, ignorance, simplicity, hope and fear, those two battering cannons and principal engines with their objects, reward and punishment, purgatory, limbus patrum, etc., which now more than ever tyrannize. For what province is free from atheism, superstition, idolatry, schism, heresy, impiety, their factors and followers? Thence they proceed, and from that same decayed image of God which is yet remaining in us. Os homini sublime dedit, caelumque tueri jussit. Our own conscience doth dictate so much unto us. We know there is a God, and nature doth inform us. Nulla gens tam barbara, saith Tully, cui non insideat haec persuasio Deum esse. Sed nec Scytha, nec Graecus, nec Persa, nec Hyperboreus dissentiet, as Maximus Tyrius the Platonist, Sermone 1, farther adds, nec continentis nec insularum habitator. Let him dwell where he will, in what coast soever, there is no nation so barbarous that is not persuaded there is a God. It is a wonder to read of that infinite superstition amongst the Indians in this kind, of their tenets in America. Pro suo quisque libitu varias res venerabantur superstitiose, plantas, animalia, montes, etc., omne quod amabant aut horrebant. Some few places excepted, as he grants, that had no God at all. So the heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament declares his handiwork. Psalm 19. Every creature will evince it. Praesentimque refert quae libet herba Deum. Nolentes sciunt, fatentur inviti, as the said Tyrius proceeds, will or nil, they must acknowledge it. The philosophers, Socrates, Plato, Plotinus, Pythagoras, Trismegistus, Seneca, Epictetus, those magi, druids, etc., went as far as they could by the light of nature. Multa praeclara de natura Deis scripta reliquerunt. Writ many things well of the nature of God, but they had but a confused light, a glimpse. Quale per incertam lunam sub luce maligna est iter in sylvis. As he that walks by moonshine in a wood, they groped in the dark. They had a gross knowledge, as he in Euripides, O Deus quisquid es, sive caelum, sive terra, sive aliud quid, and that of Aristotle, ens entium miserere mei, and so of the immortality of the soul, and future happiness. Immortalitatem animae, saith Hierome, Pythagoras somniavit, Democritus non credidit in consolationem damnationes suae, Socrates in carcere disputavit. Indus, Persia, Cothus, etc. Philosophantur. So some said this, some that, as they conceived themselves, which the devil perceiving, led them farther out, as Lemnius observes, and made them worship him as their god, with stocks and stones, and torture themselves to their own destruction, as he thought fit himself, inspired his priests and ministers with lies and fictions to prosecute the same, which they for their own ends were as willing to undergo, taking advantage of their simplicity, fear, and ignorance. For the common people are as a flock of sheep, a rude, illiterate rout, void many times of common sense, a mere beast. Bellua multorum capitum, will go whithersoever they are led. As you lead a ram over a gap by the horns, all the rest will follow. Non qua eundum, sed qua itur. They will do as they see others do, and as their prince will have them, let him be of what religion he will, they are for him. Now for those idolaters, Maxentius and Licinius, then for Constantine, a Christian. Qui Christum negant male pereant, acclamatum est decies. For 2 hours' space. Qui Christum non colunt, Augusti inimici sunt, acclamatum est ter decies. And by idolaters again under that apostate Julianus, all Arians under Constantius, good Catholics again under Jovinianus, and little difference there is between the discretion of men and children in this case, especially of old folks and women, as Cardan discourseth, when, as they are tossed with fear and superstition, and with other men's folly and dishonesty. So that I may say their ignorance is a cause of their superstition, a symptom and madness itself. Supplicii causa est, suppliciumque sui. Their own fear, folly, stupidity, to be deplored lethargy, is that which gives occasion to the other, and pulls these miseries on their own heads. For in all these religions and superstitions, amongst our idolaters, you shall find that the parties first affected are silly, rude, ignorant people, old folks that are naturally prone to superstition, weak women, or some poor, rude, illiterate persons that are apt to be wrought upon and gulled in this kind, prone without either examination or due consideration, for they take up religion a trust, as at mercers they do their wares, to believe anything. And the best means they have to broach first, or to maintain it when they have done, is to keep them still in ignorance. For ignorance is the mother of devotion, as all the world knows, and these times can amply witness. This hath been the devil's practice, and his infernal ministers in all ages. Not as our Saviour by a few silly fishermen, to confound the wisdom of the world, to save publicans and sinners, but to make advantage of their ignorance, to convert them and their associates, and that they may better effect what they intend, they begin, as I say, with poor, stupid, illiterate persons. So Mahomet did when he published his Alcoran, which is a piece of work, saith Bredenbachius, full of nonsense, barbarism, confusion, without rhyme, reason, or any good composition, first published to a company of rude rustics, hog-rubbers, that had no discretion, judgment, art, or understanding, and is so still maintained. For it is a part of their policy to let no man comment, dare to dispute, or call in question, to this day, any part of it, be it never so absurd, incredible, ridiculous, fabulous as it is, must be believed implicite. Upon pain of death no man must dare to contradict it. God and the Emperor, etc. What else do our papists, but, by keeping the people in ignorance, vent and broach all their new ceremonies and traditions, when they conceal the Scripture, read it in Latin, and to some few alone, feeding the slavish people in the meantime with tales out of legends, and such like fabulous narrations? Whom do they begin with but collapsed ladies, some few tradesmen, superstitious old folks, illiterate persons, weak women, discontent, rude, silly companions, or sooner circumvent? So do all our schismatics and heretics. Marcus and Valentinian, heretics in Irenaeus, seduced first I know not how many women, and made them believe they were prophets. Friar Cornelius of Dort seduced a company of silly women. What are all our Anabaptists, Brownists, Barrowists, Femalists, but a company of rude, illiterate, capricious, base fellows? What are most of our papists but stupid, ignorant, and blind Bayards? How should they otherwise be, when as they are brought up and kept still in darkness? If their pastors, saith Lavater, have done their duties, and instructed their flocks as they ought, in the principles of Christian religion, or had not forbidden them the reading of Scriptures, they had not been as they are. But being so misled all their lives in superstition, and carried hoodwinked like hawks, how can they prove otherwise than blind idiots and superstitious asses? What else shall we expect at their hands? Neither is it sufficient to keep them blind, and in Cimmerian darkness, but withal, as a schoolmaster doth by his boys, to make them follow their books, sometimes by good hope, promises, and encouragements, but most of all by fear, strict discipline, severity, threats, and punishment, do they collogue and sooth up their silly auditors, and so bring them into a fool's paradise. Rex eris aiunt, si recte facies. Do well, thou shalt be crowned. But for the most part by threats, terrors, and affrights, they tyrannize and terrify their distressed souls, knowing that fear alone is the sole and only means to keep men in obedience, according to that hemisticium of Petronius, primus in orbe Deus fecit timor. The fear of some divine and supreme powers keeps men in obedience, makes the people do their duties. They play upon their consciences, which was practised of old in Egypt by their priests. When there was an eclipse, they made the people believe God was angry, great miseries were to come. They take all opportunities of natural causes to delude the people's senses, and with fearful tales out of purgatory, feigned apparitions, earthquakes in Japonia or China, tragical examples of devils, possessions, obsessions, false miracles, counterfeit visions, etc. They do so insult over and restrain them, never Hoby so dared a lark, that they will not offend the least tradition, tread, or scarce look awry. Deus bone, Lavater exclaims, quod hoc commentum de purgatorio misere afflixit. Good God, how many men have been miserably afflicted by this fiction of purgatory! To these advantages of hope and fear, ignorance and simplicity, he hath several engines, traps, devices, to batter and enthrall, omitting no opportunities, according to men's several inclinations, abilities, to circumvent and humour them, to maintain his superstitions, sometimes to stupefy, besot them, sometimes again by oppositions, factions, to set all at odds and in an uproar. Sometimes he infects one man, and makes him a principal agent, sometimes whole cities, countries. If of meaner sort, by stupidity, canonical obedience, blind zeal, etc. If of better note, by pride, ambition, popularity, vainglory. If of the clergy and more eminent, of better parts than the rest, more learned, eloquent, he puffs them up with a vain conceit of their own worth, scientia inflati, they begin to swell and scorn all the world in respect of themselves, and thereupon turn heretics, schismatics, broach new doctrines, frame new crotchets, and the like; or else out of too much learning become mad, or out of curiosity they will search into God's secrets and eat of the forbidden fruit, or out of presumption of their holiness and good gifts, inspirations, become prophets, enthusiasts, and what not. Or else if they be displeased, discontent, and have not, as they suppose, preferment to their worth, have some disgrace, repulse, neglected or not esteemed as they fondly value themselves, or out of emulation, they begin presently to rage and rave, caelum terrae miscent, they become so impatient in an instant, that a whole kingdom cannot contain them, they will set all in a combustion, all at variance, to be revenged of their adversaries. Donatus, when he saw Sicilianus preferred before him in the bishopric of Carthage, turned heretic, and so did Arian, because Alexander was advanced. We have examples at home, and too many experiments of such persons. If they be laymen of better note, the same engines of pride, ambition, emulation, and jealousy take place, they will be gods themselves. Alexander in India, after his victories, became so insolent he would be adored for a god. And those Roman emperors came to that height of madness, they must have temples built to them, sacrifices to their deities, Divus Augustus, Divus Claudius, Divus Adrianus. Heliogabalus put out that vestal fire at Rome, expelled the virgins, and banished all other religions all over the world, and would be the sole god himself. Our Turks, China kings, great Shams and Mogars, do little less, assuming divine and bombast titles to themselves. The meaner sort are too credulous, and led with blind zeal, blind obedience, to prosecute and maintain whatsoever their sottish leaders shall propose, what they in pride and singularity, revenge, vainglory, ambition, spleen, for gain shall rashly maintain and broach, their disciples make a matter of conscience, of hell and damnation if they do it not, and will rather forsake wives, children, house and home, lands, goods, fortunes, life itself, than omit or abjure the least tittle of it, and to advance the common cause, undergo any miseries, turn traitors, assassins, pseudo-martyrs, with full assurance and hope of reward in that other world, that they shall certainly merit by it, win heaven, be canonized for saints. Now when they are truly possessed with blind zeal, and misled with superstition, he hath many other baits to inveigle and infatuate them farther yet, to make them quite mortified and mad, and that under colour of perfection, to merit by penance, going woolward, whipping, alms, fastings, etc. Anno 1320, there was a sect of whippers in Germany that, to the astonishment of the beholders, lashed and cruelly tortured themselves. I could give many other instances of each particular. But these works so done are meritorious, ex opere operato, ex condigno, for themselves and others, to make them macerate and consume their bodies, spicie virtutis et umbra, those evangelical counsels are propounded, as our pseudo-Catholics call them, canonical obedience, wilful poverty, vows of chastity, monkery, and a solitary life, which extend almost to all religions and superstitions, to Turks, Chinese, Gentiles, Abyssinians, Greeks, Latins, and all countries. Amongst the rest, fasting, contemplation, solitariness, are as it were certain rams by which the devil doth batter and work upon the strongest constitutions. Non nulli, saith Pater Forestus, oblongas in aedeas, studia et meditationes celestes, de rebus sacris et religione semper agitant, by fasting overmuch, and divine meditations are overcome. Not that fasting is a thing of itself to be discommended, for it is an excellent means to keep the body in subjection, a preparative to devotion, the physic of the soul, by which chaste thoughts are engendered, true zeal, a divine spirit, whence wholesome counsels do proceed, concupiscence is restrained, vicious and predominant lusts and humours are expelled. The fathers are very much in commendation of it, and, as Calvin notes, sometimes immoderate. The mother of health, key of heaven, a spiritual wing to arear us, the chariot of the Holy Ghost, banner of faith, etc. And 'tis true they say of it, if it be moderately and seasonably used, by such parties as Moses, Elias, Daniel, Christ and his apostles made use of it. But when by this means they will supererogate, and as Erasmus well taxeth, Caelum non sufficere putant suis meritis, heaven is too small a reward for it. They make choice of times and meats, buy and sell their merits, attribute more to them than to the 10 Commandments, and count it a greater sin to eat meat in Lent than to kill a man. And as one saith, plus rescipiunt assum piscem quam Christum crucifixum, plus Salmonem quam Solomonem. Quibus in ore Christus, Epicurus in corde, pay more respect to a broiled fish than to Christ crucified, more regard to salmon than to Solomon, have Christ on their lips, but Epicurus in their hearts. When some counterfeit, and some attribute more to such works of theirs than to Christ's death and passion, the devil sets in a foot, strangely deludes them, and by that means makes them to overthrow the temperature of their bodies, and hazard their souls. Never any strange illusions of devils amongst hermits, anchorites, never any visions, phantasms, apparitions, enthusiasms, prophets, any revelations, but immoderate fasting, bad diet, sickness, melancholy, solitariness, or some such things, were the precedent causes, the forerunners or concomitants of them. The best opportunity and sole occasion the devil takes to delude them. Marsilius Cognatus, Book 1, Continue, Chapter 7, hath many stories to this purpose, of such as after long fasting have been seduced by devils. And 'tis a miraculous thing to relate, as Cardan writes, what strange accidents proceed from fasting, dreams, superstition, contempt of torments, desire of death, prophecies, paradoxes, madness. Fasting naturally prepares men to these things. Monks, anchorites, and the like, after much emptiness, become melancholy, vertiginous. They think they hear strange noises, confer with hobgoblins, devils, rivel up their bodies, et dum hostem insequimur, saith Gregory, civem quem diligimus trucidamus. They become bare skeletons, skin and bones. Carnibus abstinentes proprias carnes devorant, ut nil praeter cutem et ossa sit reliquum. Hilarion, as Hierome reports in his life, and Athanasius of Antonius, was so bare with fasting, that the skin did scarce stick to the bones. For want of vapours he could not sleep, and for want of sleep became idle-headed, heard every night infants cry, oxen low, wolves howl, lions roar, as he thought, clattering of chains, strange voices, and the like illusions of devils. Such symptoms are common to those that fast long, are solitary, given to contemplation, over much solitariness and meditation. Not that these things, as I said of fasting, are to be discommended of themselves, but very behoveful in some cases and good. Sobriety and contemplation join our souls to God, as that heathen Porphyry can tell us. Ecstasy is a taste of future happiness, by which we are united unto God, a divine melancholy, a spiritual wing, Bonaventure terms it, to lift us up to heaven. But as it is abused, a mere dotage, madness, a cause and symptom of religious melancholy. If you shall at any time see, saith Guianerius, a religious person over superstitious, too solitary, or much given to fasting, that man will certainly be melancholy. Thou mayst boldly say it, he will be so. Petrus Forestus hath almost the same words, and Cardan Subtilis, Book 18, et Chapter 40, Book 8, De Rerum Varietate, solitariness, fasting, and that melancholy humour are the causes of all hermits' illusions. Lavater, De Spectris, chapter 19, part 1, and part 1, chapter 10, puts solitariness a main cause of such spectrums and apparitions. None, saith he, so melancholy as monks and hermits, the devils hath melancholy. None so subject to visions and dotage in this kind, as such as live solitary lives, they hear and act strange things in their dotage. Polydore Virgil, Book 2, Prodigiis, holds that those prophecies and monks' revelations, nuns, dreams which they suppose come from God, to proceed wholly ab instinctu daemonum, by the devil's means. And so those enthusiasts, Anabaptists, pseudo-prophets, from the same cause. Fracastorius, Book 2, De Intellectione, will have all your Pythonesses, Sibyls, and pseudo-prophets to be mere melancholy, so doth Wierus prove, Book 1, chapter 8, and book 3, chapter 7, and Arculanus in 9 Rhasis, that melancholy is a sole cause, and the devil, together with fasting and solitariness, of such Sibylline prophecies, if there were ever such, which with Casaubon and others I justly except at. For it is not likely that the Spirit of God should ever reveal such manifest revelations and predictions of Christ to those Pythonice witches, Apollo's priests, the devil's ministers, they were no better, and conceal them from his own prophets. For these sibyls set down all particular circumstances of Christ's coming, and many other future accidents, far more perspicuous and plain than ever any prophet did. But howsoever there be no Phaebades or sibyls, I am assured there be other enthusiasts, prophets, dii fatidici, magi, of which read Johannes Boissardus, who hath laboriously collected them into a great volume of late, with elegant pictures, and epitomized their lives, etc., ever have been in all ages, and still proceeding from those causes, qui visiones suas enarrant, somniant futura, prophetisant, et eius modi deliriis agitati, spiritum sanctum sibi communicari putant. That which is written of Saint Francis' 5 wounds, and other such monastical effects, of him and others, may justly be referred to this our melancholy. And that which Matthew Paris relates of the monk of Evesham, who saw heaven and hell in a vision; of Sir Owen, that went down into St. Patrick's purgatory in King Stephen's days, and saw as much; Walsingham, of him that showed as much by St. Julian; Beda, book 5, chapters 13, 14, 15, and 20, reports of King Seba, book 4, chapter 11, Ecclesiae Historiae, that saw strange visions; and Stumphius Helvetian Chronicles, of a cobbler of Basel, that beheld rare apparitions at Augsburg in Germany; Alexander ab Alexandro, Dies Geniales, book 6, chapter 21, of an enthusiastical prisoner, all out as probable as that of Eris Armenius in Plato's 10th Dialogue De Republica, that revived again 10 days after he was killed in a battle, and told strange wonders, like those tales Ulysses related to Alcinous in Homer, or Lucian's Vera Historia itself, was still after much solitariness, fasting, or long sickness, when their brains were addled, and their bellies as empty of meat as their heads of wit. Florilegus hath many such examples, folio 191, one of Saint Guthlac of Crowald, that fought with devils, but still after long fasting, over much solitariness, the devil persuaded him therefore to fast, as Moses and Elias did, the better to delude him. In the same author is recorded Carolus Magnus' vision an 185, or ecstasis, wherein he saw heaven and hell after much fasting and meditation. So did the devil of old with Apollo's priests. Amphiaraus and his fellows, those Egyptians, still enjoin long fasting before he would give any oracles. trigium a cibo et vino abstinerent, before they gave any answers, as Volateran, book 13, chapter 4, records, and Strabo's Geographies, book 14, describes Charon's den, in the way between Tralles and Nisum, whither the priests led sick and fanatic men, but nothing performed without long fasting, no good to be done. That scoffing Lucian conducts his Menippus to hell by the directions of that Chaldean Mithrobarzanes, but after long fasting, and such like idle preparation. Which the Jesuits right well perceiving of what force this fasting and solitary meditation is, to alter men's minds, when they would make a man mad, ravish him, improve him beyond himself, to undertake some great business of moment, to kill a king, or the like, they bring him into a melancholy dark chamber, where he shall see no light for many days together, no company, little meat, ghastly pictures of devils all about him, and leave him to lie as he will himself on the bare floor in this chamber of meditation, as they call it, on his back, side, belly, till by this strange usage they make him quite mad and beside himself. And then, after some 10 days, as they find him animated and resolved, they make use of him. The devil hath many such factors, many such engines, which what effect they produce, you shall hear in the following symptoms.
Section 38 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3, by Robert Burton. Section 38. Partition 3, Section 4, Member 1, Subsection 3, Part 1. Symptoms general, love to their own sect, hate of all other religions. Obstinacy, peevishness, ready to undergo any danger or cross for it. Martyrs, blind zeal, blind obedience, fastings, vows, belief of incredibilities, impossibilities, particular of Gentiles, Mahometans, Jews, Christians, and in them heretics old and new, schismatics, schoolmen, prophets, enthusiasts, etc. Fleat Heraclitus an redeat Democritus. In attempting to speak of these symptoms, shall I laugh with Democritus, or weep with Heraclitus? They are so ridiculous and absurd on the one side, so lamentable and tragical on the other. A mixed scene offers itself, so full of errors and a promiscuous variety of objects, that I know not in what strain to represent it. When I think of the Turkish paradise, those Jewish fables and pontifical rites, those pagan superstitions, their sacrifices and ceremonies, as to make images of all matter, and adore them when they have done, to see them, kiss the pyx, creep to the cross, etc. I cannot choose but laugh with Democritus. But when I see them whip and torture themselves, grind their souls for toys and trifles, desperate and now ready to die, I cannot but weep with Heraclitus. When I see a priest say mass, with all those apish gestures, murmurings, etc., read the customs of the Jews' synagogue or Mahometa mesquites, I must needs laugh at their folly, risum teneatis amici. But when I see them make matters of conscience of such toys and trifles, to adore the devil, to endanger their souls, to offer their children to their idols, etc., I must needs condole their misery. When I see two superstitious orders contend pro aris et focis, with such have and hold, de lana caprina, some write such great volumes to no purpose, take so much pains to so small effect, their satires, invectives, apologies, dull and gross fictions. When I see grave learned men rail and scold like butter women, methinks 'tis pretty sport, and fit for Calphurnius and Democritus to laugh at. But when I see so much blood spilt, so many murders and massacres, so many cruel battles fought, etc., 'tis a fitter subject for Heraclitus to lament. As Merlin, when he sat by the lakeside with Vortigern, and had seen the white and red dragon fight, before he began to interpret or to speak, infletum prorupit, fell a weeping, and then proceeded to declare to the king what it meant. I should first pity and bewail this misery of humankind with some passionate preface, wishing mine eyes a fountain of tears, as Jeremiah did, and then to my task. For it is that great torture, that infernal plague of mortal men, omnium pestium pestilentissima superstitio, and able of itself alone to stand in opposition to all other plagues, miseries, and calamities whatsoever, far more cruel, more pestiferous, more grievous, more general, more violent, of a greater extent. Other fears and sorrows, grievances of body and mind, are troublesome for the time, but this is for ever, eternal damnation, hell itself, a plague, a fire. An inundation hurts one province alone, and the loss may be recovered. But this superstition involves all the world almost, and can never be remedied. Sickness and sorrows come and go, but a superstitious soul hath no rest. Superstitione imbutus animus nunquam quietus esse potest. No peace, no quietness. True religion and superstition are quite opposite. Longe diversa carnificina et pietas. As Lactantius describes, the one erects, the other dejects. Illorum pietas, mera impietus. The one is an easy yoke, the other an intolerable burden, an absolute tyranny. The one a sure anchor, a haven, the other a tempestuous ocean. The one makes, the other mars. The one is wisdom, the other is folly, madness, indiscretion. The one unfeigned, the other a counterfeit. The one a diligent observer, the other an ape. One leads to heaven, the other to hell. But these differences will more evidently appear by their particular symptoms. What religion is, and of what parts it doth consist, every catechism will tell you; what symptoms it hath, and what effects it produceth. But for their superstitions, no tongue can tell them, no pen express, they are so many, so diverse, so uncertain, so inconstant, and so different from themselves. Tot mundi superstitiones, quod caelo stellae. One saith, there be as many superstitions in the world as there be stars in heaven, or devils themselves that are the first founders of them. With such ridiculous absurd symptoms and signs, so many several rites, ceremonies, torments and vexations accompanying, as may well express and beseem the devil to be the author and maintainer of them. I will only point at some of them, ex ungue leonem, guess at the rest, and those of the chief kinds of superstition, which beside us Christians now domineer and crucify the world, Gentiles, Mahometans, Jews, etc. Of these symptoms some be general, some particular to each private sect. General to all are an extraordinary love and affection they bear and show to such as are of their own sect, and more than Vatinian hate to such as are opposite in religion, as they call it, or disagree from them in their superstitious rites, blind zeal, which is as much a symptom as a cause, vain fears, blind obedience, needless works, incredibilities, impossibilities, monstrous rites and ceremonies, wilfulness, blindness, obstinacy, etc. For the first, which is love and hate, as Montanus saith, nulla firmior amicitia quam quae contrahitur hinc, nulla discordia maior quam quae a religione fit. No greater concord, no greater discord than that which proceeds from religion, it is incredible to relate, did not our daily experience evince it, what factions, quam teterimae factiones, as Richard Dinoth writes, have been of late for matters of religion in France, and what hurly-burlies all over Europe for these many years. Nihil est quod tam impotentur rapiat homines, quam suscepta de salute opinio, siquidem pro ea omnes gentes corpora et animas devovere solent, et arctissimo necessitudinis vinculo se in vicem colligare. We are all brethren in Christ, servants of one Lord, members of one body, and therefore are, or should be at least, dearly beloved, inseparably allied in the greatest bond of love and familiarity, united partakers not only of the same cross, but coadjutors, comforters, helpers, at all times, upon all occasions, as they did in the primitive church. Acts the 5th. They sold their patrimonies, and laid them at the apostles' feet. And many such memorable examples of mutual love we have had under the 10 general persecutions, many since. Examples on the other side of discord none like, as our Saviour saith, he came therefore into the world to set father against son, etc. In imitation of whom the devil belike, nam superstitio irrepsit verae religionis imitatrix, Superstition is still religion's ape, as in all other things, so in this; doth so combine and glue together his superstitious followers in love and affection, that they will live and die together. And what an innate hatred hath he still inspired to any other superstition opposite! How those old Romans were affected, those 10 persecutions may be a witness, and that cruel executioner in Eusebius, aut lita aut morere, sacrifice or die. No greater hate, more continuate, bitter faction, wars, persecution in all ages, than for matters of religion, no such feral opposition, father against son, mother against daughter, husband against wife, city against city, kingdom against kingdom, as of old at Tentira and Combos. Immortale odium, et nunquam sanabile vulnus, inde furor vulgo, quod numina vicinorum, odit uterque locus, quum solos credit habendos, esse Deus quos ipse colat. Immortal hate it breeds, a wound past cure, and fury to the commons still to endure, because one city t'other's gods as vain deride, and his alone as good maintain. The Turks at this day count no better of us than of dogs, so they commonly call us Geors, infidels, miscreants, make that their main quarrel and cause of Christian persecution. If he will turn Turk, he shall be entertained as a brother, and had in good esteem, a Mussulman or a believer, which is a greater tie to them than any affinity or consanguinity. The Jews stick together like so many burrs, but as for the rest, whom they call Gentiles, they do hate and abhor, they cannot endure their Messiah should be a common Saviour to us all, and rather, as Luther writes, than they that now scoff at them, curse them, persecute and revile them, shall be co-heirs and brethren with them, or have any part or fellowship with their Messiah, they would crucify their Messiah 10 times over, and God himself, his angels, and all his creatures, if it were possible, though they endure 1,000 hells for it. Such is their malice towards us. Now for papists, what in a common cause, for the advancement of their religion they will endure, our traitors and pseudo-Catholics will declare unto us; and how bitter on the other side to their adversaries, how violently bent, let those Marian times record, as those miserable slaughters at Merindol and Cabrieres, the Spanish Inquisition, the Duke of Alva's tyranny in the Low Countries, the French massacres and civil wars. Tantum religio potuit suadere malorum. Such wickedness did religion persuade. Not there only, but all over Europe we read of bloody battles, racks and wheels, seditions, factions, oppositions. Obvia signis, signa pares aquilas, et pila minantia pilis. Invectives and contentions. They had rather shake hands with a Jew, Turk, or as the Spaniards do, suffer Moors to live amongst them, and Jews, than Protestants. My name, saith Luther, is more odious to them than any thief or murderer. So it is with all heretics and schismatics whatsoever, and none so passionate, violent in their tenets, opinions, obstinate, wilful, refractory, peevish, factious, singular, and stiff in defence of them. They do not only persecute and hate, but pity all other religions, account them damned, blind, as if they alone were the true church, they are the true heirs, have the fee simple of heaven by a peculiar donation, 'tis entailed on them and their posterities, their doctrine sound. Per funem aureum de caelo delapsa doctrina. Let down from heaven by a golden rope, they alone are to be saved. The Jews at this day are so incomprehensibly proud and churlish, saith Luther, that soli salvari, soli Domini terrarum salutari volunt. And as Buxtorphius adds, so ignorant and self-willed withal, that amongst their most understanding rabbins you shall find naught but gross dotage, horrible hardness of heart, and stupendous obstinacy, in all their actions, opinions, conversations, and yet so zealous withal, that no man living can be more, and vindicate themselves for the elect people of God. 'Tis so with all other superstitious sects, Mahometans, Gentiles in China and Tartary, our ignorant papists, Anabaptists, separatists, and peculiar churches of Amsterdam. They alone, and none but they, can be saved. Zealous, as Paul saith, Romans 10:2, without knowledge, they will endure any misery, any trouble, suffer and do that which the sunbeams will not endure to see. Religionis acti furiis. All extremities, losses and dangers, take any pains, fast, pray, vow chastity, wilful poverty, forsake all and follow their idols, die 1,000 deaths, as some Jews did to Pilate's soldiers, in like case, exertos praebentes jugulos, et manifeste praese ferentes, as Josephus hath it, cariorem esseritas sibi legis patriae observationem. Rather than abjure or deny the least particle of that religion which their fathers profess, and they themselves have been brought up in, be it never so absurd, ridiculous, they will embrace it, and without farther inquiry or examination of the truth, though it be prodigiously false, they will believe it. They will take much more pains to go to hell than we shall do to heaven. Single out the most ignorant of them, convince his understanding, show him his errors, grossness, and absurdities of his sect. Non persuadebis etiamsi persuaseris. He will not be persuaded. As those pagans told the Jesuits in Japona, they would do as their forefathers have done. And with Ratolde the Frisian prince, go to hell for company, if most of their friends went thither. They will not be moved, no persuasion, no torture can stir them. So that papists cannot brag of their vows, poverty, obedience, orders, merits, martyrdoms, fastings, alms, good works, pilgrimages. Much and more than all this, I shall show you, is and hath been done by these superstitious Gentiles, pagans, idolaters, and Jews. Their blind zeal and idolatrous superstition in all kinds is much at one, little or no difference, and it is hard to say which is the greatest, which is the grossest. For if a man shall duly consider those superstitious rites amongst the ethnics in Japan, the Banians in Gusart, the Chinese idolaters, Americans of old, in Mexico especially, Mahometan priests, he shall find the same government almost, the same orders and ceremonies, or so like, that they may seem all apparently to be derived from some heathen spirit, and the Roman hierarchy no better than the rest. In a word, this is common to all superstition. There is nothing so mad and absurd, so ridiculous, impossible, incredible, which they will not believe, observe, and diligently perform, as much as in them lies; nothing so monstrous to conceive, or intolerable to put in practice, so cruel to suffer, which they will not willingly undertake; so powerful a thing is superstition. O Egypt, as Trismegistus exclaims, thy religion is fables, and such as posterity will not believe. I know that in true religion itself many mysteries are so apprehended alone by faith, as that of the Trinity, which Turks especially deride, Christ's incarnation, resurrection of the body at the last day. Quod ideo credendum, saith Tertullian, quod incredibile, etc. Many miracles not to be controverted or disputed of. Mirari non rimari sapientia vera est, saith Gerhardus, et in divinis, as a good father informs us, quaedam credenda, quaedam admiranda, etc. Some things are to be believed, embraced, followed with all submission and obedience, some again admired. Though Julian the Apostate scoff at Christians in this point, quod captivemus intellectum in obsequium fidei, saying that the Christian creed is like the Pythagorean ipse dixit, we make our will and understanding too slavishly subject to our faith, without farther examination of the truth. Yet, as Saint Gregory truly answers, our creed is altiores praestantiae, and much more divine. And as Thomas will, pie consideranti semper sopetunt rationes, ostendentes credibilitatem in mysterii supernaturalibus, we do absolutely believe it, and upon good reasons, for, as Gregory well informeth us, fides non habet meritum, ubi humana ratio quaerit experimentum, that faith hath no merit, is not worth the name of faith, that will not apprehend without a certain demonstration. We must and will believe God's word, and if we be mistaken or err in our general belief, as Ricardus de Sancto Victore vows he will say to Christ himself at the day of judgment, Lord, if we be deceived, thou alone hast deceived us, thus we plead. But for the rest I will not justify that pontifical consubstantiation, that which Mahometans and Jews justly except at, as Campanella confesseth, Atheismus Triumphatus, chapter 12, folio 125. Difficillimum dogma esse, nec aliud subjectum magis haereticorum blasphemiis, et stultis irrisionibus politicorum reperiri. They hold it impossible, Deum in pane manducari, and besides they scoff at it, videgentem commedentem Deum suum, inquit quidam maurus, hunc Deum muscae et vermes irrident, quum ipsum polluunt et devorant, subditus est igni, aquae, et latrones furantur, pixidem auream humi prosternunt, et se tamen non defendit hic Deus, qui fieri potest, ut sit integer in singulis hostiae particulis, idem corpus numero, tam multis locis, caelo, terra, etc. But he that shall read the Turks' Alcoran, the Jews' Talmud, and Papists' Golden Legend, in the meantime will swear that such gross fictions, fables, vain traditions, prodigious paradoxes and ceremonies, could never proceed from any other spirit than that of the devil himself, which is the author of confusion and lies. And wonder withal how such wise men as have been of the Jews, such learned understanding men as Averroes, Avicenna, or those heathen philosophers, could ever be persuaded to believe or to subscribe to the least part of them. Aut fraudem non detegere. But that, as Vaninus answers, ob publicae potestatis formidinem allatrare philosophi non audebant, they durst not speak for fear of the law. But I will descend to particulars, read their several symptoms, and then guess. Of such symptoms as properly belong to superstition, or that irreligious religion, I may say, as of the rest, some are ridiculous, some again feral to relate. Of those ridiculous there can be no better testimony than the multitude of their gods, those absurd names, actions, offices they put upon them, their feasts, holy days, sacrifices, adorations, and the like. The Egyptians that pretended so great antiquity, 300 kings before Amasis, and, as Mela writes, 13,000 years from the beginning of their chronicles, that bragged so much of their knowledge of old, for they invented arithmetic, astronomy, geometry; of their wealth and power, that vaunted of 20,000 cities; yet at the same time their idolatry and superstition was most gross. They worshipped, as Diodorus Siculus records, sun and moon under the name of Isis and Osiris, and after such men as were beneficial to them, or any creature that did them good. In the city of Bubasti they adored a cat, saith Herodotus; ibis and storks, an ox, saith Pliny; leeks and onions, Macrobius; porum et caepe deos imponere nubibus ausi, hos tu nihile deus colis. Scoffing Lucian in his Vera Historia, which, as he confesseth himself, was not persuasively written as a truth, but in comical fashion to glance at the monstrous fictions and gross absurdities of writers and nations, to deride without doubt this prodigious Egyptian idolatry, feigns this story of himself: that when he had seen the Elysian fields and was now coming away, Rhadamanthus gave him a mallow root, and bade him pray to that when he was in any peril or extremity; which he did accordingly, for when he came to Hydamordia in the island of treacherous women, he made his prayers to his root, and was instantly delivered. The Syrians, Chaldeans, had as many proper gods of their own invention. See the said Lucian de Dea Syria. Morne, chapter 22, de veritate religionis. Willielmus Stuckius sacrorum sacrificiorumque gentilium descripto. Pater Faber Semester, Book 3, Chapters 1, 2, 3. Selden, De Diis Syris, Purchas's Pilgrimage. Rosinus of the Romans, and Lilius Giraldus of the Greeks. The Romans borrowed from all, besides their own gods, which were majorum and minorum gentium, as Varro holds, certain and uncertain, some celestial, select, and great ones, others indigenous and semidei, Lares, Lemures, Dioscuri, Soteres, and Peristatai, dii tutelares amongst the Greeks. Gods of all sorts, for all functions, some for the land, some for sea, some for heaven, some for hell, some for passions, diseases, some for birth, some for weddings, husbandry, woods, waters, gardens, orchards, etc. All actions and offices, pax quies, salus, libertas, felicitas, strenua, stimula, horta, pan, Silvanus, Priapus, Flora, Cloacina, Stercutius, febris, pallor, invidia, protervia, risus, Angerona, volupia, vacuna, viriplaca, veneranda, Pales, Neptunia, Doris, kings, emperors, valiant men that had done any good offices for them, they did likewise canonize and adore for gods, and it was usually done, usitatum apud antiquos, as Jacobus Bossardus well observes, deificare homines qui beneficiis mortales juvarent. And the devil was still ready to second their intents. Statim se ingessit illorum sepulchris, statuis, templis, aris, etc. He crept into their temples, statues, tombs, altars, and was ready to give oracles, cure diseases, do miracles, etc., as by Jupiter, Asclepius, Tiresias, Apollo, Mopsus, Amphiaraus, etc., dii et semidii. For so they were semidii, demigods, some medii inter deos et homines, as Maximus Tyrius the Platonist, Sermones 26 and 27, maintains and justifies in many words. When a good man dies, his body is buried, but his soul, ex homine daemon evadit, becomes forthwith a demigod, nothing disparaged with malignity of air, or variety of forms, rejoiceth, exults, and sees that perfect beauty with his eyes. Now being deified, in commiseration he helps his poor friends here on earth, his kindred and allies, informs, succours, etc., punisheth those that are bad and do amiss, as a good genius to protect and govern mortal men, appointed by the gods, so they will have it, ordaining some for provinces, some for private men, some for one office, some for another. Hector and Achilles assist soldiers to this day. Aesculapius all sick men, the Dioscuri seafaring men, etc. And sometimes upon occasion they show themselves. The Dioscuri, Hercules and Aesculapius, he saw himself, or the devil in his likeness, non somnians sed vigilans ipse vidi, so far Tyrius. And not good men only do they thus adore, but tyrants, monsters, devils, as Stuckius inveighs, Neros, Domitians, Heliogables, beastly women, and arrant whores amongst the rest. For all intents, places, creatures, they assign gods. Et domibus tectis thermis et equis soleatis assignare solent genius, saith Prudentius. Cuna for cradles, divera for sweeping houses, nodina knots, prema pramunda hymen hymeneus for weddings. Comus, the god of good fellows, gods of silence, of comfort. Hebe, goddess of youth, mena menstruarum, etc. Male and female gods, of all ages, sexes, and dimensions, with beards, without beards, married, unmarried, begot, not born at all, but, as Minerva, start out of Jupiter's head. Hesiod reckons up at least 30,000 gods, Varro 300 Jupiters. As Jeremy told them, their gods were to the multitude of cities. Quisquid humus Pelagus caelum miserabile gignit, id dixere Deos, coles, freta, flumina, flammas. Whatever heavens, sea, and land begat, hills, seas, and rivers, God was this and that. And which was most absurd, they made gods upon such ridiculous occasions. As children make babies, so saith Morneus, their poets make gods. Et quos adorant in templis, ludunt in theatres, as Lactantius scoffs. Saturn, a man, gelded himself, did eat his own children, a cruel tyrant, driven out of his kingdom by his son Jupiter, as good a god as himself. A wicked, lascivious, paltry king of Crete, of whose rapes, lusts, murders, villainies, a whole volume is too little to relate. Venus, a notorious strumpet, as common as a barber's chair. Mars, Adonis, Anchises' whore, is a great she-goddess, as well as the rest, as much renowned by their poets, with many such. And these gods so fabulously and foolishly made, ceremoniis, hymnis, et canticis celebrunt. Their errors, luctus et gaudia, amores, iras, nuptias et liberorum procreationes, as Eusebius well taxeth. Weddings, mirth and mournings, loves, angers, and quarrelling they did celebrate in hymns, and sing of in their ordinary songs, as it were publishing their villainies. But see more of their originals. When Romulus was made away by the sedition of the senators, to pacify the people, Julius Proculus gave out that Romulus was taken up by Jupiter into heaven, and therefore to be ever after adored for a god amongst the Romans. Syrophanes of Egypt had only one son, whom he dearly loved. He erected his statue in his house, which his servants did adorn with garlands, to pacify their master's wrath when he was angry, so by little and little he was adored for a god. This did Semiramis for her husband Belus, and Adrian the emperor by his minion Antinous. Flora was a rich harlot in Rome, and for that she made the commonwealth her heir. Her birthday was solemnized long after. And to make it a more plausible holiday, they made her goddess of flowers, and sacrificed to her amongst the rest. The matrons of Rome, as Dionysius Halicarnassius relates, because at their entreaty Coriolanus desisted from his wars, consecrated a church Fortunes Muliebri; and Venus Barbata had a temple erected, for that somewhat was amiss about hair, and so the rest. The citizens of Alabanda, a small town in Asia Minor, to curry favor with the Romans, who then warred in Greece with Perseus of Macedon, and were formidable to these parts, consecrated a temple to the city of Rome, and made her a goddess, with annual games and sacrifices. So a town of houses was deified, with shameful flattery of the one side to give, and intolerable arrogance on the other to accept, upon so vile and absurd an occasion. Tully writes to Atticus, that his daughter Tulliola might be made a goddess, and adored as Juno and Minerva, and as well she deserved it. Their holy days and adorations were all out as ridiculous, those Lupercals of Pan, Florales of Flora, Bona Dea, Anna Perena, Saturnals, etc., as how they were celebrated, with what lascivious and wanton gestures, bald ceremonies, by what bawdy priests, how they hang their noses over the smoke of sacrifices, saith Lucian, and lick blood like flies that was spilled about the altars. Their carved idols, gilt images of wood, iron, ivory, silver, brass, stone, olim truncus eram, etc., were most absurd, as being their own workmanship. For, as Seneca notes, adorant ligneos deos, et fabros interim qui fecerunt, contemnunt. They adore work, contemn the workman. And as Tertullian follows it, si homines non essent diis propitii, non essent dii. Had it not been for men, they had never been gods, but blocks, and stupid statues in which mice, swallows, birds make their nests, spiders their webs, and in their very mouths laid their excrements. Those images, I say, were all out as gross as the shapes in which they did represent them. Jupiter with a ram's head, Mercury a dog's, Pan like a goat, Hecate with 3 heads, one with a beard, another without. See more in Carterius and Verdurius of their monstrous forms and ugly pictures. And, which was absurder yet, they told them these images came from heaven, as that of Minerva in her temple at Athens. Quode caelo cecidisse credebant acolae, saith Pausanias. They formed some like storks, apes, bulls, and yet seriously believed. And that which was impious and abominable, they made their gods notorious whoremasters, incestuous sodomites, as commonly they were all, as well as Jupiter, Mars, Apollo, Mercury, Neptune, etc. Thieves, slaves, drudges, for Apollo and Neptune made tiles in Phrygia, kept sheep, Hercules emptied stables, Vulcan a blacksmith, unfit to dwell upon the earth for their villainies, much less in heaven, as Mornay well saith, and yet they gave them out to be such. So weak and brutish, some to whine, lament, and roar, as Isis for her son, and Cenocephalus, as also all her weeping priests. Mars in Homer to be wounded, vexed. Venus ran away crying, and the like. than which what can be more ridiculous? Nonne ridiculum lugere quod colas, vel colere quod lugeas, which Minutius objects, si dii cur plangitis, si mortui cur adoratis, that it is no marvel if Lucian, that adamantine persecutor of superstition, and Pliny could so scoff at them and their horrible idolatry as they did. If Diagoras took Hercules' image and put it under his pot to seethe his pottage, which was, as he said, his 13th labour. But see more of their fopperies in Cyprian's 4th tract de idolorum vanitate, Chrysostom adversus gentiles, Arnobius adversus gentes, Augustine de civitate Dei, Theodoret de curatio Graecarum affectionum, Clemens Alexandrinus, Minutius Felix, Eusebius, Lactantius, Stuckius, etc. Lamentable, tragical, and fearful those symptoms are, that they should be so far forth affrighted with their fictitious gods, as to spend the goods, lives, fortunes, precious time, best days in their honour, to sacrifice unto them, to their inestimable loss, such hecatombs, so many thousand sheep, oxen with gilded horns, goats, as Croesus, king of Lydia, Marcus Julianus surnamed ob crebras hostias victimarius et toricremus, and the rest of the Roman emperors usually did with such labour and cost, and not emperors only and great ones, pro communi bono, were at this charge, but private men for their ordinary occasions. Pythagoras offered 100 oxen for the invention of a geometrical problem, and it was an ordinary thing to sacrifice, in Lucian's time, a heifer for their good health, 4 oxen for wealth, 100 for a kingdom, 9 bulls for their safe return from Troia to Pylos, etc. Every god almost had a peculiar sacrifice: the sun, horses; Vulcan, fire; Diana, a white hart; Venus, a turtle; Ceres, a hog; Proserpina, a black lamb; Neptune, a bull. Read more in Stuckius at large. Besides sheep, cocks, corals, frankincense, to their undoings, as if their gods were affected with blood or smoke. And surely, saith he, if one should but repeat the fopperies of mortal men in their sacrifices, feasts, worshipping their gods, their rites and ceremonies, what they think of them, of their diet, houses, orders, etc., what prayers and vows they make, if one should but observe their absurdity and madness, he would burst out a laughing and pity their folly. For what can be more absurd than their ordinary prayers, petitions, requests, sacrifices, oracles, devotions, of which we have a taste in Maximus Tyrius, Sermon 1, Plato's Alcibiades Secundus, Persius Satire 2, Juvenal Satire 10, there likewise exploded. Mactant opimas et pingues hostias Deo quasi esurienti, profundunt vinatam quam sitienti, lumina accendunt velut in tenebris agenti. Lactantius, Book 2, Chapter 6. As if their gods were hungry, athirst in the dark, they light candles, offer meat and drink. And what so base as to reveal their counsels and give oracles, e viscerum sterquiliniis, out of the bowels and excremental parts of beasts? Sordidos deos, Varro truly calls them therefore, and well he might. I say nothing of their magnificent and sumptuous temples, those majestical structures. To the roof of Apollo Didymeus' temple, ad branchidas, as Strabo writes, 1,000 oaks did not suffice. Who can relate the glorious splendour and stupend magnificence, the sumptuous building of Diana at Ephesus, Jupiter Ammon's temple in Africa, the Pantheon at Rome, the capital, the Serapeum at Alexandria, Apollo's temple at Daphne in the suburbs of Antioch, the great temple at Mexico, so richly adorned and so capacious, for 10,000 men might stand in it at once, that fair Pantheon of Cusco, described by Acosta in his Indian history, which eclipses both Jews and Christians. There were in old Jerusalem, as some write, 408 synagogues, but New Cairo reckons up, if Radzivilus may be believed, 6,800 mosques, Fez 400, whereof 50 are most magnificent, like St. Paul's in London. Helena built 300 fair churches in the Holy Land, but one Bassa hath built 400 mosques. The Mahometans have 1,000 monks in a monastery. The like saith Acosta of Americans, Riccius of the Chinese, for men and women fairly built, and more richly endowed some of them than Arras in Artois, Fulda in Germany, or St. Edmundsbury in England with us. Who can describe those curious and costly statues, idols, images, so frequently mentioned in Pausanias? I conceal their donaries, pendants, other offerings, presents, to these their fictitious gods daily consecrated. Section 39 of the Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Cynthia Moyer. The Anatomy of Melancholy, Volume 3, by Robert Burton. Section 39. Partition 3, Section 4, Member 1, Subsection 3, Part 2. Alexander, the son of Amuntas, king of Macedonia, sent 2 statues of pure gold to Apollo at Delphos. Croesus, king of Lydia, dedicated 100 golden tiles in the same place, with a golden altar. No man came empty-handed to their shrines. But these are base offerings in respect. They offered men themselves alive. The Leucadians, as Strabo writes, sacrificed every year a man. Averuncandae deorum irae causa, to pacify their gods. De montis praecipitio dejecerent, etc., and they did voluntarily undergo it. The Decii did so sacrifice, diis manibus. Curtius did leap into the gulf. Were they not all strangely deluded to go so far to their oracles, to be so gulled by them, both in war and peace, as Polybius relates, which their augurs, priests, vestal virgins can witness, to be so superstitious that they would rather lose goods and lives than omit any ceremonies, or offend their heathen gods? Nicias, that generous and valiant captain of the Greeks, overthrew the Athenian navy by reason of his too much superstition, because the augurs told him it was ominous to set sail from the haven of Syracuse whilst the moon was eclipsed. He tarried so long till his enemies besieged him, he and all his army were overthrown. The Parthians of old were so sottish in this kind, they would rather lose a victory, nay, lose their own lives, than fight in the night. 'Twas against their religion. The Jews would make no resistance on the Sabbath, when Pompeius besieged Jerusalem, and some Jewish Christians in Africa, set upon by the Goths, suffered themselves upon the same occasion to be utterly vanquished. The superstition of the Debrenses, a bordering town in Epirus, besieged by the Turks, is miraculous almost to report. Because a dead dog was flung into the only fountain which the city had, they would die of thirst all, rather than drink of that unclean water, and yield up the city upon any conditions. Though the praetor and chief citizens began to drink first, using all good persuasions, their superstition was such no saying would serve. They must all forthwith die or yield up the city. Vix ausum ipse credere, saith Barletius, tantam superstitionem, vel affirmare levissimam hanc causam tantae rei vel magis ridiculam, quum non dubitem risum potius quum admirationem posteris excitaturam. The story was too ridiculous, he was ashamed to report it, because he thought nobody would believe it. It is stupend to relate what strange effects this idolatry and superstition hath brought forth of the latter years in the Indies and those bordering parts. In what feral shapes the devil is adored, nequid mali intentent, as they say. For in the mountains betwixt Scanderoon and Aleppo at this day there are dwelling a certain kind of people called Coords, coming of the race of the ancient Parthians, who worship the devil, and allege this reason in so doing. God is a good man, and will do no harm, but the devil is bad, and must be pleased, lest he hurt them. It is wonderful to tell how the devil deludes them, how he terrifies them, how they offer men and women sacrifices unto him, 100 at once, as they did infants in Crete to Saturn of old, the finest children, like Agamemnon's Iphigenia, etc. At Mexico, when the Spaniards first overcame them, they daily sacrificed viva hominum corda e viventium corporibus extracta, the hearts of men yet living, 20,000 in a year. Acosta, Book 5, Chapter 20, to their idols made of flour and men's blood, and every year 6,000 infants of both sexes. and as prodigious to relate how they bury their wives with husbands deceased, 'tis fearful to report, and harder to believe. Nam certamen habent laeti quae viva sequatur, conjugium pudor est non licuisse mori, and burn them alive, best goods, servants, horses, when a grandee dies, 12,000 at once amongst the Tartars, when a great Cham departs, or an emperor in America, how they plague themselves, which abstain from all that hath life, like those old Pythagoreans, with immoderate fastings, as the Banians about Surat, they of China, that for superstition's sake never eat flesh nor fish all their lives, never marry, but live in deserts and by places, and some pray to their idols 24 hours together without any intermission, biting of their tongues when they have done, for devotion's sake. Some again are brought to that madness by their superstitious priests, that tell them such vain stories of immortality and the joys of heaven in that other life, that many thousands voluntarily break their own necks, as Cleombrotus Amborciatus, auditors of old, precipitate themselves, that they may participate of that unspeakable happiness in the other world. One poisons, another strangles himself, and the king of China had done as much, deluded with the vain hope, had he not been detained by his servant. But who can sufficiently tell of their several superstitions, vexations, follies, torments? I may conclude with Posevinus, religi facit asperos mites, homines eferis, superstitio ex hominibus feras. Religion makes wild beasts civil, superstition makes wise men beasts and fools. And the discreetest that are, if they give way to it, are no better than dizzards. Nay more, if that of Plotinus be true, is unus religionis scopus, ut eiquem colimus similes fiamus. That is the drift of religion, to make us like him whom we worship. What shall be the end of idolaters, but to degenerate into stocks and stones? Of such as worship these heathen gods, for dii gentium daemonia, but to become devils themselves. 'Tis therefore exitiosus error et maxime periculosus, a most perilous and dangerous error of all others, as Plutarch holds, turbulenta passio hominem consternans, a pestilent, a troublesome passion that utterly undoeth men. Unhappy superstition, Pliny calls it. Morte non finitur. Death takes away life, but not superstition. Impious and ignorant are far more happy than they which are superstitious. No torture like to it, none so continuate, so general, so destructive, so violent. In this superstitious row, Jews for antiquity may go next to Gentiles. What of old they have done, what idolatries they have committed in their groves and high places, what their Pharisees, Sadducees, scribes, essay, and such sectaries have maintained, I will not so much as mention. For the present, I presume no nation under heaven can be more sottish, ignorant, blind, superstitious, wilful, obstinate, and peevish, tiring themselves with vain ceremonies to no purpose. He that shall but read their rabbins' ridiculous comments, their strange interpretation of scriptures, their absurd ceremonies, fables, childish tales, which they steadfastly believe, will think they be scarce rational creatures. Their foolish customs, when they rise in the morning, and how they prepare themselves to prayer, to meat, with what superstitious washings, how to their Sabbath, to their other feasts, weddings, burials, etc. Last of all, the expectation of their Messiah, and those figments, miracles, vain pomp that shall attend him, as how he shall terrify the Gentiles, and overcome them by new diseases; how Michael the archangel shall sound his trumpet, how he shall gather all the scattered Jews in the Holy Land, and there make them a great banquet, wherein shall be all the birds, beasts, fishes that ever God made, a cup of wine that grew in paradise, and that hath been kept in Adam's cellar ever since. At the first course shall be served in that great ox in Job 4:10, that every day feeds on 1,000 hills, Psalms 1:10, that great Leviathan, and a great bird that laid an egg so big that by chance tumbling out of the nest it knocked down 300 tall cedars, and breaking as it fell, drowned 160 villages. This bird stood up to the knees in the sea, and the sea was so deep that a hatchet would not fall to the bottom in 7 years. Of their Messiah's wives and children, Adam and Eve, etc., and that one stupend fiction amongst the rest, when a Roman prince asked of Rabbi Jehoshua ben Hananiah why the Jews' God was compared to a lion, he made answer, he compared himself to no ordinary lion, but to one in the wood Elah, which, when he desired to see, the rabbin prayed to God he might, and forthwith the lion set forward. But when he was 400 miles from Rome, he so roared that all the great-bellied women in Rome made abortions, the city walls fell down; and when he came 100 miles nearer and roared the second time, their teeth fell out of their heads, the emperor himself fell down dead, and so the lion went back. With an infinite number of such lies and forgeries, which they verily believe, feed themselves with vain hope, and in the meantime will by no persuasions be diverted, but still crucify their souls with a company of idle ceremonies, live like slaves and vagabonds, will not be relieved or reconciled. Mahometans are a compound of Gentiles, Jews, and Christians, and so absurd in their ceremonies, as if they had taken that which is most sottish out of every one of them, full of idle fables in their superstitious law, their Alcoran itself a gallimaufry of lies, tales, ceremonies, traditions, precepts, stolen from other sects, and confusedly heaped up to delude a company of rude and barbarous clowns. As how birds, beasts, stones, saluted Mahomet when he came from Mecca, the moon came down from heaven to visit him, how God sent for him, spake to him, etc., with a company of stupend figments of the angels, sun, moon, and stars, etc. Of the day of judgment, and 3 sounds to prepare to it, which must last 50,000 years of paradise, which wholly consists in ceundi et comedendi voluptate, et pecorinis hominibus scriptum bestialis beatitudo, is so ridiculous that Virgil, Dante, Lucian, nor any poet can be more fabulous. Their rites and ceremonies are most vain and superstitious. Wine and swine's flesh are utterly forbidden by their law. They must pray 5 times a day, and still towards the south wash before and after all their bodies over, with many such. For fasting, vows, religious orders, peregrinations, they go far beyond any papists. They fast a month together many times, and must not eat a bit till sun be set. Their calendars, dervises, and torlachers, etc., are more abstemious some of them than Carthusians, Franciscans, anchorites, forsake all, live solitary, fare hard, go naked, etc. Their pilgrimages are as far as to the river Ganges, which the Gentiles of those tracts likewise do, to wash themselves, for that river as they hold hath a sovereign virtue to purge them of all sins, and no man can be saved that hath not been washed in it. For which reason they come far and near from the Indies. Maximus gentium omnium confluxus est, and infinite numbers yearly resort to it. Others go as far as Mecca to Mahomet's tomb, which journey is both miraculous and meritorious. The ceremonies of flinging stones to stone the devil, of eating a camel at Cairo by the way, their fastings, their running till they sweat, their long prayers, Mahomet's temple, tomb, and building of it, would ask a whole volume to dilate. And for their pains taken in this holy pilgrimage, all their sins are forgiven, and they reputed for so many saints. And divers of them with hot bricks, when they return, will put out their eyes, that they never after see any profane thing, bite out their tongues, etc. They look for their prophet Mahomet as Jews do for their Messiah. Read more of their customs, rites, ceremonies, in Lonicerus' Turkic History, Tome 1, from the 10th to the 24th chapter, Bredenbachius, chapters 4, 5, 6, Leo Afer, Book 1, Busbequius Sabellicus, Purchas, Book 3, chapter 3 and 4, 5, Theodorus Bibliander, etc. Many foolish ceremonies you shall find in them, and, which is most to be lamented, the people are generally so curious in observing of them, that if the least circumstance be omitted, they think they shall be damned. 'Tis an irremissible offence, and can hardly be forgiven. I kept in my house amongst my followers, saith Busbequius, sometime the Turk's orator in Constantinople, a turkey boy that by chance did eat shellfish, a meat forbidden by their law, but the next day when he knew what he had done, he was not only sick to cast and vomit, but very much troubled in mind, would weep and grieve many days after, torment himself for his foul offence. Another Turk, being to drink a cup of wine in his cellar, first made a huge noise and filthy faces, to warn his soul, as he said, that it should not be guilty of that foul fact which he was to commit. With such toys as these are men kept in awe, and so cowed that they dare not resist or offend the least circumstance of their law, for conscience' sake misled by superstition, which no human edict otherwise, no force of arms could have enforced. In the last place are pseudo-Christians, in describing of whose superstitious symptoms, as a mixture of the rest, I may say that which Saint Benedict once saw in a vision, 1 devil in the marketplace, but 10 in a monastery, because there was more work. In populous cities they would swear and forswear, lie, falsify, deceive fast enough of themselves. 1 devil could circumvent 1,000. But in their religious houses 1,000 devils could scarce tempt 1 silly monk. All the principal devils, I think, busy themselves in subverting Christians. Jews, Gentiles, and Mahometans are extra caulem, out of the fold, and need no such attendance, they make no resistance. Eos en impulsare negligit, quos quieto jure possidere se sentit. They are his own already. But Christians have that shield of faith, sword of the Spirit to resist, and must have a great deal of battery before they can be overcome. That the devil is most busy amongst us that are of the true church appears by those several oppositions, heresies, schisms, which in all ages he hath raised to subvert it, and in that of Rome especially, wherein Antichrist himself now sits and plays his prize. This mystery of iniquity began to work even in the apostles' time. Many antichrists and heretics were abroad, many sprung up since, many now present, and will be to the world's end, to dementate men's minds, to seduce and captivate their souls. Their symptoms I know not how better to express than in that twofold division, of such as lead and are led. Such as lead are heretics, schismatics, false prophets, impostors, and their ministers. They have some common symptoms, some peculiar. Common, as madness, folly, pride, insolency, arrogancy, singularity, peevishness, obstinacy, impudence, scorn and contempt of all other sects. Nullius addicti jurare in verba magistri. They will approve of naught but what they first invent themselves, no interpretation good but what their infallible spirit dictates. None shall be in secundis, no, not in tertiis. They are only wise, only learned in the truth, all damned but they and their followers. Caedem scripturarum faciunt ad materiam suam, saith Tertullian. They make a slaughter of scriptures, and turn it as a nose of wax to their own ends. so irrefragable in the meantime, that what they have once said they must and will maintain in whole tomes, duplications, triplications, never yield to death, so self-conceited, say what you can. As Bernard, erroneously some say, speaks of Petrus Aliardus, omnes patres sic, atque ego sic. Though all the fathers, councils, the whole world contradict it, they care not, they are all one. And as Gregory well notes of such as are vertiginous, they think all turns round and moves, all err, when as the error is wholly in their own brains. Magallianus the Jesuit, in his comment on 1 Timothy 16:20, and Alphonsus de Castro, Book 1, Adversus Haereses, gives 2 more eminent notes or probable conjectures to know such men by. They might have taken themselves by the noses when they said it. First, they affect novelties and toys, and prefer falsehood before truth. Secondly, they care not what they say, that which rashness and folly hath brought out, pride afterward, peevishness and contumacy shall maintain to the last gasp. Peculiar symptoms are prodigious paradoxes, new doctrines, vain phantasms, which are many and diverse as they themselves. Nicolaites of old would have wives in common. Montanists will not marry at all, nor Tatians, forbidding all flesh, Severians wine, Adamians go naked, because Adam did so in paradise, and some barefoot all their lives, because God, Exodus 3 and Joshua 5, bid Moses so to do, and Isaiah 20 was bid put off his shoes. Manichees hold that Pythagorean transmigration of souls from men to beasts. The Circumcellions in Africa, with a mad cruelty made away themselves, some by fire, water, breaking their necks, and seduced others to do the like, threatening some if they did not, with 1,000 such. As you may read in Augustine, for there were 411 heresies in his times, besides schisms and smaller factions. Epiphanius, Alphonsus de Castro, Danaeus, Gabrielus Pratiolus, etc. Of prophets, enthusiasts, and impostors, our ecclesiastical stories afford many examples. Of Elias's and Christ's, as our Eudo de Stellis, a Briton in King Stephen's time, that went invisible, translated himself from one to another in a moment, fed thousands with good cheer in the wilderness, and many such. Nothing so common as miracles, visions, revelations, prophecies. Now what these brain-sick heretics once broach, and impostors set on foot, be it never so absurd, false, and prodigious, the common people will follow and believe. It will run along like murrain in cattle, scab in sheep. Nulla scabies, as he said, superstitione scabiosior. As he that is bitten with a mad dog bites others, and all in the end become mad, either out of affection of novelty, simplicity, blind zeal, hope and fear, the giddy-headed multitude will embrace it, and